100 million% for sure. And it doesn't have to be a debate. It can just be a discussion. The debunker. What? What?
You want me? I was like corporate filing and refiling and updates on paperwork. What the fuck do I know about that? You don't know this shit either. What the fuck?
So, the last biennium.
Some old guy showing me 2 pieces of paper with fucking with shit, and he's pointing at it like, guys, look at my phone. Look, guys, look what time it is. Jesus, man, Chad, look at the time, man. Yo, do you get this, Chad? Chad, you get this? Holy shit! Like, what the fuck? I don't get it. You don't get it either.
Had an $18 billion surplus. This biennium, we have a $6 billion deficit. That's a $24 billion swing in one biennium. How in the world can you burn through $24 billion in 2 years? This is how, right here. This is a huge part of it.
Okay, because he said that, and I said this was stupid before, okay? A deficit is just the difference between your spending and your income. So let's assume there are so many different ways this could play out. Like, let's say this is 1 year, 2 years, 3. We'll just do 3 years, okay? No, we'll just do 2 years to make it nice and easy, okay? Solid line is spending, and the dotted line is income, okay? This could be your income, okay? You could spend this much, and then next year you could spend this much. You could turn a big deficit into a big surplus, because you're spending less than you're earning, into a big deficit. But the only thing that happened here is you spent a ton more money, but your income didn't change, right? It could also be that you have a, we could say you have like this type of situation going on.
Fucking games.
Or rather, let's do this. Hold on. Where maybe 1 year you have a big surplus, the next year you have a big deficit, but your spending was actually the exact same. You just made a lot less money this year, right? Maybe because of tariffs or taxes or whatever else, right? Just because you go from a surplus to a deficit, you don't even really, that doesn't really tell you anything. You have no idea. Like, well, what happened? Did you spend more? Did you spend less? Did you take in more? Did you take in less? Like, what's actually going on? You could be in a situation where your income is increasing, but your spending might be increasing even more. So in here, your income increased substantially, okay? But you had a surplus here, but you have a deficit, right? I'm just saying, like, saying that, like, oh, you went from a surplus to a deficit, well, that doesn't tell us anything. We have no idea. Like, we need to, like, it just doesn't, that just doesn't tell us anything, you know?
So would you? I said earlier, fraud is.
Can we look up the numbers? Yeah, we can, but I'm just saying that it doesn't really matter what the numbers are. I'm saying that this guy isn't giving you the information, you know? Did I, wrong lines for the last one? Did I mix them up the last one? You know, you get my point. Budget forecast. Does this tell us what the last year's U.S. real gross domestic product? This is for the entire United States. Okay. And then this is the state's budget. Command F surplus. Why, is that going to tell me something? Higher healthcare costs and slow economic growth drive an increased structural imbalance in the fiscal year 2028 to 2029 planning estimates. That's in the future. When the general fund budget for the fiscal year 2026-2027 biennium was enacted in May and June, 1.886 billion was left unallocated and available to carry into the next biennium. A larger closing balance in the previous biennium and an increased revenue forecast, partially offset by increases to estimated spending and an allocation to the budget reserve, result in the projected surplus of 2.5 billion for the current biennium, an improvement of 500. Okay. Wait, is that saying that they gained? Don't they still have a surplus? The surplus just got smaller? Or am I misunderstanding this? An improvement of $579 million. The remainder of the change in beginning balance for $9 million statutory budget reserve allocation.
Any man which did upon me, but am
Also, what the fuck is
I
biennium? Biennium. There's 2 years. Okay.
Man, oh man.
Cash flow. Budget reserve. Balance here is positive. So does Minnesota just hold a ton of money in the bank? Is that normal for or is that money owed? There's no way they just hold on to this money and do nothing with it, right? Hold on, there's always a comment like this. LOL, what he just read out went against his whole clarity. When? You mean went against? Okay. I don't know. I truly don't know if this is like an IQ barrier thing or not. Let's assume that there is a wall, and behind this wall, there can be 3 numbers, okay? 1, 2, or 3. And there's an equal chance that it can be any number, okay? 33% chance. If somebody were to ask you, what odds would you need to bet for one number, right? You would be betting, the odds against you are 1 to 3, so you would need to get that much back, 3 to 1, in order for the bet to be worth it, I think, right? So if I were to bet $100, I would need to stand to win $300 for this bet to be worth it. Because if we ran it 3 times, I would expect to lose twice and win once.
Ow.
Does that make sense? To break even? So if we
No.
lose twice, we're down $200. If we bet 100 the third time, we're down 300. We win 300. It brings us back to even, right? So we need
Yes.
to get at least 3 to 1, okay, on our bet in order for this bet to be worth it, right? Does that make sense? Do we make sense here? So somebody says, hey, 1, 2, and 3 behind the door. What odds do you need to bet on one of these numbers? I need at least 3 to 1. Okay. If you give me more than that, then I'm going to make money. If you give me less than that, I'm going to lose money. If somebody comes up and they say, huh, well, I'll bet you 1 to 1. I'll bet you $100, okay, that there is a 1, 2, or 3. They pick one number, that there's a 2 behind this wall. This is a bad bet. It is always a bad bet. It doesn't matter if you win or lose, okay? It doesn't matter if you win or lose.
Doesn't matter.
Choline here is also this crazy in the U.S., or is it only in Europe like that? I think that it probably gets more crazy in the U.S., but I feel like in the U.S. we have more crazy things happening related to fireworks and stuff, so it's not as big a deal to us. So like people will shoot off fireworks for the 4th of July is a big fireworks day, and there's at least one other holiday I think that people will shoot off fireworks for sometimes. They do it for New Year's. What's the other one I'm thinking of? There's one other one where they, like motherfuckers just shoot off fireworks. I don't know why. Super Bowl, they might, maybe. For Veterans Day or Memorial Day, maybe Veterans Day. I feel like I'll hear them go off every now and then. Maybe it's for sports events or whatever. But 4th of July is a big one. So yeah, so we see them sometimes, and it's like, okay.
So when you move into LA,
I'm going
Boys.
I'm trying to get some of that money low key.
True.
I'm opening a fucking Quebec-based daycare. 0 children licensed, and I'm making fucking 20 mil a pop. I don't give a shit. I'm trying to get my fucking pockets greasy, buddy.
Do you understand this joke? China husband must have died recently. Oh, Erica Kirk joke?
Like if there was a equivalent situation where someone was like talking about XQC, it wouldn't drive this much discourse. Like random content creators, like if a random content creator like I don't know, Ron or something, Stable Ronaldo does a collab with XQC, ain't nobody's talking about like how he fucking promoted Donald Trump or does like gambling streams or anything like that, or Speed, any number of these people. But if there's a video of me with Ron, every single comment will be like, I'm so disappointed in you. I can't believe it. They all
Well, because XQC, the Donald Trump and the whatever part, however much you might disagree with it, it's a smaller part of his personality. Maybe not the gambling stuff, but I don't think these people give a fuck about gambling. But for you, you're a politics streamer, so of course people care more about that, right?
become like little SJWs all of a sudden. Wait, what is this? You didn't know? All your ops has this on their Discord servers. All they do is key in Hassan Piker on your social media handles. Wait, what the fuck is this? Why the fuck's he seething so hard? I've never seen this. My favorite reaction is when one of your haters said they must have confused him with Zoran. They didn't cheer for Hassan.
True.
Yeah, no, they thought I was Zoran Mamdani.
They probably did when he was coming out and people are cheering because they think he's coming, and they're like, oh, it's this guy.
Before the clip, you were just telling somebody how nobody out there knows who you are. Why is he so fucking sour?
That's interesting.
Oh, that's funny. What is? Oh, that's good. That's good. What's chat saying? Skip, Collargate, place, skip, place. Go back, schizo. Lol, all Hassan clips. Hassan's America, easy clap.
I need a video.
How the fuck did his
Does Destiny give his take on the weird wall kisser lightweight clip? I haven't seen that one yet.
audience
with a
become
video.
so goddamn reactionary? How is that possible? I just don't get it. It's a blue state. What did they think was going to happen? Law is all Hassan. Get off LSF. Holy fucking shit. The face of someone who can't comprehend that public opinion is drastically different from extremely online Reddit forums. Yeah. I just don't get it. I don't understand how, like, I get why he might be fucking malding and shit, but why the hell are they all malding and shit? What dog do you have in this fight, you know? Daily Hassan
Biz.
segment schizo.
What are the laws like in Nebraska for fireworks? I'm going to go to cool state with lax restrictions, so I celebrate 250 years. My understanding is they're not great because the only thing I ever hear about is going to Missouri to smuggle fireworks back to Nebraska. When I was growing up, at least. Maybe they've changed now. I don't know. But that's always what I heard. You got to drive to Missouri to get the good shit.
I have a question. So how do you guys get around? Like,
Wait.
you know, it's fun.
Tell me. These two don't look related.
let's
The black conservative gun guy, Colin, this guy, Colleen Noir, a little bit.
funny. You know, every year around this time, everybody drops top 5 guns of 2025 and shit like that.
I have a question. So how do you guys get around, like, let's say hypothetically one person is bigger than the other person, one person does this, one person puts in more effort, it's still just
Well, you got to hold each other accountable and say, listen,
Oh, British. What? My bad. Forgot I made that comparison.
I'm putting in a lot of effort here. You guys need to step up because we're even parties. You know what I mean?
I like that. I actually really like that.
It doesn't matter about the size of individuals because
Because
we
the
are a
group is
collective.
more
We're not
important.
individuals here. Yeah.
Yep.
Like
He's part of the
group chemistry
Sidemen?
is what makes the Sidemen. It's not the fact that
Okay.
KSI's got 20 million subs or, you know, Harry's got 16 million subs. It's the group chemistry that people care about. And there's going to be people that watch for me. There's going to be people that watch for Vic. Like, we all bring our own thing to the table.
Phase
Yeah.
split up drama.
You split evenly. You work hard together.
Is Sidemen part of Phase? Is that like a group that was part of Phase? Or is that like a totally different thing? Or is that like non-gaming? I don't know anything about this. No, totally different. Okay. Oh my god, that audio compression. I love it. Yes. What is it, 32 kilobits per second? Oh, compress me more.
I hear you.
I'll give you a ride.
No, I
UK YouTuber group and probably
I
larger
hear
by
you.
Phase. Or larger than Phase by a lot. Okay. Do you see Merc do coke on camera? Nope.
Yeah.
I swear to God.
Sidemen is an actual successful content creator group. The guys talking to him had to leave Phase because they were short financially. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I swear to God. You can trust me.
No, listen, I believe you. I just don't see where am I?
We'll get a drink. And we'll,
I don't-
I mean, we'll come to my house and I have some.
Is he across the street?
What? What about?
I think he's across the street.
Right.
Okay.
Come to my house, Mo.
Thank you.
Women say they want men to pursue more and then get mad when they do. Okay, good one. Got him. The fuck is this? Hold on one sec. Get a Red Bull. My first and last of the day. I can't prove it, but I swear to God, he's a real scrolling. Why the fuck would you assume that? But also, yeah, I was. Hold on. That's a good one, though.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Microsoft Defender antivirus did not find any threats since your last summary. Thank you! Did you go over the Connor Pisco combo? Not yet. I have it open, though.
Now, let's talk about this. On or about April 17th, 2023, Mizkif was in a physical altercation during an owners meeting of OTK, a meeting of its talent equity holders, which required the intervention by myself. So tips out, had to stop a physical altercation and multiple others present to stop Mizkif from further attacking another owner of OTK.
What was this?
Like, who did Miz?
What happened then? Mizkif confirmed it was NMP lol. What happened?
Beat up or fight or get beat up by, I don't know. You know? Who was he fighting? April 17th. All right, now look. 2023, yo, was he on the roids then or what? What was he doing, man?
Oh, that might have been it. Not to talk shit, but did we all did the fuck? What do they call them again? Oh, there's a good meme name for it. Like the roid analysis, there's a name for this. But I feel like natty or not, yeah. I'm pretty sure Miz was juicing a little bit. Maybe a lot of it, but I'm pretty sure it was a little bit.
Do I have to say allegedly or something? Was he on roids? I don't know. Didn't he admit to using steroids? If I'm wrong, let me know in the comment section.
He might have said it.
About September 26, 2023, Mizkif was involved in a second violent incident with another content creator, proportions of which were recorded on a video later publicly released.
Which, by the way, I don't think there's a problem necessarily with it, as long as you're honest about it. The only thing that's fucked up is when people lie about it. When you see some guy getting super big in like fucking 6 months, and he's not even like gaining like any fat. He's just like, he's putting on pure fucking lean muscle mass, and he's like 32 in like 6 months. Like, bro, what? And you're like, well, you know, I'm getting my full 8 hours of sleep now. It's like, okay, chief.
Based on information available to OTK at the time, the incident resulted in serious injuries to the other individual, including reported head and dental injuries, Mitch Jones.
Yeah, my two favorite ones for roid excuses, it's always one, oh no, I used to be really strong back in the day, and then two is, I just have really good genetics, I just have never done anything for it. Yeah, based. Basically, Miz can't take OTK, Mythic, and King to court because he signed an arbitration clause in 2023, so unless the dispute gets addressed off court, the lawsuit can't continue. Oh, did he really sue them when they had an... Oh, that's pretty standard, I think. Usually you have, like, arbitration agreements and whatnot built into these contracts because you don't want... Really, just don't want to ever go to court over this shit. And I think courts like them, too, because then it's less weight on the court as well. Any updates in your case? Nope. Just waiting around for some rulings. I can't believe. I don't know anything about, I guess, like the T levels of people who are on gear. Vegan Gain City was, did he say 4,000 plus? Or did he say 3,000 plus? God damn. But he said that your lower end for pros are like 5,000 plus, so. Idub's wife tells us why she doesn't want to have kids with him.
buzz
of
cut.
fascinating because, like, if I look at you, even in like the viewfinder, extremely masculine chin, which is also why I like the buzz cut because it like emphasizes your chin and your like heavy brow. Like, I would argue you have one of the most. Part of the reason why I don't want to have a child with you is because I'm terrified if we have a girl that she's gonna have all your masculine features.
Brow. Isn't that interesting? I think about that a lot.
Yeah,
I just don't know why you would phrase it like that, but okay.
I have never met somebody who has such an eagle face. Like, you have a very strong brow, which is very attractive on men. To be honest, there's a lot of attractive women that have that as well, like Kristen Stewart.
Yeah.
But combined with
yeah.
me, I think the combination would be bad for a woman.
I think you're tripping.
I don't know.
Okay. Am I stupid, or is that clip not that big of a deal? I mean, you should be aware, I think, of how the perception of your partner, I feel. No? I don't know if I ever brought this up publicly, but I remember when me and Melina were doing even all the Red Pill shows or whatever, for a while, Melina kept floating the idea by me of her saying that we should just say that we have an open relationship, but it's only girls. So then people wouldn't make cuck jokes about you. But I'm like, no, that's retarded as fuck. Why the fuck would I care about what random losers say about me? Like, even Melina was like really aware of all that stuff. It just seems kind of weird to... But maybe these guys genuinely don't give a fuck. I don't know. I don't follow any of their shit enough. I only see stuff from Ethan and LSF, which is probably going to be skewed in one direction. So who knows? Maybe they don't care. The fuck is this? I feel like I'm watching the beginning of a murder video. What? Hello? It's just her doing cocaine? Okay, who cares? Okay. Oh, was this the meme? Ludwig says Ron has to kiss the wall after Aiden Ross bought him basketball tickets.
Ron keep fucking calling me. Does he have no fucking friends anymore? What's going on with him? What? Yeah, I heard Aiden Ross bought you tickets. You got to go kiss the wall now. Hey, enjoy kissing the wall, buddy. You got to fucking pay.
Is it? People saying it's anti-Semitic. The thing is, I would just be so uncomfortable with anybody in this group making any kind of like anti-Semitic jokes. I feel like I would make a joke like this, but I think it's pretty clear that I'm open about my Jesus. I don't give a fuck if they get mad at me. Yeah, I do hate Jews. I can say that. No, I'm just kidding. But I don't care about the joke, but it's funny seeing Ludwig jumping onto every bandwagon once it gets mainstream enough. Paul has officially lost.
Unyielding will.
Huh.
Take this.
What does that even mean? Because Jews are always doing like kind of sneaky shit, and they don't want other people to see it. There's a joke of like if you have a Jewish friend, every now and then you have to turn and kiss the wall, so you can do like weird shit behind your back, and then by the time you turn around, he's not doing it anymore. And then there's also like a secondary meaning to it, because like when they say kiss the wall, that's for goyim. Like Jews can't kiss the walls because their noses keep them too far from being able to do it. So it's like a Jew test as well. Ah! I'm just kidding. Sorry. There's like a holy wall in Israel. But now it sounds like everything I say is out of control. I mix these places up, but if you've ever heard of Al-Aqsa Mosque, okay, it sits on top of the Temple Mount, which is supposedly where old the second temple or whatever of Israel stood. and there's a wall that still stands called the Western Wall, which is like part of that old holy monument, and it's like the most holiest of all fucking relics to all of
I miss him.
Jews in Israel. So, and then that's the Western Wall, or some people call it the Wailing Wall. But if you ever see pictures of people going up to kiss the wall, that's what that wall is.
With honor.
They do call it the Wailing Wall as well, right? Am I making that up? What is the Western Wall? But this is what they're talking about. Earth Cam Live, Western Wall. What? Live? Look, they're kissing it live. That must be Aiden Ross or whoever he bought the tickets for.
It's over. This is the end.
It's a holy site for Christians too. I don't know. Is it? It's not supposedly. What are you talking about? Sorry, it is the remnants of the Western Wall of the first temple or second temple. It's the second temple, right? It's also the place Muhammad ascended into heaven on his magic horse, Alhamdulillah. Maybe. So I've heard there's debate over that where, I don't know, in the Quran or something it mentions like, oh, thank you for zooming in, that like Muhammad ascended to heaven on like the westernmost temple, but some people argue that that mosque couldn't have existed at that point in time, so it's actually not referring to that. I don't know if that's true or not, but I just don't know enough about cringe.
You're an unworthy opponent.
Stop saying goyim. Real Jews shorten that shit. It's just goy, as in saying goyim is goy as fuck. Well, I think technically goy is supposed to only refer to like extra.
Remote.
That's not what tanky means.
Doing a good enough job.
Okay. Then it means whatever you want it to mean.
People
Okay?
being like, I hate you, dog. You shocked your dog, or whatever the fuck they've made up, and keep spamming over and over again, long after the meme has like been dusted off. You know, this is also part of the reason why I think it's really funny that everyone's always like, dude, you're so abusive to your dog.
Oh, what?
Okay.
I'm ready.
True.
Unyielding. Will. Take this. Take this. Take this. Take this.
Destiny, Merc doing coke on stream 70 seconds in, flip the camera around, but you can see a reflection on the wall. I don't care. Cocaine is a weak drug for losers, okay? No one cares. No one cares about cocaine, alright?
Take this. Take this. Take this. Take this. Take this.
Kitty Cart Frenzy.
We're on Maple Drive where dozens of cats have taken to the streets of the local store. You can see behind me the animals weaving into patrol vehicles and officers attempting to corral them.
Time for a counterattack.
It started about an hour ago when a garage full of hobby cars powered on and the cats.
Take this.
Wait, is this real? This is a huge Sora coded? I thought, is Sora not limited videos to like 8 seconds anymore? I thought usually single takes were like 8 second limited, or have they gotten past that now? It says it's from Facebook AI Slop. Oh, so I guess maybe they can do it for longer now?
You're no match for me.
No, you can do fucking 2 minutes or some shit. Oh. Did you ever see a YouTube video a long time ago of a guy that created fake traffic jams on Google Maps by putting like 50 phones in like a little wagon and like pulling them through a city? Wait, cats really drove on the street. Oh, are there cats on these? Oh. Just kidding, never mind. I wasn't watching that closely, never mind, just kidding.
You're an unworthy opponent. Disappear! You think I'm going to miss? Take this. It's over. I'll end this. Unyielding. Will.
Easy.
Care funding to the entire state. The agency says the state received $185 million for 19,000 children, and now that money will be gone. And the agency did not specify
was a good
any
fight.
alternate plans for families who will be affected. DHS and the FBI said they were surging resources to Minnesota to investigate what they called suspected fraud
Surging.
sites. This all comes in response to a viral video posted by a MAGA content creator.
It's
He
to all
claims
states
that he
too, not
uncovered
yeah.
widespread fraud by Somali-run child care centers in the state. CNN is looking into those claims and has not independently verified the accusations, but the Deputy Secretary of Health and Human Services is taking the allegations at face value. Take a listen.
Intrepid journalists have made shocking and credible allegations of extensive fraud in Minnesota's child care programs. We believe the state of Minnesota has allowed scammers and fake daycares to siphon millions of taxpayer dollars over the past decade. Starting today, we require a justification, receipt, or photo evidence before we make a payment.
However, those so-called evidence comes from a man who has posted anti-Muslim and anti-immigrant content in the past. CNN's Whitney Wild speaks to the man.
Fuck, that's a bad criticism. It's not that he's posted anti-whatever bullshit in the past. It's that he's posted poorly researched bullshit in the past. That's the...
For his
Behind that video and takes a look at his claims.
We're from CNN. Can we talk to you? This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley. Back at a daycare in Minnesota, he alleged was a fraudulent facility in a now viral video.
The organization is a left or right issue? But no, fraud is fraud. So I'm not out here trying to put a twist on things.
Shirley's viral video, released over the weekend, in which he says he's uncovering tens of millions of dollars in fraud at Minneapolis daycares run by the Somali community, was retweeted by Elon Musk and Vice President J.D. Vance. In the video, Shirley tries to open locked doors and talk to people at various daycares he claims are frauds. Did you come during their normal operating hours when you came to visit?
I came at 11 a.m., I believe, and I also came the following day, later in the day. The point of it is not whether or not I came at the right time of their operation hours. The point
Okay.
is that blacked out doors, they can't give you any information. You call that number, no one answers. I wasn't trying to go inside. There should be a way for somebody to actually call that number and somebody to be able to answer. These aren't real businesses.
But surely you don't think a daycare should just be unlocked. You shouldn't be able to just walk into a daycare. No, every daycare is locked.
There should be a reception that you can just walk into and it... Why? Should there be? Does there need to be? Really?
And so, okay, you bring up a fair point. Then why can't they actually give me information how to enroll a child?
Federal law enforcement has been investigating fraud in Minnesota for several years. Both Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel said on social media they've indicted dozens of defendants. DHS has posted multiple videos of agents. The FBI Director...
Yeah, but wait, these indictments were for cases 2 or 3 years ago, right? Unless this is a different 98 individuals indicted. More than 60 have been found guilty in court. Oh yeah, this is old. This is not... This is such a lie tweet from this bimbo fuck cunt. The Justice Department has been investigating this for months. For months? And in months, you've charged 98 individuals and more than 60 have been found guilty in court? Holy shit, this is the fastest criminal proceedings ever. In just a few months, you've gotten 60 convictions in court? And nobody's heard about any of these? Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? What a fucking lie.
Kash Patel said on social media they've indicted dozens of defendants. DHS has posted multiple videos of agents they say are conducting a massive fraud investigation. Do you think that federal law enforcement hasn't done enough? I mean, they would say, look, these fraud cases have been going on, but they've already done like 80 indictments. The cases have been going on, for years.
And why did I show up one day in Minnesota and go to all these daycares, no children, they're receiving millions of dollars. We uncovered nearly $110 million in fraud in one day.
How do you know that all the allegations that you're making are true?
Any of them? They're true. Well, we showed you guys what was happening, and then you guys can go ahead and make your own analysis.
We're coming, so we can make our
your own
analysis. Are you 100% sure you're true?
Yeah, I am 100% sure I'm true.
CNN is looking into Shirley's claims.
Hi, my name's Whitney Wild. I'm a correspondent for CNN.
We reached out to several of the daycares featured in the now viral video. Only one daycare facility answered and said they are a legitimate business.
Have you seen the videos, purporting that some of these daycares don't have kids inside?
Minnesota Republicans say despite the new focus
So the others didn't answer. That's what I heard.
from the Trump administration, they have been sounding the alarm on fraud for years.
We have talked about fraud. We've gotten stories. We've tried to push this forward every way that we can.
At the daycare where Shirley showed back up, a stream of children walk inside. You're saying that this is a fraudulent daycare. There's kids being dropped off right now.
Yes, the Commissioner of Children literally said a week ago the place was closed. They're showing face right now.
A viral video, disputed claims, and their full fallout remains to be seen.
Dozens of fraud cases that DOJ is touting began during the Biden administration. Back in 2022, the U.S. Attorney's Office for Minnesota announced 47 indictments for this massive fraud scheme. Since then, they've indicted more than 30 more people, and in total, they have secured at least 56 convictions. Whitney Wild, CNN, Minneapolis.
The group chat is back to talk about...
Well, I don't know what the source is on the, or not the source, but like, I saw that apparently some commissioner in Minnesota said that the place was closed a week ago. That seems to not be true. Who was that lady? And why did she say that? Or what was she talking about? Am I misinterpreting that? Or are other people giving misinterpretations of that?
all of this right now. And Sarah, I want to go to you first. What do we know based on evidence about the alleged fraud in Minnesota and how legitimate and widespread it may be?
Well, I think a lot of people were very apt to believe Shirley's videos because we had indictments in 2022 when reporting first came out about this issue. It was David Fahrenthold, then at the Washington Post, who started to unravel all of these claims. The reason why I think Shirley's post has gone viral among some of the conservative community is because Minnesota is a politically convenient target, not just for the president, but for the party. Obviously, the governor there, Tim Walz, was the running mate to Kamala Harris in the 2024 election. Ilhan Omar has long been a foe of the president, and you noted up top that the ICE immigration raid on Somalis has been a priority for the president. So all of this collectively has made this story something that people want to gravitate to. And in addition to that, previous reporting that uncovered widespread fraud in
Would
Minnesota.
they not be closed for Christmas? No, like I thought that commissioner statement, she made it sound like they were permanently closed.
From years ago also makes people more apt to believe this. Where I think a lot of folks in the media, including you mentioned CNN, which is looking to verify this video, are showing pause and trepidation around Shirley's reporting is just that making sure that it's actually verified that it's showing fraud in a similar way that we all evaluated the initial reporting that came out in 2022.
And Antoine, what does it say about the media landscape at this point when a YouTuber with an anti-immigrant past and posted video with scant evidence, we can say, that launches a federal surge into esteem?
I think there are different types of media.
Can we please get over this cock shit with an anti-immigrant? Who cares? If you want to be racist or bigoted or hate immigrants or hate women, fucking then whatever, bro. That can be your thing. Focus on the journalism. Focus on the factual elements of it. Like, just focus on that. If some fucking anti-immigrant, anti-whatever fuck dude wants to make a bunch of bad videos about immigrants or black people, whatever, fun. Fucking whatever. If they're well-researched and they're good videos, then fine. Fuck it. Orson Scott Card hated fucking gay people, but we all love Ender's Game. Okay, listen. Bigoted people can produce good stuff sometimes, all right? Fuck it. Okay? But focus on the claims.
I think Sarah's right. Truth be told, there's been local reporting on this matter for years. In fact, there were 59 convictions under the Biden-Harris administration, as I understand it. And quite frankly, while there's a lot of attention on the Somalian community, there's a white woman by the name of Amy Locke who was convicted, I think, on several different charges, who was considered the ringleader of this. And many of these daycares have been shut down for other reasons, like their ability not to be able to operate properly in the state. And I think the YouTube video points to one of those who's already been shut down in the past. And quite frankly, I think that the governor has been hamstringed by the legislature for political reasons in order to do more. He was able to shut down the housing stabilization fund and other accusations. So this has become politically convenient, and there's currency in this by this administration to make this a right-wing, red meat, racial talking point about Somalians, and of course picking on Tim Walz. At the end of the day, I don't think anyone wants to run away from accountability, particularly Tim Walz, who's up for re-election in the state next year.
And also, we know, as we mentioned earlier, VP Vance, he retweeted Nick Shirley's video, and President Trump has also been stoking anti-Somali sentiment for a while. Let's listen to some of that.
Look at Minnesota, where Somalians have taken over the economics of the state and have stolen billions and billions of dollars.
And what's happening in Minnesota with Somalia, where billions of dollars is being stolen, right? Like candy from a baby.
So, Terry, I'll ask you, where is all this headed, do you think, now that we have this kind of like resurgence in reporting of the situation, and as well as the attention from the highest office in the land?
Well, I think it's a refreshing change from the Biden administration that was infiltrating Catholic organizations like the Knights of Columbus and classifying parents who spoke at school board meetings as potential domestic terrorists. Look, this is old. I think I saw news stories and videos as far back as 2014, definitely 2018. These claims of fraud are verified. They are credible. They've been trying to do things here. And listen, I think that our justice system needs to be colorblind because
Oh, I see. During Monday's press conference, officials said the Quality Learning Center had closed last week. However, officials later sent a correction, saying the Quality Learning Center had notified DCYF on December 19th that it was closing, but officials learned Monday afternoon they decided to remain open. Oh, okay.
You know, the fraud is not, or I'm sorry, the fraud is colorblind. This is not about the Somalians. I think the reason that it's being focused on the Somalians is because they're the ones committing it. We took these
Also,
people.
apparently it's Somalis, if you want. It's not Somalian. Somalian is not a word you're supposed to use. Apparently it's Somalis, if you give a fuck. Nobody cares, but...
As refugees, and it looks like there's billions and billions of dollars of scam. So hopefully we can get some convictions here and get some justice, because people need this money. People need help with daycare, and no one should be scammed by it, especially taxpayers.
Well, if I can just quickly add, keep in mind Trump University is...
I also, I know that this is, I'm nitpicking, but it's not really a nitpick. We need to have a good mind for scale. That's important, okay? We need to have a good mind for scale. If I tell you that when I go to Wendy's now, it's $50,000 for a fucking cheeseburger. Or I'm paying like $50,000 for these Happy Meals. I'm paying $50,000. That's retarded. Okay, it's $50. All right, $50 is way different than $50,000. Okay, it's not the dollar menu anymore. It's the $1,000 menu. That's a huge difference. Okay, you cannot interchangeably use billions of dollars of fraud with millions of dollars of fraud. Millions is still bad, but billions it's a much larger amount. We're going from like city budget size to like state budget size. It's a huge difference in terms of the scale of fraud.
Also was convicted for fraud, and I would also add that this president has pardoned those close to him who's had
True.
Let's deal with fraud.
True.
And we don't.
Oh, I saw this fucking meme shit. I saw her fucking tweet. These motherfuckers just don't even remember what... It's like when Dave Smith was like, 2020 was the worst year ever for censorship. And it's like, motherfucker, Who was president? God damn it, hold on. Pam Bondi had a fucking banger tweet. Since day one, the Trump administration and this Department of Justice have been fighting to end the drug epidemic in our country. President Trump closed the border. DOJ agents have seized hundreds of millions of potentially lethal fentanyl doses. We are aggressively prosecuting, and then this is the chart she shows. But the issue is these people never remember the correct year, okay? This decrease here, this was Biden. Biden was the president of the United States through 2024, but people just don't remember it. Also, like, some of your big increases here, right? This here is 2020.
I want to be helpful.
Right here, 2020. And then 2021, I'm guessing a lot of this was driven maybe by COVID, maybe? As the fentanyl shit got worse. But like Biden's last numbers here are... I don't know what the average would be. No, probably not better than Trump's 4 years. Damn, they started here under Trump. Or here, what do you say here? 2017. Looks like they went up quite a bit. What's going on with this here? Annual drug overdose death rates by U.S. Census region. Nobody in the West was ODing ever? What, did fentanyl just go to the West? Those motherfuckers went from last place to first place. Holy shit. But yeah, the chart ends in October of 2024.
Raven's cry.
The bottom axis and the heading contradict each other. Wait, how do they contradict each other?
The heavens are angry.
Oh wait, never mind. Oh, okay. Because it goes to 2025, but it stops a little bit short of that, so. Holy fucking veneers.
You see me. However, what I'd like to do now, I'd like to show you some of the very nice woods.
With the raven. Wings of Night. I'm kind of tired.
Are angry.
Can I just say, every single phone's camera should start off with the front-facing camera. Wait, does any iPhone do that? Or does it depend on what you use last? I don't ever want to open my fucking camera and see my crazy fucking face staring at my camera. Ever. I don't ever need to see that, ever. Jesus.
The heavens are angry.
Fraud. Our caucus has been working to expose fraud for years, including working with Nick Shirley and agency whistleblowers to get the information out to the public and to hold the Walz administration accountable.
Wait, but I thought he was an independent journalist that was just doing his own thing.
Well, some of these issues have been reported on previously. The amount of attention and outcry that you are seeing is a direct result of the massive recording in progress from Minnesota taxpayers who are tired of being ripped off by fraudsters. The Walz administration had years to address these issues, but has frequently ignored or downplayed the issues at every turn. During the Feeding Our Future scandal, the Walz administration entered into a stipulation agreement that expedited site review and restarted payments despite knowing that fraud was occurring. Back in 2024, when news first broke about potential fraud in autism services, DHS officials claimed that explosive growth was pretty consistent with other DHS programs. And an assistant commissioner was quoted as saying, "I don't think we're surprised or particularly disturbed by the rate of growth." The Fraud Committee, led by Representative Kristen Robbins, featured a number of these apparently vacant sites in a hearing that took place all the way back in February.
Look at this shit, live from JFK, Sunday in JFK. Look at Rudy Giuliani
former mayor of New York, you nasty, filthy, sloppy, disgusting, filthy fucking animal.
Jesus.
I'm showing it again. Show it again. Shaving yourself in public. You fucking pig. You should be ashamed of yourself. Lock him up, you fucking dog, you.
God damn. Why is he shaving out in a
Fucking animal.
Hold on.
Look at.
Do you think he's in a lounge or do you think he's in just like a random restaurant? It's pretty deep. Like this goes pretty far back. That's normal to do? It's normal to shave and like at a table at an airport? I don't know if I've ever seen somebody do this in my life. I'm sure I've had once or twice. Have you never had to shave while traveling? If I did, I would go to the bathroom and do it. I've seen more people doing it in the bathroom than like randomly in an airport, and I know I've been in more airports than you motherfuckers have.
Filthy fucking animal. I'm sure.
I think it's an old generation thing. My grandpa used to shave in the car in public all the time before he died. Maybe that's why he died, because he was. I'm just kidding. How do you like? What do you have like a warm washcloth to wipe away the hair or whatever? Or I know you used to travel, but nowadays at least it's super common. You're fucking retarded. Stop. I only shave at airport restaurants. Mehek and Thomas are following Nick's lead with the work he's doing in Minnesota and are investigating the Somalian learning centers in Columbus, Ohio yesterday. They did file a police report because in both videos, the Somalian people they spoke with almost destroying Mehek's phone in one and pushing her out the other. I'm glad you filed a police report for both of them. From my point of view, I see in both videos there were no children's footprints on the ground for one, and no daycare center has their boards up blocking what is going on. I would find more if you guys can and get to the bottom of what's going on. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Why is Governor DeWine allowing this in Ohio is my question. We need to investigate more, and I hope Nick Shirley or Nick Sorter pays a visit to help you guys out.
How much does it cost?
The First Choice Childcare LLC.
Can I just say how crazy it is that we've gotten so Zoomer brain that like on a 2-minute video, they have to put the climax of the video in the first 10 seconds in order to get you to watch the video. Oh my god.
Let's say, Christian Brothers.
Wait, hold on. What? You're here. Fast. What do you want? Badermeyer.
Yes, sorry.
Oh,
I'm
boy.
behind in the stream, so
Okay,
I'm catching up.
mute the stream. What do you want? Fast, go.
Yes. Fast. If you are gonna buy CPU, wait, because the X3D, also the X3D2 and 9850 X3D is gonna be released or announced in the January on CES, so which is like around this week.
When do you think it's going to be available for sale?
It's gonna depend on AMD, like how much they wanna push it, cause like it's probably gonna be like golden samples that they gathered basically by the entire production. So it will depend like how fast they can move, because also I don't know if they want to move it fast or slowly. Because Intel is uncompetitive right now, so it depends on.
Wait,
like,
so they could announce it in February and it might not release until like May or June?
Well, no, they will announce it in CES because it got leaked already, and I think Dell also already leaked it like multiple times, like multiple OEMs like leaked build, like they already have like all of them like prepared. So
Okay.
I think it will be available, but also I don't know, like people will tell you that to get like the dual CCD one, but like it will depend. Like you should wait if you're gonna get the dual CCD one, because you use the, I don't know what the software is called to communicate between two computers, but there is issue on the dual CCD architecture that sometimes like the 9950X3D, it only has the fast like X3D memory on one CCD. So the other one is like extremely slow compared to it. So it's basically like bottlenecking it. And if you run software
wait,
that is
just
not
as a
optimized,
back up for one quick second, okay? I'm playing Arc Raiders. Is the 9800X3D going to get capped on this game? Am I seriously going to have issues with that, or?
that's what I wanted to say. No, but like already if you buy 98X3D, it's like probably the best CPU you can get, and it's gonna last. Even like the next one is basically just overclocked better version of it that's gonna get announced. And like the 9950X3D, you shouldn't get it because like there is issues sometimes. That's what I was talking about. That some applications will try to run on the cores that don't have the CCD Vcache, and because of it, it will get bottlenecks. So you would get like FPS drops like insane. Like it will get bottlenecks. Sometimes it depends on the software, and especially software like the one that you use for communicating with the other PC and OBS and whatever that runs like this to communicate with other PCs. There might be issues, and like you don't want to deal with that. So if you want the dual CCD one, it's like gonna be like probably only 10 to 20% increase in power. If you wait for it, it's not gonna be like that crazy of an increase. So if you only use it for games, you should get the 9800X3D 8 core, because it's gonna be already what you need for gaming. If you don't want to use it for like encoding or anything else, so you should only get the 8 core one.
Okay, I'm getting the 9800X3D. Okay, that's what I'm doing then. It should be fine. I don't need this new whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And if you want to save up money on motherboard, I don't know if you do or not, you should only get a B650E motherboards, because as long as it has PCI 5.0 on the main one, it's enough. And yeah, also the
TI.
NSA is not engaged in large-scale data collection.
War in Russia. It's the dumb war in Russia.
r/Asmongold. Since Destiny wants to do a debate so bad, let's not forget how he fared in the past.
Nobody would know dumb jokes that you made to your friend in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Nowadays, everybody's got a cell phone in their pocket that's more powerful than the rocket we send to the moon, and you try to
Holy shit, this is already sped up.
Nobody would have known dumb jokes that you made to your friend in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Nowadays, everybody's got a cell phone in their pocket that's more powerful than the rockets we send to the moon, and you try to pretend that the information we made available to us didn't change? That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. Okay, well, you can talk really fast, but you just said that you think the government is unable to lie, and I think that is really the problem. I didn't say the government is unable to lie. That's literally what you just said. You said that because of modern technology, because of unprecedented insight that didn't exist 8 years ago, now the government is unable to create these large-scale deceptions.
Yes, large scale.
That's what I said. Large-scale deceptions.
Yes.
And once again, you can talk really fast, but that's the crux of the debate. I think the government can lie. You don't think they can. The government has lied. It's been proven. They lied under oath. The Congress has oversight. James Clapper is under oath said in a hearing in Congress that the NSA is not engaged in large-scale data collection, and then they were, because Edward Snowden leaked it. Now you can say, oh, well, the capability of Edward Snowden to leak something proves the government can't keep secrets. What about all the secrets where there isn't an Edward Snowden? They chased Edward Snowden to the ends of the earth. He escaped to Russia, the only country that could give him asylum, effective asylum, where the CIA can't kill him, because Russia's protecting him with the Russian national security apparatus. But and they've extradited Julian Assange for publishing those secrets, and they're torturing him on an airplane probably somewhere. So don't tell me, oh, the government can't keep secrets. TWA 800 in 1996 was shot down by a fucking missile. 250 eyewitnesses saw it. So don't tell me, oh, the government can't keep secrets. TWA 800 in 1996 was shot down by a fucking missile. 250 eyewitnesses saw it. They found residue from a missile on the wreckage of the plane. And when CBS got a hold of it, the Fed came in and said, that's evidence, we're confiscating it. And by the way, you're going to jail for taking a piece of evidence away from a crime scene. And then all the news media aired an animation which was created by the government that said, oh, all those 250 people that said it was a missile, what they really saw was the plane exploding and falling down. It was an optical illusion. And then it just went away. But it's well documented, and there's a million things like that. The OK City bombing, the JFK assassination, 9/11. Well, all of those things were
All of these are older than what I'm talking about. Also, I don't think the JFK assassination, as much as people may want it, I don't think there's any whatever bullshit people say there was there, and they have yet to produce any evidence of that. I mean, I stand by my original point. I just think it's hard, bordering on impossible, for the government to engage in large-scale deception. I don't know. I don't think any of this has proved that, but okay.
Conspiracies, all of this information, 9/11 and JFK. I'm curious. Can you...
But I guess this is me getting crushed in a debate. Destiny's a grift who's only capable of at all inning on every logical idea in the marketplace. What a contrarian take, even to his detriment. But here he had nothing to say as he gets hydraulic pressed by his opponent. Well, this was Nick doing a ramble. What was my response to this? He just needs to shut up and slob more knobs on video. Based. The moment he realizes he lost the debate, he shifts so hard onto pointing out a flaw in something someone says. Moving past the current debate, he just lost. Trying to take credibility away from his debater. Giggles. Those are all conspiracies. Let's all laugh at how crazy Nick is now and forget that he just dismantled my entire argument. I don't think the government ever lies. That is my point. Speaking of the Wall Street Journal, Trump claimed he takes high doses of aspirin, which he says is why his hand bruises so easily, despite doctors advising him to take less. He refused, citing superstition. They say aspirin is good for thinning out the blood, and I don't want thick blood pouring through my heart, Trump said. I want nice, thin blood pouring through my heart. Does that make sense? Okay, so it's not the handshakes, I guess? Listen, we cheer him on for it, okay? Keep doing it, bro. Ayn Rand's husband fired off thousands of dollars worth of mortar rocket fireworks on New Year's in the early morning hours, and the neighbors are not happy at all.
He's very angry. What? Pretty sure that guy's a fan. Encore, as they say. Holy shit. It ended up being like 6K, and its market value like 7,400. Wow, what the hell? Fire extinguishers are a scam, man. I want to wake up the dead. Damn, dude, fire extinguishers are such a scam. Are you serious? Is that cilantro? I think that's cilantro. We're not to be fucked with.
Demonic judgment!
Every top expert has said this is a
U.S. Congress moves to eliminate online privacy and institute online mass surveillance and censorship. I haven't looked enough into her funding and how Qatari aligned or whatever she is, but all of her takes on like internet censorship are really, really, really hard to explain like rationally. Like anytime somebody talks about like censorship, she brings it back to her positions are just so hard. What was the last one she was arguing when Europe was trying to ban like cell phones from kids or social media, limiting social media access to children? She was like, they're just trying to prevent kids from learning about the truth about Israel Palestine. Her positions on everything are just crazy. I don't know. I have to figure out her like ideological alignment better to even begin to analyze the weird shit she says. She's just gotten some wild shit. This shit is a genuine terrorist attack.
So how do you decide who gets the lip?
We're able to split it. Be rampant in Minnesota. First.
Or just get stuff from pharmacies. Check the.
There were
Shall we?
The I would have
Do its eye holes. I got it.
I love your
Here's Hawaii. We're so
procedure or like meta.
that isn't a message in their agenda.
the liberals on that words, and it's something
Sensitive issues, perhaps.
for the chatter. Just whenever you're talking
Today.
Mark Galena, liquid cooling more efficiently distributes heat over more convection surface area.
Take this.
And increased fan speeds for higher critical power. I mean, it just depends on the size of your radiator, right?
With honor. Take this. It's over. Tearing through.
Okay. You said you were gonna stop covering this mission, but it's coming.
I just have one question.
Yeah.
Why are you cultivating a community of snarkers in your community?
because I don't police them enough.
Yeah, so don't you think that you have an obligation to moderate your community?
No.
What?
Hey, what are you talking about? You don't actually believe this.
Wait, hold on. No, sorry. The real answer is I don't think the people in my chat actually really are snarkers. I think
No, just answer this very simply. How much has GB super chatted to you in the last 3 months? Would you say?
1,500.
Unworthy opponent.
Damn. Oh, Andy super chatting. Wait, how much is Doobie seriously trying to buy out my entire old orbiter sphere?
$1,500. And what? You think he's just doing that for no reason?
No, he's doing that because he wants me to agree with them.
Haven't you ever stood back and thought about why these people are congregating in your community?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So why do you think that's happening?
Because okay, if you want my no bullshit, I'm echoing. Damn, I might need to find. Oh, I don't even have headphones. Okay, old school. You're gonna have to deal with the echo. I'm gonna have to mute myself. Okay. So, Pisco, just whenever you're talking, I'm gonna mute myself, and it might just take me a second to respond to you. So, what I would say is, unironically, there are people who want me to come over to the J-Stock side. They want me to disavow Destiny, say he's a piece of shit, say that he manages his personal affairs terribly, that he's abrasive and abusive and emotionally callous and a reptile and this, that, the other. And so
What am I
as a
looking
result,
for in this
those
game
people
anymore?
do exist. And some of them donate, some of them don't. Then
You
I
understand
would
these people are literally responsible for some of the most deranged fucking stalking behavior that you've
I'm
ever
ready.
seen in any community, right?
Wait, are all of these people super active in all of Connor's community? I mean, if that's the case, I've never seen it before. But I mean, it could be, and maybe these people just aren't in those, and so I don't have members that send me DMs from Connor's community. But
Take this. But these people will go to lengths to dox and attack people's families. They are horrible.
But I think it's also different too in that I feel like Connor's position on me is pretty clear, and I feel like Connor pushes back against people that have an unhinged hatred for me as well.
People that you're allowing to fester in your community.
I think you would have to bring up individuals because I've had Riled Kitten House on stream where we had a tough conversation, and then Doobie hangs out, but I don't really know of any other people besides Doobie who don't like. There's people who don't like Destiny, but they don't like Destiny, but I don't think they engage in snark
I see
behavior.
your chat, dude. I've seen parts of your chat where people are saying all sorts of crazy shit. And if that shit was in my chat about you, you know I'd be moderating.
What?
Are we?
Wait, so he doesn't moderate stuff about me, but he does moderate about Connor? Or is Pisco role-playing as me in this conversation, saying I would moderate it?
Doing a thought exercise? What are we doing right now?
I'm not telling you to ban anybody.
Why haven't you moderated? You can't. Why is your community like that?
His role playing is me.
This feels like a thought exercise, not an actual conversation.
No, I'm asking why you are cultivating snarkers. Why are you allowing snarkers? Oh, end this.
Well, number one, because it's funny. But number one, it's funny. Number two, so hold on. So for the sake of this conversation, because I don't know if we're going to wrap and this is going to be like a metaphorical point, or if we're actually going to continue with this line of conversation for the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Role-playing is
Are we going to continue with this line of conversation for the next 5 to 10 minutes? Because I'll answer it earnestly. I don't know.
Answer it earnestly.
Okay. I have a relatively pretty pro-free speech perspective in my chat. Matter of fact, you can be a Nazi, you can be a piece of shit, you can hate Destiny, you can have a different take on the Red Sea crisis, you can like Hassan Piker. The one thing that will actually get you banned super quick in my chat is being a smug bitch. That's like the fastest way. Like, you have free speech, but you can't be smug to me.
People are making insane accusations of people. You don't moderate that. You don't give a duty to moderate that and ban these people.
You'd have to give me an example, because even with like
why would I have to do that? Well, I don't watch all your shit, right? But people know. People. I mean, come on, people tell me.
I think the biggest guy who dislikes. There's a couple of Groypers who dislike Steven. I think that Doobie is the only person who makes points about Steven, and some of the points he makes, I think, are a little hyperbolic. Hold on, I'm almost done. Thank you.
You let Doobie stay in your community?
Yeah.
Okay. Why should you do that?
Well, I mean, if Steven wants to donate $1,501, then I'll ban Doobie.
Wait, really?
That's it? It's just money for you?
Yeah.
It's not cultivating the community.
I mean, it's also entertaining.
Oh, okay. That's all it takes, and then you're good. So you think you fulfilled a good standard of moderation?
Yeah, I relatively speaking like freedom of speech and freedom of conscience.
Interesting. You know what? I've had a change of heart, Connor. I agree with you. I think that I also.
It's kind of funny because Pixar's like trying to trap him, but I guess the two big differences in my mind are that one, well, I mean, fucking Connor's position on me is pretty clear. Like Connor is critical of things that I do, which is fine, and like he said them to me privately and he said them to me publicly. But Connor also like still like will come on my stream or hang out with me in real life, and I'm guessing, I guess I haven't seen it, and it's possible that I've just totally missed it, but I've never gotten all these DMs or crazy things of like crazy shit being said about me in Connor's chat, or you know, with Connor kind of sort of just like co-signing it or not saying much or just being like coy about it. Like Connor's being pretty honest about it, like, oh, this doobie dude donates me a fuck ton of money, but like, yeah,
like to cultivate communities with free expression and open dialogue, and I largely think that that's like okay to do, and I don't think it means that you're intentionally cultivating a community of snarkers. What do you think about that?
Oh, that just happens to be Pisco's position. That's my position, bro.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think the
that's
guilt by
definitely my
association stuff
position.
is cringe,
True.
and we used to criticize the fuck out of guilt by association a few years ago.
Sure. So do you have any problem with my moderation style?
No. As a matter of fact, I think your moderation style is looser than my moderation style. Like
really?
you tolerate
careful.
You tolerate more dickheads.
That's not what
at least
Pisco
as
wanted
far as
to
I
hear.
understand. There are people who piss you off to the point that I would have just banned them. Like if somebody's being like a smug, snarky bitch, and I'm not even saying snark like a drama frog who hates somebody else. I mean snark as in like they have this holier than thou attitude. A holier than thou attitude, despite me having it. I'm the streamer. You're the chatter. If you're acting holier than thou, you're getting fucking banned. So, and I think you tolerate those people, at least as far as what I've seen.
Sure. No, I
That's not his
tolerate
point.
it. I'm gonna level with you, Connor. I was being a little bit facetious when I just interrogated you.
I figured. It sounded exactly like the line of argument.
What is he asking? Fuck, I was gonna take that.
That has been used against you for still being tepidly friendly with people who dislike Steven.
Yeah, well, it depends on who you're
Tepidly friendly is a way to say it, but okay.
talking about. There are some people with whom I'm friends who I think dislike Steven, but guess what? He is
Dislike
friends with people who don't like
Steven?
me, and you have friends who don't like me, and I have friends who don't like you. And guess what? That's called human society. That's
Oh
called
my
like
God.
we're living all in a society. Now, if there are people
He's brain
who
broken,
are
guys.
using your communities to do illegal or TOS stuff or that violate your rules, I'm sure
Right,
you
right,
have
okay.
and will moderate that, won't you?
No time like the present
Yeah,
to dive
absolutely. Matter of fact, the thing that Steven was talking about as far as like the worst things that have happened to him, doxing, swatting, IRL harassment, digital harassment, emails, all that kind of stuff, those would be the fastest. If somebody told me and showed me some evidence that somebody in my community had done that stuff, that's the fastest way that they're going to get banned. Just as an example, though, I will bring this up. There's the Senpai, Seipa, whatever that
Seiba,
guy's name
sexual guy?
is, who emailed that girl's family. Even if on principle, I thought that Steven should, figure out his civil case, whatever reason, like, maybe he's done some wrong things there. On principle, I would view that as touching the poo, and I would ban
What?
Seipa or Sita or whatever that guy's name
What,
is.
Mom?
Standard than Peace Coast moderation.
Lay down.
Platform conduct.
Yeah, Fatso.
Yeah, I mean, because if that's what he's willing to do, where he's willing to touch the poo proverbially, I don't want him touching the poo in my community's name.
Well, I
Are you
think
going to
that
moderate
there's
all off-platform behavior now?
perhaps a certain line of people that it would make sense to preemptively ban. If you are someone, for example, let's say that you don't want to wade into those kinds of issues because you said before that there are good reasons why you shouldn't do that. I think that you would agree, given that profile of someone who doesn't want to wade into those substantive issues, perhaps, that to preemptively ban on the basis of wading into those issues would sort of counter the whole point of that person's stance, right?
I'm not sure if I fully understand you, but actually, could you say it again if you want me to understand it? Because I'm not sure if I understand it.
Assume that like there were a set of issues that you had, for responsible reasons, chosen not to get into, and the only basis to preemptively ban a person were to wade into those issues and make some kind of disposition on those issues. That to do so would itself be wading into issues in which you've been taking a principled stance not to get involved. You follow that?
Oh yeah, this is actually one of the things that happened during the Mr. Girl drama in 2022, where I actually agreed with Steven on. I think a house is a man's castle. I think a man's chat is a man's castle. I think a man's Discord and Reddit is a man's castle. And therefore, if there is a topic that somebody is repeatedly dragging towards, and it's something that you want to avoid as a community or as a streamer, then yeah, you're a king. I tell my mods all the time, if there's somebody who's pissing me off, I'm like, mods, twist his balls. And then those people get banned.
Well, I just want to say that I respect your position here. It doesn't sound like you have any problem with how I'm cultivating my community. However, I'm taking a look at potential issues, and so people say things to me. And so if there are DGG mods...
Does the silly serious hate you now? She's always said she's a girl's girl, so I can imagine she's on Doe's side. I have no idea. I haven't communicated with her in a year or whatever. Is my guess. I don't know. So probably, maybe, who knows?
Who want to apply to be a mod in my community, I welcome their applications. In fact, I'm taking the time to go and seek out some mods myself. And if they would like to join the modding team in the Peace Corps, we will entertain their applications to do so, to see what great and wonderful suggestions they can bring to the moderation team here.
My beef with your community, actually, or my beef with your content, so to speak, is actually something that makes your content more entertaining. But it's effectively like, I think that you and the liberals or whatever are playing footsie with leftist freaks who should be ultimately like yelled at and screamed at and bullied out of public life. But, you doing those things makes the content more interesting. So we disagree. I think that you should take a pro-leftist bullying stance. But then I get to bully you about not bullying the leftists, and then boom,
Yeah,
we
but
got
I
content.
don't understand what you're talking about. I just don't understand what you're talking about. Like, I play footsie. You're just talking about Mamdani AOC. That's all.
Mamdani, AOC, Vanguard, Aaron.
Wait, so you must have condemned Rokana. Did I hear you say it?
Yeah, I mean, I've said that I like Rokana for XYZ ABC, but I also don't like him for XYZ
Wait, what
ABC.
are you talking about? He just had a fucking sit down with Hassan Piker. Did you see it?
Yeah,
Or
I
did you miss
condemn that. Fuck him for that.
Oh, but you might still support him.
Oh my god. Pisco is torturing this analogy so much. This is the same thing that, like, they do on the logistical Discord server. They used to. I don't know if they do anymore. But this whole, like, oh, so like, hey, my issue is your community seems to be absolutely full of people that are engaged in real life harassment, spreading crazy, disgusting rumors about me, lying about me constantly, infecting and flooding other communities, and trying to get this whole community to hate me. And it's like, oh, well, didn't Ro Khanna, the congressman, talk one time to Hassan Piker, who you also think is disgusting? But you're saying you would still talk to Ro Khanna? Well, isn't that kind of the same exact thing? It's like, are you retarded, my friend? What the fuck? Hello? Really? Okay.
You know why I
Fucking
support him in
You
his efforts in
fucking
the
hypocrite.
Epstein
You
files. The
fucking
same way.
hypocrite. There is no through line into what you're talking about here. You will take issue with me hanging out with the Vanguard on Live and Learn when they're coming in and being grilled by Hutch and me actually opposing them. But when Ro Khanna has a fucking masturbation session with Hassan Piker, you're like, oh, I'll condemn that. You're such a hypocrite on this.
This is
All right,
so
well,
retarded. It's
I'll say
retarded.
it.
This is so
I'll say it.
retarded.
Fuck Ro Khanna on that. Fuck you
On that.
for
on that.
hanging.
But you don't. Is he pussyfooting the way I am?
Probably. I haven't watched the content.
Oh, holy shit. So you think he went on there on Hasanabi's podcast and was more combative than I was with Vanguard and with Hutch there on Live and Learn?
No, I doubt it. But hold on. Let me actually articulate a sentence so we can get past memes. So the thing that
I'm not memeing. This is that the previous part was a meme. This is real. I don't think that you have any good standard that you're applying here. I think that you
this is it's the same way.
People, yeah.
So it's the same way with Thomas Massey. Okay, Thomas Massey was Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey are both the authors of the Epstein bill. The whole reason why we are absolutely, as a anti-Trump coalition, annihilating the Trump administration is because of legislation that was authored and pushed through by Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey. And so in that degree, they have my support. However, Thomas Massey is also like a schizophrenic fiscal conservative who legitimately believes in chemtrails. He thinks chemtrails are a thing. He's almost as crazy as Marjorie Taylor Greene. And so he doesn't have my support in that regard. And then same
but if
thing.
If it was Thomas Massey versus Ro Khanna for president, who'd you vote for?
Yeah, Thomas Massey all day.
Yeah. So then, what good is this? What good is this bullshit? You're basically suggesting
I like libertarians more than I like socialists or social democrats. Yeah.
It's Ro Khanna. He is in a tech fucking utopia over there in capitalist California.
Then he should stop playing footsie with socialists, and then maybe he'll get my vote.
Maybe your read on this podcast circuit shit, maybe that's what's fucked. Maybe you're unable to distinguish when
maybe the liberals are being fucking pussies where they have a leftist travel to an authoritarian nation that I would say has arguably demonstrated such morally egregious behavior that they're comparable to Nazi Germany before the Holocaust was discovered. And you guys are playing footsie with the guy. Maybe that's what's happening.
The thing is,
maybe your analysis would hold weight if it were a Democrat that was sent there instead of Hassan Piker going there. And maybe it would work if the Democrats, I don't know, was part of this like long-standing bipartisan consensus against China. And I don't know if it weren't Joe Biden and all the Democrats who signed on to a bipartisan TikTok ban for the sole purpose of trying to stymie influence from allegedly from China. You know, some people have their other conspiracy theories about why the TikTok ban was put into place, but I would maybe take your criticism more seriously if it was, I don't know, tailored to Democrats as opposed to Hassan Piker. But the conflation between them never stops for you, does it?
Dude, if I had a map, because they do this with like Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, it would be like a red line directly from one character to another character. Okay, so saying, how dare you, my pearls, I must clutch them. How dare you associate the Democratic Party with the extremities of Hassan Piker's rhetoric? And
Connor's mad because people like Pisco will basically play buddy-buddy with people like Hassan, yeah.
Then, like, the tie line is Rashida Tlaib, AOC, Bernie Sanders, Ro Khanna, you. Like, dude, it's so easy. It's so easy. Dude, all I have to do is I have to take the red string and I go like this and I'm done.
You don't do it for DeSantis. You don't do it for DeSantis. You don't do it to
I do.
Considering no, you fucking don't. Not with any bass in your voice. Not with any bass in your voice. You don't do it for them.
That's I like conservatarians more than I like socialists. Shocking for a Republican.
Yeah, no, but what you're suggesting is a direct through line to policymakers. This is Trump in the White House, Trump with control over the government, Trump with control, a lot of exercising control over the ideology of his base, where it's clearly top down from one direction. What's that direction? MAGA, comparing to some Democrats who are using Hassan's platform to spread their message and their agenda, and who are taking his audience and clearly extracting from him. You are comparing those two relationships and saying, I'm more troubled by a podcast appearance.
But by the way, we've already had this argument 3 times, so I don't know if I want to have it again.
Okay,
I thought you were gonna come in and you were gonna say, "Oh man, I disagree with your characterization." Well, I guess you're not watching the content, which is fine. It's fine. I don't expect you to watch my content.
I was fucking around with that.
But I was what was it? I was just watching PF Young and Destiny fight over Nick Fuentes and whether or not liberalism has failed, and then also fighting about like the historical support for the Zionist vision of Israel. So that's what I thought we were going to fight about, but that's okay.
Oh no, you think I'm going to fight about Israel with you?
I mean, we could if you wanted to. Matter of fact, I have a drawing. Do you want to see my drawing?
Finish what you were going to say, and then we'll get
this
into
poor
your
guy.
Yeah. So anyways, what I've argued previously, which I still think is true, is that the right wing used excuses in order to justify their relationships with crazy people. But what happened was the crazy people were so powerful and so clouded up because they got hooked into the mainstream that as a result, they started to have to listen to the crazy people. And that's how we've ended up where we've ended up. And what's happening is I don't see that as extreme on the left wing. But whenever I bring it up in reference to the left wing, you say, oh, no. We're doing exactly what MAGA did 10 years ago, but we're different. We're built different. We're not going to fall into the trap. And I think it's fucking stupid. I think it's stupid.
I think that you just see Trump and Hassan as the same kind of figure with the same kind of influence that they have. And you're seeing this like specter that isn't a threat. It is not a threat.
Okay, I think okay. Is Hassan Piker, yes or no? Is he the largest alt media political commentator in the Western world?
No.
Who's bigger?
Asmongold.
Asmongold's bigger.
Besides Asmongold, though.
Okay. That's actually true.
You agree?
Yeah.
Is Hassan number 2?
I don't know. He's up there.
Oh my god.
Okay, he's up there. Anyways, let's just put it at top 5, top 10 or whatever.
Okay.
Tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people simultaneously believing that advocating for social democratic policy and also that you should sweep for all the authoritarian socialist regimes of the 20th century is repulsive to me. Okay, disgusting.
True.
This would be like, I don't know, the Republican Party cozying up to Nazis.
True.
It would be something like that.
True.
So the fact that my
you understand
options
that the
are...
fight right now in the Republican Party is...
No, I mean, that's the fight.
I like how, I don't know if this is intentional or not, or maybe it is. I think one of the most kind of like tricky things that Pisco does, I don't know if this is intentional or not, is that he's so good at having conversations on like, I guess it's kind of what people accuse me of doing, funnily enough, is he has so many conversations on like process and procedure or like meta conversations that he never actually gets to the substance on anything because it's always bogged down in these stupid like meta worlds. I don't know if Pisco actually agrees that Hassan does do bad rhetoric or that the messages or the message that Hassan has is like harmful or that he sims for authoritarian regimes, because I don't know if he's ever even talked about that. I feel like he always lets people skirt past it and then he does these like weird comparisons, or he talks about, like he said this word a lot, influence. Like he's trying to say influence so that he can get to like viewership numbers or overall amount of I guess like people that agree with them so that he can skip past dealing with the Hassan question and just talk about like the conservatives, you know?
Right? Because we did what I'm warning you against.
Yeah, and you know what the fight is on the Democrat Party? What's the fight right now? Kamala Harris versus Gavin Newsom versus fucking Josh Shapiro. That's the fight among Democrats.
Yeah, but dude, you always do this thing.
3 days ago. Okay. Interesting, I guess.
Like liberals and Democrats always do this thing where they're like, when we're not talking about these characters being like large in the zeitgeist, we're so ooh-woo, we're so cute, we're so kawaii, we're so small, why are you even attacking the socialists, this, that, the other? And then when the socialists do something that's huge, you're like, well, you know, there's different things happening in America right now. Yeah, you make material excuses for it. What
power do they have? Mamdani has endorsed Hakeem Jeffries. Mamdani is building a relationship with Kathy Hochul. Mamdani is going to work within the system. And he's the best he's got. And
yeah, I still think the mainstreaming of socialism and communism is inherently poisonous. And if Mamdani governed the way that he was tweeting in 2019, then if this was the Vietnam War, then we should fight him with guns.
He would govern like Karen Bass. He would govern like any one of these other Democrats who, when they went very, very, very woke and far too left, they got fucking pummeled in the next elections, even by their own Democrats. They were, elections, taking them out of office for some of the allegations and shit and accusations.
Dude, it's the same analogy. Unfortunately, we've already had this conversation. So if you want to have it again, we can. But I do find it a little tiresome. The analogy, which I said last time we talked about this, it's like having a house cat that you just feed over and over again, and depending on how much you feed it is how big it gets. Right now, I see you guys feeding a house cat, and you say, hey, it's a house cat, don't worry about it. But what I'm saying is that if you keep feeding this house cat, it's going to become the size of a tiger, and it's going to eat your fucking face. And you're like, well, what's your evidence that if I continue to feed this house cat, it's going to eat my fucking face? Meanwhile, I'm over here, and a tiger is fucking wrapping its fucking bladed fucking teeth around my throat. And I'm like, don't do what my political team did. Don't get eaten by the tiger. And you're like, nah, I got it.
I love your
Here's some meat.
Analogy, right? So,
Here's some meat. Here's some meat, little cat.
So perfect. Your analogy is so perfect, right?
Thank you.
So guys, listen to Connor's analogy because it actually is for once. Perhaps we'll look at this drawing, but for once, Connor's analogy is great. There's a tiger around his throat, and you are over there petting a kitten. He's like, please, please stop petting the kitten.
Because I'm getting eaten by a fucking tiger, and I don't want to. I'm punching this tiger in the eye sockets repeatedly as it's mauling my throat, and you're like, dude, I'm gonna make another tiger for you to fight.
The kitten.
No. But you're like, hey, I'm gonna make another tiger for you to fight 5 to 10 years from now. Do you think fighting one tiger is fun? Do you know what's even better than one tiger? 2 tigers. So I'm gonna make another one for you to fight.
You want to know the difference about this cat? This cat has one leg. It has the cat version of, I don't want to say it. Fuck. It's a low IQ.
It's got feline
cat.
AIDS.
It's very beautiful. Everyone loves the cat, but the cat's not going to be a tiger. All right. It's a tabby cat. It comes as a cat.
Okay. Well, if it has 3 legs and it's got HIV, put it down. Stop petting it.
Okay, then how about we worry about the tiger that's attacking us?
I am worried about the tiger. I'm punching it in the eyes and jamming my thumb into its eye holes. That's what I do all day.
But you're also scratching the back of the other tiger right behind it. That's also a fully grown tiger. And you're like, please save me from the little cat.
Well, that's because power.
Like, Pisco's hiding behind this weird thing of like the left have no political power and the left will never be influential in anything ever, and so it's okay. Like, that's the argument that he's putting forth. But I think his true argument, like internally, I think he thinks that the stuff they stand for isn't that bad. That like if you were to break down all the Sunpikers' beliefs, you would agree with like 98% of it, and maybe there's a little bit of problematic stuff. That problematic stuff will never grow. That's what it sounds like his true position is. But he's trying to market it as though he's saying like, well, no, I just don't think these people will ever be politically relevant, which they might not necessarily be politically relevant, but the issue is how much of the fucking media landscape they end up poisoning, which is very unfortunate.
Pours a vacuum.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means. All right,
so there's good tigers and bad tigers. There's tigers that will eat my enemies, and there's tigers that will eat me.
Pisco was super quick to say Hassan was bad for his insane takes when he talked to me when I gave examples. Oh, cool. I got a whole fucking thing on you. We might watch after this. I would have to see how he does it, but I feel like I'm trying to think if I've heard Pisco do this. Other people have done this. I worry sometimes that he does a thing. Is this Pisco? Am I inventing this? Someone else does it. Where somebody's like, okay, well, what do you think about like Donald Trump? Doesn't he do crazy stuff? And like, oh, no, hold on. I want to be clear. I don't support Donald Trump. I think it's really bad when he calls people bad names. I think it's terrible when he makes fun of world leaders. I think that the way that he has, conducted his personal life is abysmal, right? And it's like, okay, you did a lot of disavowing there, I guess, but like none of it was actually over the real important stuff that I would want to hear a substantive disagreement with. Now, maybe he did in the examples that you gave. I don't know. I'd have to see for Hassan, but like, that would be a thing I would be curious about.
So Jen Wink, who I know is known in our community.
Yeah, she's snitching on your community. She's like, they're talking crazy shit over there.
I don't know. Fuck. Do you think Connor isn't trying to end MAGA? No, I think Connor's trying to end Trump. Connor is considering supporting JD Vance, considering supporting Ron DeSantis. That's MAGA. Connor is not trying to end MAGA. He just doesn't like Trump.
No, and also, yeah, you're right, because MAGA isn't going away. We've already had this conversation again.
Right. So
what motivates MAGA?
What you're trying to take MAGA and make it a little bit more palatable and be like JD Vance corporate adjacent. That's what you want. That's what you what do you want?
All right, so I'll just say it instead of asking Socratic shit. So I think that the reason why populism is working in our current political environment is because of shitty wealth inequality, rapid demographic change, existential technological shifts, and the dissolution of the social fabric. I think those are the 4 things that are motivating MAGA and motivating left-wing populists. And so as a result, I don't think MAGA, the movement that is motivated by these 4 things, I don't think they're going away. I do want a more competent, technocratic political leader to address wealth inequality, rapid demographic change, existential technological shifts, and the dissolution of the social fabric.
You just want to create an ideological framework to use MAGA. That's what you're doing.
So do you. That's politics, baby.
No, I want to destroy my enemies. That's what I want to do.
No, you don't. You want your enemies to become your friends. This is a democracy. What? You're gonna get a gun and you're gonna go shoot MAGA? Get the fuck out of here.
No, not fucking violently, you idiot. I want to destroy.
Yeah, you want to convert them to your political tribe.
I don't. The MAGA ideology. I want to destroy that. I want it to discredit it. I want it to be out of power.
You're not going to. Matter of fact, Zoran Mamdani, you know what his favorite thing was that he said during the Trump press conference where they mutually glazed each other for 45 minutes? He said, "Oh, it was actually crazy, Mr. President. People walked up to me on the streets of New York and they said that they voted for Trump in the general, but or for the presidency, but they voted for me at the city level. Do you know why? Because they're both economically populist. That's why."
Do you watch like advertising like, oh my god, I didn't know that this was better than the leading brand? It's called pandering. That's not MAGA ideology. That's the ideology I want to end. I'm not trying to talk about like rounding up people or anything.
Okay, are you trying? Okay, I'm trying to end economic populism. You know why? I want the people to be so happy that they don't even want economic populism. That's what I want. I want to design a technocratically competent society to the point that the working class and middle class don't want to rebel because they actually like their lives. I want to lull the proletarian class to sleep. I don't want them to be revolutionary. I want the proletarian class to work 40 to 50 hours a week. I want their wife to not work at all or work part-time. I want them to be able to afford a reasonable standard of living and afford having children. And I want their kids to go to good schools, and I want their kids to have decent economic opportunities to the point that the slumbering proletarian giant that Hassan Piker and Zoran Mamdani want to shake away to the point that they can overthrow the economic system. I want to pet that giant's back until he's lulled into beautiful sleep.
So if that's the case, what's wrong with Ro Khanna going on to Hassan's stream to lull the populist tiger asleep?
Well, I have to actually watch the content.
Oh, so there's nothing inherently wrong with going on Hassan and doing a little belly rub as long as you're trying to lull the populist tiger to sleep. Isn't that what you're doing?
Okay, but is he smart enough to do that? Because most of you guys are not smart enough to do that.
Fuck you. This is all ad hoc. You're inventing new things. When you realize...
Like, Pisco's saying this, he's doing this now. Like, you're inventing new things. But, like, if Pisco's being good faith, like, this is always the case, right? Like, when you talk about, like, bad platforming of people, or you're talking about agreeing or disagreeing with somebody showing up on somebody's stream, obviously that's going to be contingent on the interaction, right? Like, if Connor super fucking hated Ro Khanna because of some things that he stood for or some things that he said, and he's like, well, Ro Khanna was on Destiny's stream, and when Ro Khanna comes on my stream, it's just me arguing with, Ro Khanna the entire time disagreeing with everything, obviously Connor's not going to have a huge problem with that, right? But if it's me glazing him or agreeing with him on everything, then Connor's probably going to have a much larger problem with that. But that's almost like obvious, like that's like a given. So to sit here and pretend that like, oh wait, so now you're saying it depends on the interaction, it's like, come on, obviously.
Your entire framework for what you're talking about is absolutely compatible with having amicable podcasts with lefties you don't like. You're like,
see, now he's... Pisco just added that part. Amicable podcasts, right? Well, hold on. Are you talking about... What do you mean by amicable? Does that mean glaze sessions? Where you guys are just there glazing each other? Or does it mean debates? Or does it just mean chatting about stuff you just happen to not... Like, what does that mean, right?
Shit, I have to come up with some other reason to distinguish my criticism of Pisco and all these
people
I
in
the Vanguard.
No, I think this is bullshit.
It is.
Not only... No, this is total bullshit because I said, in reference to the Vanguard thing, nobody gives a fuck that you're talking to the Vanguard. Nobody would give a fuck if you went onto Hassan Piker. The question is whether or not you would actually differentiate your positions to the point that you guys don't seem like you're friends.
Yep, true.
That was the criticism.
Yep.
Wait a second. So the Hassan... We'll talk about whether that's a criticism that's the last. Does Hassan's base, do the people who watch him, do they have genuine economic concerns and genuine like things that we ought to appeal to? Okay, so then what exactly is wrong? If it's okay for Mamdani to go to the, and I think it's fine for him to go to the White House as an envoy of New York City, meeting with the purported president of the United States, and to have this little conversation and to kind of signal and do the kind of virtue signal of, oh, everyone cares about the same shit type deal that every politician does. What's wrong with that for lefties and for libs trying to actually bring into the fold the more populist and disaffected members of the left?
Because that's like being in 39 Germany and being like, there's this socialist critic of Adolf Hitler, and he went up to Berlin, and then he was kind of, he talked some crazy shit about Hitler like a few times, and he still said that he has those beliefs. But realistically, he was cozying up to Hitler in 39 because he wants some territorial concessions. He wants Hitler to let him keep a few Jews. He wants Hitler to give him some like redistributive economic policy so he can implement the socialist agenda. And so that's like the question. This is why a lot of people get frustrated with the left. Is like, is Donald Trump a megalomaniacal, incompetent, degenerate freak who is killing hundreds of thousands of people through incompetence? and who is fascistic in his political leanings, or is he somebody that you need to kiss the ring for in order to get concessions?
Yeah, I see. Like whenever you get the chance to frame it, sure. Now you can make the historical analogy, and Rokana and me and all these people. We're not trying to appeal to the disaffected people with genuine concerns that are fueling these movements. We are like, I don't know, the failing.
You might be, but you're getting like sock puppeted.
Okay, who's getting sock puppeted? On what basis are you to say? Why don't I say you're getting sock puppeted by the Teolite Yarvanite class of fucking techno?
You're right. I'm being raped by a tiger right now, Pisco. I am being sodomized by a giant tiger, and I am saying, Pisco, look out! That house cat might become a giant tiger and start to sodomize you. And you're like, no, it's fine. I'll keep feeding it. It's totally fine. I will not be sodomized by the tiger.
But you're also scratching the bottom of the tiger's chin, who's currently raping.
It's a different tiger.
Let me finish it. Wait, no. You're scratching his chin, saying, "Daddy, chill." That's what you're doing.
Damn.
That's what you're doing.
Well,
and meanwhile, yes, that's what.
Maybe the tiger has some good ideas and some points.
All right, I mean, okay. Prediction time. If I were to ever to collab with Hassan, what would the reaction be on any?
It depends on how hard you went. If you guys are like best buddies and yucking it up and having a good time, it would be you're a liberal trait. Hold on, I'm about to finish the fucking sentence that you're probably asking for. You're a liberal traitor who's sucking up to Hassan in order to steal some of his audience. You're a clout demon who doesn't care how far left your audience goes.
Right.
That would be it, unless it was a contentious conversation.
If it were a friendly conversation,
The main story
like I'm having.
If it was a friendly conversation, people would accuse you of being a clout demon trying to steal the lefty audience because you don't care about the ideology or the principles. You just care about growing your audience.
If you bring me the finest materials.
By the way, I heard this criticism when you were going on.
Does he have a response to that, or
with Crystal Ball and Kyle Kalinske?
Breaking point. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not saying it's accurate. I'm just describing what the criticism would be.
I think that what some people are proposing is a complete fortress arc for liberals, and not to talk to in friendly manners with people with whom they disagree. And I can understand that for certain types of people. I can I have that thought with the MAGA people. I guess I just see MAGA as worse than you do. I guess I think MAGA is worse than what a lot of people think.
Dude, I spend 70% of my time bitching about MAGA. What are we talking about here?
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying other
I spend 70% of my time saying I'm currently being sodomized by a tiger, and I really wish he would get out of my butthole. Like what?
But also,
what are we doing?
daddy chill. But also, daddy chill, and maybe I'll, maybe you're.
But okay, do you think? So hold on. This is actually an interesting part of the conversation. This is an interesting part of the conversation. So I believe in Burkean conservatism, which basically means deferring to the status quo, but and then criticizing and needling progressives and liberals, and implementing the good ideas and getting rid of the bad ideas. That's Burkean conservatism. Okay. Now liberalism.
Wait, can you just repeat the last part of that? So Burkean conservatism is all that plus getting rid of bad ideas and getting good ideas.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as an example, though, liberalism is oftentimes rooted in maximal human freedom. We just disagree on where those lines are. Here's a silly, but I think informative mind exercise. Let's say that you could generate, I'll just use sanitized terms for the sake of the conversation. Let's say that you could generate illicit pornography from AI
Jesus Christ.
that did not technically hurt anyone. My argument would be, this is bad for your brain. It's bad for neuroplasticity. Even if you don't harm any other people, you're technically harming yourself. There's sexual reasons why we prohibit these behaviors. Blah blah blah.
Any more than regular porn?
It's supposed to be child porn, is what Connor was supposed to say, I think, right?
Commercial, consensual porn.
Is illicit pornography? I'm proud. If I'm unclear, I'm talking about child pornography.
Yes. Yeah.
I was just using
I thought you were
sanitized.
talking about AI deepfakes.
No, I'm talking about let's move it to the most extreme example just for the sake of the example.
Always.
So with this most extreme example, technically nobody's getting hurt except for the person, and we could change it to drugs if that makes you more comfortable. Technically nobody is getting hurt except for the person who's involving themselves. If you are to impose a state limit on their behavior, you're imposing on them from the state, and arguably the harm from the state, being incarcerated, fines, social stigma, all that kind of stuff, that's going to be super bad for the individual. So I guess my question to you is, I can appeal to a conservative reason for why this behavior should be prohibited. What is your liberal rationale? Do you believe that this behavior should be prohibited? And then if so, why, from your liberal framework?
So I'm not sure that I have a strong stance on the exact fact pattern that you're talking about.
You could go with hard drugs if that makes it easier.
No. But let me contend with it. I'm not one to shy away from hypotheticals in that context. I think that there is definitely a liberal framework to deal with these kinds of things because, of course, notwithstanding liberty, unless you're some kind of like dipshit libertarians, the very ones that you want to fucking put in office, you believe in ordered liberty and constitutional liberty, and that of course conceptualizes a notion of harm to self. In fact, I think that notwithstanding the herd immunity aspects to like vaccination things. I think that there's an independent government interest in one's.
Okay. We're gonna. Let me use the restroom. We're gonna go over some. We're gonna get a schizo thing. Okay, hold on. After this.
Self. Now, ultimately, I think that there's a big showing the government needs to show for a huge infringement on a protected core liberty. I do think that the per se banning of CSAM is justified under a theory of production harm, and that production harm relates to actual children being abused. And so I do think that the current framework for that banning doesn't apply to the AI stuff. However, there are notions of obscenity, and I think at some level I would agree with certain levels of banning of obscenity, and that is certain content that is so depraved, so out there to be commercialized that the government has an interest, not just in terms of production harm, but an interest in in societal, individuals, mental health, that kind of stuff. An actual government ban, though, I'm not sure that I would go that far. I have such a strong value for free inquiry, free speech, and these kinds of rights. I'm concerned not about the particular content that might be produced, but about who decides the line. And I think that if I am going to draw a line, I want it to be based on objective and neutral criteria, and mere disgust that I don't know is going to cross the line for a per se ban. Would I ban sort of like public broadcast of it? Yes, 100%. Would I try to regulate it? Yes, for sure. But I'm not sure. I would need more facts about the harms related to it. But that's kind of my preliminary take. Tell me what you think.
That's perfectly fine, and I'll get to what I'm actually trying to illustrate. So there are things that, like, and by the way, I just disagree with you here. So it's not a question of I think you're a bad guy or I'm going to moral frog about it or whatever. I think that disgust can be something that motivates our rationalizations for why we engage in certain behaviors or prohibit certain behaviors.
No, sorry, you didn't hear me. You did not hear me. So I'm not saying that doesn't occur. That of course, disgust will of course motivate one's behavior. The question is, do I trust the government itself as a powers concern to do these line drawings instead of things like production harm, instead of things like defamatory statements, instead of things like the proximity in terms of incitement, instead of things like harassment dealing with privacy or intentional infliction of fear, to do it on disgust itself. It's not a question of whether or not it rationally motivates action. I agree with you that it does. The question is, do we trust the government to draw lines of disgust? Because once we allow subjective disgust to be something that the government controls, well, I'm disgusted by communism. I'm disgusted by fascism. I'm disgusted by a great many of ideologies that I can directly tie to harm. That's what I'm concerned about. Not that I think that this is good stuff or that I think that it's something that people should consume. It's a question of institutional competency. Is the government the right person to enforce restrictions on speech that are ultimately just premised on disgust by itself?
Sure. You're like the last true liberal. But let's let me ask another question that I think, and I'll tell you where I'm going before we even go there. That way we don't have to spend time. And people are like, where's Connor going? He's talking so much and saying nothing. Hey, fuck you, chatter, by the way, whoever says that, eat a dick.
I do that too, so we're good.
Excellent. So they should be used to it. What I was going to say is the point of what I'm asking is that I don't think liberalism is an excellent place to start. Okay. Liberalism emphasizes the sovereignty of the individual. It emphasizes our conscious experience. It focuses on dignity. It focuses on making sure that the powers that be don't abuse the individual in the name of the public good. It sets reasonable limitations on the actions of the government. Liberalism is an excellent place to start. However, I do think that it's insufficient for a good human life. And I think that morality and philosophy, religion, all these kinds of things, and some of these are nested in political persuasions like social conservatism. So that's where I feel like liberalism is insufficient and you have to turn to these other things. And so I want to ask you a socially conservative rooted... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, liberalism is not a philosophy that is pretending to be a theory of everything with respect to morality. It is a structure of, or a framework for looking at rights and a framework for looking about the relationship between the state and the people. I mean, that's what it is, and it isn't anything more.
Yeah. So, but I want to ask you something that might be rooted a little bit more in the social conservative perspective. So, with social conservatism, the social promotion of like what they would believe is pro-social behavior that's rooted in religion. I view religion as I'm not a literalist. Okay, I'm not a literalist. I'm a deist. I believe in a creative force that set things in order, but I don't really believe in an afterlife. I don't think Jesus is the Messiah. I think effectively it's a mythology. But I think that this mythology is important, and I see arslers in my chat constantly arguing that we can totally ignore religion as a vehicle for morality, and yet they're totally lost degenerates themselves. And so I guess my question is like, what is your perception of religion? Are you completely hostile to it? Do you view it as a necessary evil? Do you view it as a vehicle for morality? What's your perception of it?
I take a Marxian view on religion. Religion is
Don't
a
need
side
it.
of the oppressed, a side of the oppressed creature.
It's the opiate of the masses.
Listen, I'm not fucking around. Listen, I ultimately view religion and mythologies and myth-making as human beings' attempt to explain that which they cannot explain, and to produce meaning where there is fear and uncertainty. I think that fear is almost defined by uncertainty. Uncertainty, in other words, is fear. Why are you like afraid of the dark? Because you don't know what's behind it, right? Like fear and uncertainty are equal one and one. And I think religion is a term that is meant to capture humans' various different attempts to explain phenomena, explain value, explain meaning. And as I don't think it's really helpful to say something like religion is bad or religion is good generally, unless you're being a little bit more specific about what you mean. If what you mean by religion is bad or something is like closed systems of thought are bad, maybe I could say that's kind of like it's my preference. I think that those kinds of closed systems of thought that most religions inhabit aren't net good. I don't think that they're net good. There are aspects about certain religious philosophies, certain religious communities that are very positive. I think that one thing that secular communities often, though it's not necessary they not have this, but they do lack, is a sense of community. That's not all. I just want to say that sometimes I feel that there is a shared sense of ritual, a shared sense of togetherness, of peoplehood that is lost absent some of these traditions and rituals. But I think that you don't need religion for that stuff, for this kind of very innate form of human societal, almost a kind of like grooming, a grooming within a tribe. So my answer to that is, it depends. I think that religion has been the cause of a lot of harm over the course of years. It's been the cause of some good, and ultimately I don't think it should guide our lives.
Yeah, so I have a more positive view of religion where, once again, not a literalist, but I was raised in the church. I went to church every Sunday, went to plenty of Sunday schools. And there's just things that are, I think we could look at it from like a utilitarian level and basically say, like, is this pro-social behavior that we want to engender in our society? And we can make it as simple as like the Ten Commandments, right? Thou shalt not steal. Do we want a society that accepts or promotes or looks the other way in reference to theft? Probably not, right? Same thing with, thou shalt not lie. Do we want a society in which lying is commonplace, misrepresenting the truth in order to gain social benefit? And these societies exist, by the way. That's like another thing.
Yeah,
People
so why
think
does
that-
God lie all the time? And why does, and also you're picking some of the more general features of how human societies have always, like, find me a human society where theft is allowed or encouraged, find me where lying...
There's kleptocratic society. I mean, Russia is a perfect example of a kleptocratic society.
Okay, what I mean though, there is like, yeah, in that situation, there's such a power disparity that you're just able to take. But even among equals, there are still ways in which people can get. Like think about Nazi Germany, right? Even Nazi Germany, there were ways in which people on the same class, when the state wasn't intervening, for them to settle these kind of property disputes. And in general, they run their society among equals, right? Among people of the same sphere, among silverbacks versus silverbacks, among the oligarchs versus oligarchs, where theft is wrong and stealing is wrong among equals. So I grant you that, but I'm just saying the harder ones to justify are like, thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's goods or wife. Like, isn't that the basis for capitalism? At least the goods part. So I don't.
Well, hold on. Because
Hold
I
on.
think specifically.
Hold on. Purple gear. Purple all the time. Oh shit, I forgot. I want to change my... Fuck, I'm gonna have to go back. I don't think I equipped my new bow.
The main story's been unlocked.
Of course it has.
Present to dive in.
Ooh.
Let's try.
Yeah, I did. Phoenix Soul. There we go. Challenges, nope. Achievements. What did I get here? More of this shit. Okay.
It increases magic damage by twofold.
By twofold?
Here. Attack!
Oh, I watched this already. Let's get Oh. It is. Oh, this is just after I beat this dude. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Check out my new bow. Cha, 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 cha. Oh god, it's so strong.
It's going pretty smooth.
Pretty strong bow. Did I already clear out half the castle?
The problem is,
The problem is what?
the monsters are getting stronger than the ones in the lower levels.
Are they? Good.
Let's use this.
Wow.
Why are you butting in?
Why are you butting in?
You know what? How about we have a little competition? The prize will be the Orb of Avarice. The one that kills the most monsters with this will be the winner.
Didn't I do this earlier?
Step forward if you want to participate.
Guess where I did this.
Shadow Mage 1 and 3. And of course, Iron. Tank? Why? Alright, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Take this. Take this.
Pretty strong fucking bow. Nice. These tentacle shits, I hope they don't try to fuck me.
Take this. Come forward. Take this. It'll be faster to leave it to someone else.
Do these things
Shadow
even
Mage
talk?
1's battle result is I'll just keep it to myself.
Aw. Made that Shadow Mage sad.
Get ready.
Move to the portholes. Bum 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 bum. Demon's Castle, 51st floor. Ooh, interesting. Oh, we did this shit before.
Take this.
Damn. This motherfucker wipes out crowds of people.
Take this.
Easy, easy. Easy, easy.
Take this. Take this.
Get him.
Take this.
Get him, boys. Easy. No other gold. Mana shards.
You're no match for me.
Oh shit. Ah, you fuck. Get them all.
You're an unworthy opponent.
Unworthy.
Take this. Just as I
Now.
thought.
Experience, but they're better. Blah 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 blah. Ow. Shit.
Next is tank. How are you going to hold it?
Going to hold it.
All right, go for it. Don't break it.
Get him.
You can't avoid it. Take this.
Yeah. Oh shit. Easy. What the fuck are you doing? We won. He's charging nothing. Magic beast. Hey. Where the fuck am I supposed to go now? Oh. Tried to go through this a fucking second ago. Didn't let me. Jesus.
Take this.
Oh, I can't kill things just through there or something.
Take this. You're no match for me. It's over. Take this.
Oh, I forgot part of the story.
I don't
Or
know, Tank. What was the point of this? Satisfied? All right, be quiet. I know it's your turn now. I have no idea what you're trying to do, but go for it. Take this. Take this.
the fuck is happening? This. What's this shit?
Take this.
Oh, it's not a boss. That's something I can't break. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Dead end. Dead end. Dead end. Oh. What am I supposed to do now? Eat the magic beasts. Where are they? God, there was just one left. Hiding upstairs. Get him.
You're an unworthy opponent.
Unworthy.
You can't avoid power of darkness. Stop. Face your
Use record stone. Oh, right. I forgot it was a stone. Frank. Management. Now what? Next area. Shadow soldiers.
Do you really think slamming an enemy's head with the Orb of Avarice is the right way to use it?
No.
I'll list off the 2 Shadow Soldiers who killed the most monsters using the Orb of Avarice. Shadow Mage 3. And Iron. Tank has been disqualified. For the rest of you, better luck next time. This time, I want you to hunt without the Orb of Avarice.
Here you go.
This isn't going to be as easy as I thought. I have no idea who's the best pick.
Iron.
And he's charging in for a UV. Time for a counter-attack.
You can't escape.
Take this. Take this.
Yeah. You're fucked. Entry permit. For the next area.
All right.
Things don't even talk.
Look at the results. Now I'm nervous too. The one who killed the most monsters is
Iron.
Shadow Mage 3.
Shadow Mage 3. What is stronger than Iron? What? Pissed.
Ain't no pouting. Even if you killed a bigger monster, it doesn't change the fact that it's still one monster.
No those.
When I get equipment like a shield, I'll give it to you. Now, to celebrate, I'll give you the chance to use the Orb of Avarice to your heart's content. Let's go.
So, where are we going? Where are we going, brah?
Take this. You can't avoid it. Take this.
Fuck are you? Giant cannibal? Fuck. Fuck.
Take this. Take this. Good thing I left at the Mage 3. I imagine that'll give him a bit of a boost. You can't.
Okay. Oops.
3. Give it your best shot. Don't worry about enemies while you're casting. I'll take care of them. Take this. This is the end. So you're an unworthy opponent.
Unworthy.
I need a break. I need a break. Oh, bird that swallows. Come forward. Take this. Take this. Take this. I'll shred you. You're no match for me. Die. Take this. I'll end this.
The easy way.
You wiped out all the demons nearby. You made this floor go quick.
Any extraction. Here. Gee. Gangsta shit. Gangsta shit. I'm married to the game. Okay.
The corpse is here too. There's no one left alive. It's way too quiet. Something's off.
Off.
Oh, bird.
Investigate. Are they the answers I stumbled upon an undead corpse? Given the body sniffed this, it must have been dead for quite some times. It's a skeleton. It's too strange. Could there be a tougher enemy nearby? Then I realized how odd and unsettling it is that I don't hear anyone around. There's a good chance this is a trap. Peachy, I need to be careful. Yeah, fuck it.
That was a trap.
It was a trap the whole time. It's not be trapped.
Tearing through. It's over. Take this.
I didn't really need to do that to him. I don't know what the fuck I did.
I'll open a path.
Annihilation.
This is the end. You can't escape. Oh, bird, that's come forward.
open attack.
Take this. Take this. Come forward. Take this. Take this.
Oh shit. Was that a boss?
I've been going as fast as I can, but I keep hitting dead ends.
True.
I can feel the difficulty increasing as I climb higher. The number of shadows needing to regenerate is increasing as well. More importantly,
as the heat gets more intense, I lose more going.
I might as well finish what I started.
Yep. Let's do it.
Specifically, it is thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. And there's actually like an evolutionary psychology explaining to this that I actually enjoy a lot. So it's believed that the Ten Commandments were effectively Moses getting, because he was the tribal chieftain of Israel when they were leaving Egypt and going into Israel and Judea, right? Or what would be Israel and Judea. And so the argument is that, like, well, tribal chieftains were the people who were deciding disputes. And so the Ten Commandments are not so much actually God telling Moses to tell the people what the 10 best rules are in order to live life. It's actually Moses getting sick of resolving the same disputes over and over and over and over again, so he codified them in writing so his people would prevent most of the shit. But dude, this is the basis of common law.
Wait. I know, but we can make a better list.
We can make a better list, for sure. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't view, because for me, I'm like a history nerd. I am in awe of the fact that if you look at, Roman common law, or if you look at Greek common law, or if you look at Christian common law, you can effectively draw like a civilizational temporal line all the way back to, ancient Egypt and Judea and Samaria. That's amazing. It's amazing that we have these concepts of law, legal dispute, and justice that go back like 3,500 years.
My question for you is the one that the teachers always ask. So what?
It's dope, and you should. No, you should.
I think it's dope. No, I agree it's dope. But like, why?
But also Chesterton's fence. So are you familiar with somebody introduced me to it a couple of weeks ago? Are you aware of the concept of Chesterton's fence?
No.
Okay. So I think it's actually like a legalistic concept. But the whole point is, you don't remove a fence unless you know what it blocks out. Okay? And this is like an inherently conservative view. And what I would say is that some of the tension between conservatives and liberals right now is we feel like liberals and progressives have just blasted away all the fences, and they were like, we don't need any of this shit. And so as a result, we're getting, old problems that were previously prohibited.
Yeah, but religion is compatible with liberalism. I don't understand.
Take this.
This might be a different point. So
maybe I'm not understanding. So people will say that like liberalism is the reason this or that. Like, prove it. it seems like for the longest time, most of our societies, even now, the politicians are mostly religious. People in charge are mostly religious. We still have a prayer at every single congressional session. Most societies, they even have, like, you know, in Germany, the Christian Democratic Party. Our societies are religious. And if you look back further in time, there have been plenty of liberal societies that have been largely religious. In the UK, the head of the state, the king, is also the head of the church, of the Anglican Church. So I don't understand this notion that liberalism is the antithesis to religion. Liberalism is compatible with religious thought and religious belief and religious practice.
Well, I don't even know if this is necessarily true, and I'm pretty sure if I look up the stats on secularization and church attendance, effectively it's gone from, like, in the past 2 or 3 generations, like probably early 20th century.
Yeah, but why is that
church attendance was at, like, weekly 90%.
Yeah, so why is that liberalism false?
And now it's the inverse.
That's just correlation.
Sure, and by the way, I'm not arguing that everybody needs to return to church. I don't go to church weekly. The point is, though, that, like, there's, in reference to Chesterton's fence, let me just do that so I can try to make a point that I'm trying to make, is that there's times that we can take down the fence. And I think that we should have a sober, sane, rational, intellectual conversation about when we can take down the fence, right? So in reference to homosexuality, let's use this as an example. The reason why people probably put up the fence in the ancient world was because we didn't have the same level of, like, sanitary practices that we have in the modern day. We didn't have condoms to the same degree that we do. We didn't have, like, the same level of, like, sex.
In Japan, they had gay stuff there.
Well, right, but that's what I'm saying. But the Jewish, the Abrahamic prohibition against homosexuality was likely a correlation with disease. Same thing with, like, shellfish and pig, right?
You need to prove that.
No, I don't. So because just take it as a what do you? I don't even want to get into this because, like, why do you think shellfish were prohibited in the ancient world? It's because Frank ate a shellfish and he had an allergic reaction and he fucking died. Why was pork prohibited in the ancient world? It's because it was improperly cooked and they fucking died. That's why that shit was prohibited.
You're just saying it. Why did they take people's? Why did they circumcise? People take people's foreskins off.
Because Abraham had a weird-looking dick.
Well, no,
he had phimosis.
It's your false contention, or I don't know, assumption that religious beliefs are premised on some kind of underlying rational set of inferences and practices.
Yeah, phimosis. Yeah. Abraham probably had a weird-looking dick.
No, but that's pure aesthetic.
He had a weird-looking dick.
No,
phimosis is a real medical condition that can be painful. When the hood of your foreskin fuses to your dick tip, and then your penis continues to grow, or gets boners, it's painful.
Yeah,
this is like a real medical condition that occurs in like 2 to 10% of the population.
And circumcision cannot be the cause of infection and disease and stuff, especially back in the day with older.
No, it can be, but a properly done circumcision can prevent phimosis.
All you need to do is bring the one.
Okay, and what about? Okay, but what is it really your contention that the religious practices from the Bible are based in some rational or logical set of choices that support human flourishing in some kind?
They're not purely rational, but I do think that they oftentimes are rooted in a level of like observation of like moral action and their consequences, of course.
System dungeon, like the job change dungeon? If there's a demon that catches your eye, could you bring it to me after killing it? You never know. Rest in peace. Come forward. Take this. Take this. You're no match for me.
Wait, what? Why?
Take this. Take this. Take this. Take this. Take this. Take this. This is the end. Take this. You can't avoid it. Take this.
I can pirate ass zombies.
You're an unworthy opponent.
Unworthy.
All right, I don't know what justifies that inference. You're just assuming that. Fair?
No, no, it's actually perfectly rational. So, sorry, Muhammad, peace be upon him, okay? When he came into the pagan Arabian world that was a part of the Eastern Roman Empire, which was largely Christian, in his pagan sect of the world, infanticide, female infanticide was still practiced. And so, if people had children, and they were women, because of inheritance laws, they would take the infants, they would put them inside clay pots, they would walk them out the desert, and they would kill them through exposure. And so, hold on, there's an evolutionary psychological reason why people would do that, but there's also a reason why, because Muhammad, peace be upon him, would sympathize and empathize with the women who are being killed, and therefore come up with a social prohibition against that practice as a part of his religion. It was a moral analysis of real facts. So, like, how are you disconnecting? How are you saying every religious prescription is completely irrational? Because that's what.
No, I'm not saying that they're all irrational.
Well, you're saying prove every religious prescription is rational.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying in any given instance, I think it's the burden of proof on the person promoting it to suggest that the origin of it comes from some ultimate.
Okay, improperly cooked pork. Follow me down this logic train because this is actually frustrating because I don't even think this is like the. Okay, can you? Because we're talking about homosexuality and we were talking about Chesterton's fence, right? That was the original thing. Okay, so let's get back to that real quick. So, human sexual sanitary practices in the ancient world are probably not what they are today, okay? And in the past 200 years, we have invented condoms, douches, indoor plumbing, although arguably that was around at the time, but obviously we've enhanced it a lot in the past 2 centuries. We have all these enhancements that have technologically allowed us to get over the sanitary practices that were, or excuse me, the lack of sanitary practices that made homosexuality potentially deadly in the ancient world. Okay? So what we can do from a Chesterton's fence analysis is we can say, homosexuality was prohibited not because it was like a intelligent understanding of human nature and the divine creator of the world gave us this prohibition because gay people are gross. We can say this was likely an evolutionary psychological argument that we have surpassed through technology, and therefore we can remove this fence.
This is heresy. This is revisionism. This is heresy.
Correct. I'm not a religious literalist.
Okay, but all you're doing, right? All you're doing is, and you think you're smarter than everyone, is you are editing what they take to be the inherent word of God, or at least divinely inspired word of God. And so, like, you're saying, I know what these people meant. I know what.
Correct.
Okay, but that would be anathema to any religious person who is serious about their conviction.
Yeah, it would be anathema to any literalist. Anybody who thinks that the planet is 6,000 years old, anybody who thinks that Jesus Christ or Muhammad or Moses or whatever, they literally heard the voice of the creator of the universe, that you're right. This would be against their beliefs. Correct. But I think that
to edit the Bible with a scalpel, I'm just going to do the same thing.
Yeah, but yours is worse than mine.
Okay, so it all gets ground down into a moral argument. So what do we need the religion for?
Correct. No, because of a conservative perspective, which effectively says there's a reason why we created these fences and created these rules.
Okay,
and the hubris, hold on, the hubris of modern people is believing, somebody said it, there are no fences, there are no rules. We can create all of these, we can recreate everything.
But in any given instance, basically, are you talking about burdens here? So burden. Who has the burden to bring down the fence? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, I'm saying that, yeah, it's incumbent upon progressives and liberals who want to bring down a fence to argue why it will not cause a disaster.
Okay, so fine. I could even say that I agree with that you're building from a structure, not with the religious kind of extrapolations that you've had, but this notion of something that has undergirded our society. If we're going to change something in a radical way, there should be reasons for it. If you want to get rid of it, should produce those reasons. That's fine as an assumption. I'm not against that assumption. I think it's weird how you're tying it into the doctrine itself, but fine, if you want to go that way, you can go ahead. I don't understand what it has to do with fucking liberalism, because liberalism doesn't make prescriptions of those kinds. It's not liberals who have, from the perspective of liberalism, the framework, the structure, they're perhaps people who are consider themselves liberals, who have, attacked religion and what have you. But the structure of liberalism is totally compatible with religious ideology, with religious thought. And so in what sense are you attacking liberalism for the fault of lack of religiosity or what have you? Given two things. Given the fact that religious thought is compatible with it, and there's nothing, in fact, it would be incompatible with liberalism for the government actively to go against religion. It would be, in other words, freedom of religion.
Okay. Did I miss anything good here? I don't have my speakers on. Pisco freaks out at Connor for using AI later. Why? All right.
I'm gonna try to beat this guy without popping my minions.
I'm trying to
but I guess I
like
have
plot
to.
out, because when I write my manifesto on this, I have to include other communities, but I have to try to write it in a way that it clearly
Hey, do I have to
communicates
do the whole thing
this
over
level of, like,
again?
weirdo coordination harassment going on without coming off as
Oh, fuck me, dude.
insanely fucking schizo.
Rest in peace.
Please finish this. It gets insanely absurd. Maybe we'll see. Okay. I saw the Kalinda person in my chat, and this reminded me of this. I think Kalinda is generally the loner box orbiter? Orbiter? Shadow person?
This is the end. I'll shred you. Take this.
Belinda, how are you? Can you hear me?
This is 6 days ago.
Hi. Cisco audio issues.
Yeah.
Gotta happen
Every time.
Class.
Hit me.
Well, the last time I was here, if I recall. Actually, you know what? If you don't mind, and I don't want to spend too much time on this.
I've been in your community since 2017.
Because honestly, I'm about as sick of it as you probably are.
Yeah.
I just want to ask you a question about the Ethan Klein lawsuit shit.
Yeah.
Because that Gunnar had an interesting idea that he really wanted
Gunnar?
to put it. I guess we should just, yes, Loner Box.
Who's, oh, Loner. I thought you said Gunnar had an idea.
Yeah. No, Boner Box.
Okay, got a boner.
Gunnar Box. Yeah. He had an interesting idea about it. So I just have a hypothetical for you, okay?
Yeah.
And I might even add a little bit to it. So you know how Ethan called you a fake lawyer? I think he did that, didn't he?
He did not call me a fake lawyer specifically, but I think he implied it.
Okay. Well, let's say that
He said I was like marketing, but that
yeah,
didn't apply.
yeah, that was yeah. Let's say that Ethan decided to do that, to continuously call you like literally call you a fake lawyer.
Yeah.
And like let's say that he decided to cover you in reactions over continuously, or like comment on shit. Like let's say that he decided to go after you as obsessively as they stated in the song. Okay.
Yep.
And then after that. You come out with some video about something, maybe something related to him actually, and he announces to his stream, and he's like, you know what? Fuck this guy. I hate this guy. He's a fake lawyer. You're gonna watch this video. I want you to come watch it on my stream so I can take over the user. Fuck him. And because I don't want him to make any aggro. Do you really think that you wouldn't be within your bounds to sue him for copyright infringement after he said all that shit?
When you say when you say within your bounds, what are you referring to? Legality, morality, or what?
I mean, like, I guess what I'm asking is would you want to sue him for copyright infringement and also represent yourself while doing it, so you could, as a fuck you to him? Is that something that
if you're asking me whether practically I would file a lawsuit on that basis, almost certainly not. But I'm assuming that's not what you're asking. You're asking me like if I wanted to file a lawsuit, would I be justified in doing so? I'm telling you, like, I would be probably more likely to do a DMCA thing or something like that. Or if I was really
Promise schizo time? We're getting it. We'll just listen to like 10 minutes of this, okay?
pissed about it or pissed about him doing shit like that. But just be aware of what question you're asking me, because it might just be obviated by some other predominating concern, which is I don't want to fucking file a lawsuit for some shit I don't really care that much about, which is him being petty for me. But if you want to ask me the difference, which is if I did, would it be justified? Then ask that.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it was Loner's question technically, so. But I thought it was a good question.
What's the question?
The question that the thing that he was getting at was like, would you not be justified in filing a lawsuit against somebody who had basically spent like the past several months? And actually, I guess you could further even add to it. And like every time you had a stream, his fans were showing up in your chat and like spamming shit or whatever.
Yeah. You're asking, would it be justified on that view, right? And my answer is, if I didn't care about the underlying infringement or preventing infringement, I think the answer is no.
Okay. I mean, would you care? I wonder if you would. Like, I don't know. I kind of feel like you would, like maybe you might just a little bit, or like you might be annoyed.
There might be some infringement. There might be some infringement that I cared about. But if I didn't care about the infringement, if I don't actually feel that the infringement matters to me, in fact, if I want the infringement, I don't think I would be ethically justified. If that's what you're asking. Is that what you're asking?
Oh, okay. Yeah, it is, I guess.
Okay.
I mean,
because I can just. This is so trivial because if we change this to Loner Box and this on, everyone understands. Okay. So if you have seen Loner Box do reviews of Hassan's content, which is like not doing much in the given moment, right? I'm sure you've seen it.
Yeah. Although, yeah. Yes. I mean, Loner Box is React solution. But yes, I understand what you're saying. You're going to say that basically, technically, like any React content, you could sue for copyright infringement. Is that what you're going to say?
No, I'm not saying that you can sue for copyright infringement. We're just talking now about the justification, right? The justification. Like if Hassan sued Loner Box for those instances, you would say, right, it's not justified. Assuming he didn't care about the infringement. Assuming he didn't care about the infringement. Assuming that he is saying, oh, I'm only suing him to support the socialist Marxist revolution, and all the proceeds I'm going to do, and he's lying, or is to that end or something. And it's to protect the React community, the socialist React community. If he said something like that, and if you didn't think that he actually cared about the copyright, would you say, yeah, that's totally ethically justified for him to sue my boy Loner?
Well, no, I wouldn't. But I would also add to that. I would also say, fuck that, because I mean, this is going down the ground because I would say that what Loner does counts as fair use. And to be honest with you, like
all of it, you think?
Given the length.
That's delusional. That's delusional.
I feel like, oh, is that not true? Like, is that not, I don't know how fair use it is.
I've seen Lonerbox streams where he's reviewing the content and like sporadically commenting in between like playing a video game where it's okay, it's a step up from like a chair reaction, but on fair use grounds, it's fucking good.
Okay. You're talking about stuff like that, okay.
Yeah.
Usually when he reacts to a song, he has a lot to
Just as a quick thing, Peace Corps has no idea if that's cooked or not. Nobody really knows. I don't know if any of this has ever been tested in court before, but.
Not always, though. What I'm saying is not always in the case in which he's not doing that, but when it's not fair use, that's the case in which you want to examine. And the truth is, and and I want you to grant it, if the roles were reversed, everyone would be on the opposite side. You must agree with that, right? 95%, I won't say everybody, 95.
Or you mean like all the people that are shitting on you right
Correct.
now?
Correct. I was shitting on his, of course. And so what does that tell you? It's Glinda, right?
Yes. Well, no, I understand. Like,
so it's not principle, right? It's not principle. They're not principle. On principle, they're not. They're inventing some shit. They're inventing some shit about intentional malicious siphoning and all that stuff. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, like, I just want to ask you that question because I thought it was interesting at Loner, but I'll be, like, I don't actually care that much about the lawsuit and whatever his underlying motivation shit was or whatever.
I appreciate that. No, that's fine. You don't have to care about everything. But this is why I ask people, and I get glad with this too, if they care about it. Because if you don't care about it, that's cool. The thing is, people do care about it. They very, very much care about it. The fact they're talking about it, and they're so pissed, they're calling me Dankus Force, they care about it. And the reason I ask if you care is because people will say they don't care. But the truth is, Glinda, your lack of care is, just be honest, it's because you don't like these people. If you liked them, you would care, right?
No, I mean, I don't care that much about Ethan's motivation, and like, I don't even know if like I support the lawsuits or whatever. The thing that I care about within this whole thing is the extent to which that Ethan has been harassed, and I'm not saying that you're doing this, what I'm about to say, but unfortunately, a lot of the people, and I think maybe this is why I got roped into this, a lot of the people who are supporting, or who are against Ethan filing lawsuits or whatever, are people who are against it on the grounds that they also like deny the severity of the harassment that Ethan has faced, and like the craziness behind it, and the reasons behind that harassment, or they order okay with it because they think that Ethan is an evil, disgusting Zionist genocide supporter, and that his wife is like the raider of Ramallah, and all this other insane shit. Like, I care a little bit more about like the way in which everybody basically came at him because he did not toe the line 100%.
He didn't deserve that criticism, right? He didn't deserve those kinds of attacks.
No, I don't think that he deserves that criticism, and I feel like it was a waste of, like, it just, I guess it said so much about the online left if this was going to be their focus, attacking a liberal over this dumb shit instead of, like, trying to do something.
But doesn't everyone kind of fucking know that lefties are tripping as fuck on the real stuff, and that they take these, like, insane positions, that even people who are political allies, like, they've always been against liberal Zionists. Always. This is not something, they say vicious things to liberal Zionists. I just don't understand what the basis of surprise is for these kinds of unhinged views regarding liberal Zionists who believe in Israel as a Jewish state. That is, like, not new. That is as old as apple fucking pie. And so the basis that, oh my god, they all turn on the liberal Zionists. Yeah, the left is unhinged on this shit a lot of the time, and that shouldn't be a basis of surprise. Now, is it unhinged and still wrong?
Well, I think the real-life harassment, that was a weird pivot, but whatever.
I don't even agree with snarking in the first place, where you have this kind of, like, obsessive focus on a particular person. I have no issue saying that. But there's this thing where, like, two wrongs don't always make a right, right? Just because, and I think you would grant this, if they're lying about him, you think that we should lie back in response.
Oh, no, I don't.
Right. So
isn't lying about the motivation for a lawsuit or lying about them?
Just knowing that a party is wrong doesn't resolve the answer. That's what. There's two parts of the equation. First is, were you wrong? And is your retaliatory action justified? You have to consider both. And anyone who says that I don't really care about the justification, I just care about the initial aggression and not whether or not the reaction is justified in light of the initial aggression as to the means by which the response is dictated and the target of the response. That is just an excuse not to think. That's just being a coward fuck. I'm not saying you, but like I'm saying the people who say, I only care about that, I don't want to consider other things. They're just being coward fucks. Who don't, and it's the opposite of what they accuse me of, right? You get plenty of bonus points for staying in line and for saying all the right things according to whatever the in-group preferences of the community. I have the opposite. Let's consider it even if it pisses off your own audience. So it's actually ironically, I think, the opposite. And as you sit here, is there anything that I just said that you disagree with?
I mean, not not like super a lot. Like I guess the main thing that's kind of frustrating, or like where I sort of feel for Ethan, is like it's kind of like a question of what the fuck is he supposed to do? How is he gonna stop these people from crossing it? Because like the level of unbelievable, like it's off the charts. You know, the CPS calling no one skulls to his house, the doxing, and I mean like really the H3 snark is dealing with that. It seems like a big part of the lawsuit is him trying to like find the H3 snark box, maybe so he gets to do something else. Although he did complain in the past about that they were like stealing his members only content and like restreaming it in other
I
places.
don't understand that either, because like, okay, so if there's a justification, a purported justification, that wasn't actually given in the video, right? So what you're saying here, people will do is they'll do this post-hoc rationalizations of the lawsuits that aren't included in the announcement of the video, right? So one that they've done is CPS call, not included in the video, justifying the traffic.
Oh yeah, no, he didn't.
Yeah, right. So another post-hoc explanation is discovery rationale, not included in the video. It's unclear to me, A, why we should credit an explanation that isn't actually offered by Ethan and just give like potential justifications. But even if I granted it, do you think it would be fucking justified as a exercise of a fishing expedition to get discovery material on an unrelated case and do the case initially?
No,
regardless? Yes or no?
Of course not.
Yes. So
no,
this, it
of
doesn't
course
even.
not. That's not. Yeah. That's like I said. It's kind of like I'm not. I told you like I don't necessarily have a super strong opinion about like whether or not the lawsuit was a misuse of the legal system or any of that stuff. I'm just saying that like. I don't know what the hell else he's supposed to do to get these people to leave him the fuck alone.
Listen, I sympathize, but just because there's no quote-unquote solution doesn't mean that what you do is therefore justified, right? Suppose that the only solution to get them to shut the fuck up is to run them over with your Tesla. It wouldn't make it justified. So the lack of alternative.
I'm curious, like, because you know about Rob like, was there actually a legal course that you could take this stuff, like some crazy shit, like DCA stuff? Like, the only other one I can think of is defamation, but that doesn't really work. Or
to what, right? Like to the CPS call? Let's take each of the things,
No, not
right?
to that.
Okay.
Oh no, I think honestly at this point, I think that Bad Hypnotic could absolutely be sued for defamation.
Then why hasn't he? Then why hasn't he sued him for defamation?
God damn! What the fuck?
International case. These cases would take a year plus, maybe longer. It's just, like. This is such a dumb question.
Apparently,
there's a lawsuit, right?
It's probably because he's not in America.
I think he's in Argentina, but like here, yes, it's easier to sue these other people because they're domiciled in America. They're in places where it's easy to do service of process. But there is this thing called the Hague Service Convention, and Argentina is a party to the Hague Service Convention. And you can absolutely.
Uruguay?
I don't know that Uruguay.
In Uruguay.
You know this? You know this?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Just do international civil litigation against somebody who's likely broke. Okay.
If he's in Uruguay, you know, I'm not sure. There might be some other process that Uruguay provides for out-of-country people. Has he even tried to look into that? I mean, if he has, and there is no feasible alternative, then that still doesn't help you, right? You get to sue the people who are responsible for the mistake. And on the defamation case, yeah, there could be a case, depending on what the statement is at issue. And I think that we should analyze it when the argument is made. When the that's the thing, right? Everyone brings up these other things like, oh, he's frustrated, he can't get to these people. Well, let's talk about maybe what he can do to get to those people, what kind of methods. But the mere lack of alternative doesn't by itself justify everything. And that's not like.
No, I know.
Okay. So talk me out. Like, you're saying you don't have a strong view on this case. Do you have any view on this case?
Well, no, what?
Do you have any view on this case?
Oh, on the case? I mean, not. I mean, like, honestly, I could go either way on it, but like, mostly I'm just tired of hearing about it. Like, it's kind of just been a thing that I've been sort of popcorn giving out, and I do feel bad for you because of the fact that people keep coming at you and the way that you've been misrepresented, especially by like people in DGG. I think that's kind of.
Oh yeah. I mean, here was the position.
No, I'm not blaming you. Could there be a separate entity that I can turn into a shadow? It'd be a waste to just leave the upper-level demons. I should order the shadows to find them. I'll give each group a task. Got it?
Good point. Goodbye.
unworthy opponent.
Unworthy.
Take this. Take this. Take this. Take this. You're no match for me. Die. Take this. It's over. Take this. Take this. Take this. I'll shred you. Come forward. Tearing through. Take this. Take this. Take this. I see it all. Take this. Take this. Take this. Take this. It's over. You think I'm going to miss? Take this. You're an unworthy opponent.
Did I miss him?
Disappear. This is the end. Take this. You can't avoid it. You're no match for me. Die. Good job. Unfortunately, it looks like I can't extract from this one either. Why are you sad? It's not your fault. You did well. None of the monsters here can be extracted. It was impossible to extract Vulcan, right? I wonder when the next boss is going to appear.
E.T.
Take this. Take this. Take this.
The fuck? Where'd that come from?
Take this. Take this. Take this. You think I'm going to live? Take this.
You're an unworthy opponent.
Disappear! I'll shred you! Take this! Take this!
Oh, this is where you fight this guy.
This is the end. Take this. Take this.
You're an unworthy opponent.
Unworthy.
The strongest healer has appeared. Take this. I'll shred you. Tearing through.
You're no match for me. Come forward.
It's over. This is the end.
unworthy opponent.
Completely. Literally. Gotta capture that guy. Oh fuck, I thought that was the last boss. Shit. I pumped all my shit into that other guy.
Take this. Take this. Tearing through. Take this.
You're no match for me.
It's over. Take this.
Get him, boys.
Take this. I'll end this.
Come forward.
Take this.
Why is it so fucking dark?
You're an unworthy opponent.
Disappear.
Time for a counter.
I'll shred you.
Oh shit. Really touch this motherfucker.
Take this. Take this. Take this. Take this. Take this. The strongest healer has appeared. Take this. You can't avoid it. This is the end.
I need a break.
Take this. Take this.
I need a break.
God, get the fuck out of there.
Come forth. Shadow strike. Obliterate. Shadow strike. Face your doom. Come forth.
It's over. I'll end this.
You're an unworthy opponent.
Disappear.
I completely missed him.
Take this.
I'll open the
I need a break.
Take this.
You're no match for me.
You can't avoid
Come forth.
tearing through.
Gee.
the undead get scared of death? Well, guess it doesn't matter.
The strongest healer has appeared.
Metis could summon hundreds of beasts, and he had powerful magic abilities. As expected, I can't extract the shadows. I've also reached my limit. I'll run out of health if I climb any higher. A random cursed loot box. Another key. What is it used for? Well, I guess I'll need it somewhere. Holy water of life. A potion that cures all illnesses. I obtained the fragment of the World Tree by defeating Vulcan. I obtained the spring water from the Forest of Echoes by defeating Metis. Now, I just need one last item. The purified blood of the Demon King. Hang in there, Mom. Just a little longer.
The strongest healer.
It was a good fight.
Sir, the Strike Squad's last mission was completed successfully. No injuries, and a very satisfactory return on investment. Welcome, sir. The Strike Squad...
If you bring me the finest materials, I'll show you exactly what I can create with them. put ordinary materials together.
Is
If you bring me the finest materials,
I'm ready.
Booster Battlefield of Time. Field of Timey. Yeah.
It's just business as usual.
Take this. Take this. Take this. You can't avoid it. Take this. Take this. This. Take this.
I'll open the house.
Take this.
You're no match for me.
Die. You think it's over?
You're an unworthy opponent.
Unworthy.
Disappear.
Come forward.
You think I'm going to miss? Take this. You can't avoid it. This is the end.
Easy.
You're an unworthy opponent.
The position was that when I said at the start to Hutch, do you care about this fucking issue? That was bad faith. That when I clarified between possibility and plausibility, that was bad faith. When I asked, don't you have the burden to show that she neglected her chat and read it and chose not to moderate her? That was taken as bad faith. All these things that if it were done in a different context against a different target, people would celebrate like, oh my god, I fucking owned it. Like, and then the ascribing of this, he's just audience captured, hopelessly audience captured by people who have no fucking clue what a principal bone is, have no idea how to maintain this positioning. And this includes a lot of the commentary class who have examined that video, and I encourage you to go through that video and try to see the examples of bad faith. It's so laughable and preposterous, and I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna keep speaking my mind, and if people disagree, the great thing is they're allowed to come into string disagreements and debate it, and actually debate it, and actually see where you're
tired of talking about this already.
In a sense, I am, but I'm very baitable in that.
Okay, you understand. This is basically the same debate that Pisco's been having for years and years, or whatever, on this particular fucking issue. Okay.
Take this.
So on December 27th, Queeman does like a react to this debate, right? Wonderful Pisco chatter, super loved member of his community. Can't moderate him or do anything bad because I would be horrible and inconsistent evil, but
the reaction is.
Oh no, 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 no.
Guys. The Mossad prefers to on his way. Oh, does it? Oh, okay then.
Justified in light of the initial aggression as to the means by which.
So Queeman is bringing up her stream because somebody in Queeman's Discord puts out this. Kalinda, the loner box / Hutch mod lady, talking to Pisco right now, does live streams and uses a webcam. So that Queeman can bring her stuff up and they can start going personal on her.
Which the response is dictated and the target of the response, that is just an excuse not to think. That's just being a coward fuck. I'm not saying you, but like I'm saying people who say,
no, dog, who auntie is that?
I only care about that. I don't want to consider other things. They're just being coward fucks. Who don't, and it's the opposite of what they accuse me of, right? You get plenty of bonus points for staying in line and for saying all the right things according to whatever the in-group preferences of your specific community. I have the opposite. Like, let's consider it even if it pisses off your own audience. So it's actually, ironically, I think the opposite. And as you sit here, is there anything that I just said that you disagree with?
I mean, not like super.
So I don't even, Kalinda, I don't actually know how much of this you're aware of. I'm not sure. You might know all of this as well. I so friends that keep tabs on things. So he does a full react to this. Obviously, Queeman's Discord finds her stream, post her stuff in their Discord on December 28th. Okay. Kalinda does another stream talking about stuff. Okay. I think within like an hour, here are the people that join her Discord in order to join the voice chat. You've got Ryle Kittenhouse 2, Just Legal's editor. You've got a guy called Achito YouTube, who is a commentary YouTuber, but it's not actually him. It's Ryle on an alt account. You've got a person called Cheddar, who is another schizo-obsessive person called Kosher Kathy, who is they pretend to be Indian all the time, and this person joins the Discord and the voice chat as well. And then you've got another person called CPCA Emergency Government, who's another Queeman obsessive fan and a Dan obsessive hater. All of these people join her Discord voice chat to start arguing with her on stream.
Hello, Cheddar.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Okay, so I have some questions for you if you don't mind.
Sure.
So, you know about Lorna Fox when he watched the debate between Elon Levi and Mehdi Hassan? Remember that?
Maybe.
When Mehdi Hassan was talking about Palestinian children being sniped in the head.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Are you here to repeat Bad Banana talking points?
No, I don't even watch Bad Banana.
Okay, well, did you see the clip going around Twitter? Are you gonna ask me if like Learnerbox was laughing at children getting sniped in the head? Is that what we're gonna do here?
No, I have a different question actually.
Okay, what?
It's not about Learnerbox. I don't care about Learnerbox. I want to ask you: do you think IDF soldiers snipe Palestinian children intentionally?
Some of them probably do, yeah.
Okay, do you think that's bad?
Yeah, that would be a war crime. I just don't think that.
Did they talk about you on here? I don't think they actually talk about me on this. It's just it's just an interesting thing on how all these people are so connected. So this person talking to her right now, for instance, is a person that posts on, I think it was the person who founded my Snark, DGG Snark subreddit. And they're also the person who posted on, so when Blav made his big post on Kiwi Farms, where Blav is like celebrating finding out who Rose was, or, you know, that she was 17 when we first started chatting or whatever, when I was talking to the person who was running her account or whatever. When Blav makes this big post where he's like ecstatically excited, 0 years old, 1 year old, 2 years old, this person right now that she's chatting with basically copy pastes almost the exact same posts and puts it on Leftovers H3 Snark, right? The subreddit as well. And then this is the person who's talking to her right now. Yeah.
It's like a top-down order that there's a crack sniper killing division or whatever.
Okay.
Or a crack child sniper division or whatever the fuck.
After the ceasefire, you know how many children were sniped just for crossing whatever border that they had? And they called them terrorists. They said terrorists were neutralized on Twitter. It's just 12 and 9 years old children.
Yeah, I've seen some of that, although I would have to look into that further.
You need to look at it further.
I think these guys chat for a while, and then eventually I think this guy ends up getting kicked from the Discord, this Cheddar guy.
For you. Or like being your punching bag, or defending everything that he's ever said, or like mind reading him.
Is like, no one loved Israel. They lost the propaganda war. Free Palestine, and you're gonna cry about it day and night.
Okay, fuck that guy.
Amazing. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, like goddamn. Listen,
I'm still disappointed you didn't call CPS live on stream.
That would have been funny. Listen, guys, I'm willing to have discussions and conversations, but I'm not interested in having discussions and conversations with people.
What? I left?
Yes, I banned him because he was clearly a fucking. I don't want snarkers in here.
Yeah, no, sorry. I just came in to like tell him to shut the fuck up and let a woman talk for a moment.
Okay, well, I mean, Achito, you want to try your hand?
You banned him, so I'm out.
By Insomniac, I guess. Achito, are you also a stupid snarker, or would you like to have a real conversation? I have no interest in talking to like fucking crazy or like dumb fuck snarker people who just.
And now the Sachito YouTuber, so he's using this guy likes to use other names of famous YouTubers. It's not actually him. This is Ryle Kittenhouse on a Discord alternate account that then comes in to argue with her, defending the last guy who just got banned. And all of these people are here because they were linked from the Queeman server, because they were making fun of her while they were reacting to the conversation that she was having with Pisco.
Are going to bring up drama and start talking about what other streamers think? Or do you actually want to have a conversation? Hello?
No, he's busy writing in chat, I guess.
Check. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you, but can you at least put like proper voice activation on so we don't have to hear your
static
background? Yeah.
Like this doesn't need to be a dogpile or whatever.
Who let everyone else?
It was just crazy. Like he started out seemingly to want to have a conversation, and then he just made it all about dumb internet drama.
Well, you let everyone else in to make it a dogpile, right? You dogpiled them. I don't want this to be a dogpile, but then you dogpiled them, so you're lying, right?
No, I did not make it.
You couldn't handle the conversation yourself.
I
joined.
Right, you let
Nina, who just muddied up the
no, I can't
I wasn't
join
talking
this
to you.
channel
I was
without.
talking to Kalinda.
Look,
I was
if
talking
you're
to
gonna
Kalinda. You're trying
accuse
to
her
dogpile me
about
right
something
now.
that
How do you know this is Ryle? It's the same voice he's talked to.
Criticism is going to be
Fruit
that
Shops here.
I'm like an AWOC, right? It's like maybe
Yes.
I hate Destiny a lot. But the challenge is,
Are we
right, is that
talking
my
to
actions
Connor?
never reach past privacy or past any boundaries that would be unacceptable, right? Destiny and you talk about Hassan almost weekly, daily almost, sometimes, right? In some weeks it's like Hassan gets in, says some dumb shit. You'll cover him every single day.
So it's the same person, but now they've joined in another account to pretend to be somebody else. Yeah.
You're trying to dogpile me right now. You're trying to. I was talking to her, and
You're
I'm
accusing
talking to
her of
her. I
something
asked
she
her a
hasn't
question.
done. You're
I asked
accusing
her
her
a
of something
question.
she hasn't
I asked
done.
her.
Okay,
Well,
stop.
then let her
Shut
answer
up.
to that. Let her.
Stop. Everybody stop talking. At least Mina will stop talking when I tell her to, whereas you will not, Achito, so I muted you. To answer your question, Mina and Insomniac have perms to come in here, okay? That's why they came in. they will talk and just talk to me, or like they'll be quiet if I tell them to. But if you're gonna be like the other guy and not actually let anybody talk, then this is gonna last very, very this ain't gonna last very long. Okay?
Well, you didn't ask me to stop talking. You just muted me.
Are you willing
You
to?
didn't ask me.
Yeah, I did. I told you both.
No, you didn't.
I,
She did.
I started talking, and then nobody.
She was
would
dogpiling me.
stop.
I felt dogpiled.
Jesus
I'm sorry. I
Christ,
get a
dude.
little anxious. I get a little anxious when I'm dogpiled.
Okay.
one person.
And then I think in about a couple minutes, I think Kalinda realizes where these people all came from.
I talked to Lonerbox. Why don't you talk to Lonerbox?
Didn't you go on Pisco stream to talk about H3H3? And like maybe we have heard that and wanted to also talk to you
Sorry,
about
because
that?
Pisco wanted to talk about
Why-
HGH.
Oh, that's where you guys all came from.
You weren't saying anything.
You all came from Pisco stream because that's where all the snarkers hang out now.
I don't watch Pisco, right? I watch other creators.
Queeman.
Well,
watching
then how
Pisco.
the fuck did you know
Did you not
about-
join?
Yeah,
Did
I
you not
did.
join?
I went to Pisco
Okay,
stream.
so you like talking H3 drama too. So what's
That,
the
no,
then
that
if
actually
you're
was
not drama initiative?
that's not the reason why I went on Pisco stream. I went on Pisco
What did
stream
you
to
go on
talk
to
about left-wing anti-Semitism, which you would know if you
What did
actually
you start
watched
with?
it.
What did you start with?
I
What did you
asked
start
him
with to
a
talk about for over
question
an hour?
about the H3. Yeah, the only reason why that went on that long is
Over
because
an
Pisco
hour
wanted to
about
keep
drama.
talking
Oh,
about
I
it.
hate drama, but I'm going to talk about it for over an hour. And then sorry that we come here and have some opinions about it. It's not crazy. There's no
No,
snarking here.
here's-
I just had some opinions that you know I felt were a little off.
Here,
and I
no,
just
no,
wanted to
here's
talk
the
It's just so funny that it's like, oh, you know, we just all showed up because we just wanted to chat about this. We were just kind of curious or whatever. But like, all of them literally were linked from Queeman's Discord. All of them end up joining the Discord at the same time. Some of these people, like the Raul Kittenhouse guy, has literally made fake YouTube accounts. Like this Achito guy, he's impersonating the popular YouTuber, Achito YouTuber. Like they make fake accounts to run in and like either they'll either like spam other people's chats with shit. Or they just like stalk people on our servers. But anyway, yeah, these people are so fucking weird. They're so fucking weird. But okay, that was my little mini schizogram. And Kalinda was so fucking nice to Pisco. What is their issue? I don't know. It's like a crazy groupthink thing or something. I don't know what it is in relation to the Ethan stuff. If they're like, I actually don't know. I don't even know if it's tied necessarily to me. I'm not sure. I really don't know. But it's so weird how all of them move. They like blob from server to server, and they blob so fucking hard. And the fact that Pisco is like so willingly retarded or acts just I don't even know. The fact that he's like, oh, wait, I might put you. I don't know. It's just fucking stupid to me. But yeah. Okay, let's learn about this dude, I guess. They all joined that call in Pisco's voice chat and a bunch that night because I was there to debate me. They're insane. Oh yeah, I think there was it Pisco's Discord server too, where Justico was just in there just like streaming my DMs or whatever related to the Row stuff. He was just live streaming them to the whole Discord server, like off stream. Was that in Pisco's server or was that somebody else's server? Oh no, that might have been Wix server. It's like so deranged. Yeah. They're literally all in Pisco server like a bunch of fucking rats. Yeah, they do that. They blob from like place to place, and it's just fucking weird. What are you gonna do though?
Mewing, mogging, looksmaxing. These are all terms we take for granted as part of popular internet Zoomer lexicon. But not too long ago, these terms were reserved for a few niche boards on websites that the general public had no knowledge of. And these ideas have only become more popular with the rise of a new figure, Clavicular, a 19-year-old streamer whose entire philosophy rests on the idea that looks matter. And if you're not using his methods, you're going to be left behind. Clav is definitely an interesting guy, and his popularity is more reflective of the culture that created him rather than his own personal successes or shortcomings. At the same
At Destiny, Lonerbox joins later, and they harass him about not going after you harder. Yeah, they're all got to be on the right team.
time, he probably needs some serious help. And while on one hand, I do feel bad for him, and on another, he's pretty funny, how much sympathy can be extended to someone who tells his fans that steroids and meth are the way to ascend? This is the story of Clav, the world's most popular looks maxer. Clavicular was born in December of 2005 to a wealthy family in the northeastern United States. Instead of public school, he attended an all-boys private high school, which just goes to show that his upbringing already set him apart from the average person. But even among his peers, his interests would diverge completely from the typical student. While most kids were studying and playing Call of Duty, Clav was getting into looks maxing. As its name suggests, looks maxing is the idea of improving your looks. The origins of this term are somewhat difficult to place, but today, the term is most commonly attributed to looksmax.org. Clav began browsing the site while in high school, supposedly coming to a personal epiphany. Looks matter above all else. If you don't have friends, it's because you're not good looking. Want to succeed in relationships? relationships? You need to be good looking. You want a dream job? Well, you also need to be good looking for that. Some basic methods for looks maxing
Where's
are
the
pretty
lie?
simple. Go to the gym, eat a balanced diet, get some sunlight so you don't look like you just rolled out of a coffin. But these are all things that people have been doing anyway. Your dad probably told you to go to the gym instead of playing Halo all night. Or maybe that was just me. But some looks maxers are in favor of using more drastic methods. Clav claims that he was just 14 years old when he ordered testosterone off the internet for the first time. Obviously, testosterone is a naturally occurring hormone in all of us, but Clav was taking it to accelerate his progress in the gym. Or, as he puts it, I started roids about 2 weeks after I started lifting. Why? Because natty gains are slow and gay.
What's up? I just want to give a comprehensive overview of SARMs, or selective androgen receptor modules, what I think about them, my experience with them, and if you should take them. Now, SARMs are not as researched as anabolic steroids, so we don't currently know the long-term side effects, so that risk is already present.
To make things simple, SARMs are essentially gourmet steroids. They're marketed as having less side effects than the stuff bodybuilders used to put up their butts, but at the same time, they do suppress natural testosterone production, which can have some pretty noticeable side effects on your body. If you've ever seen a male bodybuilder develop fleshy man boobs, it's because they took steroids for some period of time and it messed up their hormones. But most bodybuilders are taking these performance enhancers after puberty has ended. Clav was starting them before he was even halfway through his natural development as a man. Based on his video, he's well aware of the risks, but it's a trade-off he was comfortable with because he claims to have gained 55 pounds of muscle in 12 weeks. It's also worth noting that this video is partially his own personal experiences, but it's also a promotion of these substances to anyone who stumbled across it. He recommends what to take if you're fat and want to lose weight, what to take if you're skinny and want to gain muscle, and how to do it most effectively.
Now, there's a bit of an increased libido, like you might catch yourself, going on Tinder at 12 a.m.
Don't do it.
There's been times when I was on SARMs where I'd be on Tinder at 12 p.m., swiping on these ugly ass, let's not get into that, but
These videos are from 2022 and were seemingly recorded on the same day. During the rest of that year, and 2023, there doesn't seem to be any significant online activity from him, but that doesn't mean he was leaving internet life behind. You've probably heard at least one term like mogging, mewing, beta, alpha, and sigma males, red, blue, and black pills, virgin, Stacy, and Chad, among many others. What you probably don't know is that, like pretty much everything online nowadays, these terms originated in mostly right-wing forums and image boards from over a decade ago. Before LooksMax was popular, it had 3 spiritual predecessors: PUAHate.com, an anti-pickup artist forum, which mass shooter Elliot Rodger was active in; SlutHate.com, which was later renamed Red Pill Talk, and was once directly addressed by the inventor of mewing himself, Dr. Mike Mew.
The first response came from Incel Executioner. I do love some of the names you've got here.
And Lookism.net, the latest and least relevant out of all of these. Many similar sites went the way of the dodo as their users found a more reliable place with faster servers that could host their discussions: Reddit. But in 2017, social media companies led a massive crackdown on anything that was deemed online extremism. Among the many casualties was the shutdown of the subreddit r/incels. On one hand, you had people saying that these communities were dangerous and needed to be purged from the web. But the opposing argument, apart from being in favor of freedom of speech generally, also had a foreboding warning: the idea that banning these communities from the general internet would cause a pressure cooker effect, where the people using them would just gather on more extreme platforms. And indeed, they did. The shutdown of r/incels instantly led to the creation of 4 different websites: incels.is, which is a general forum for incels; neets.net, created for people who are not in employment, education, or training; sanctioned death, a site that allegedly provides instructions on how to, and finally, looksmax.org. It's during 2024 that most of Clav's posts on this forum take place. One of the earliest posts I found is him replying to someone named Big Black Oily Booty, who claimed to be 15 years old. Clav replied to him saying, "Log out of this site and play with your friends. Don't ruin your mental development with autism." Unfortunately, this is advice that he himself did not take. 1 month or so after his 18th birthday, he made a post saying he had already gone on 4 steroid cycles, with doses as high as 550 milligrams of testosterone weekly. For reference, the testosterone they give middle-aged men to get their T levels healthy tops out at 200. In the same post, he also notes that taking substances in the past had seriously affected his liver health, but this didn't seem to be a major concern for him. By age 16, he was spending $700 per steroid cycle, but somewhat ironically, his drug use ranked pretty low in terms of bizarre methods he was using to supposedly improve his looks. While looksmaxers believe that your body is an important part of improving your looks, equally important is your face. Having a strong jawline, high cheekbones, and hunter eyes are heralded as the pinnacles of looksmaxing.
Everyone talks about getting hunter eyes, and everyone talks about a positive canthal tilt, but no one tells the truth. Here's the full guide on how to actually get hunter eyes.
According to Clav, one of the methods he used was called thumb pulling, which entailed pulling the roof of his mouth outwards to widen his jaw. He also chewed gum, which supposedly helped his jawline as well. All of these are obviously unconventional, but the strangest method is bone smashing. The idea that by lightly hitting your face with a hammer or other object, you can create microfractures that, when healed, supposedly enlarge or strengthen the bones underneath.
I know it hurts, but that means it's working. That's the only indication. You have to push past the pain. Look at me.
While he acknowledges that the effects of bone smashing are most likely not permanent, he still claims that it swells up his face and makes him look more defined, although I'm not sure I see much of a difference in this before and after other than lighting. Now, one question you're probably asking after seeing all of this is why? Clav was already a reasonably attractive person before any of this, and it was all due to genetics. Were the steroids, strange techniques, and thousands of dollars spent really worth it? I would argue no, especially since 2 major things he was seemingly ignoring were his mental well-being and his general social skills. In one post, he states that he dreads going to get haircuts because, as he puts it, "I'd rather look homeless than have to talk to someone for 30 minutes straight. God, I want a rope max." He even went as far as making an entire thread about his crippling social anxiety. "I dread talking to people in real life, even if it's for 30 seconds. friends. I'd do anything to avoid those awkward, meaningless exchanges. Here's how I say 50 words or less per day. I wake up 30 minutes earlier than I have to, so I don't have to see my parents in the morning. I get up at 6 a.m. for school, even though I don't start for like 2 hours after that. I just sit in my car and wait for it to start. Don't walk into class first or last, both of which draw attention, which I don't want. I just walk in the middle of the pack so no one notices. Sit in the middle of the room. Sitting in the back may cause the teacher to cold call you to try to catch you not paying attention. Sitting in the middle has allowed me to never get called on for a question the entire year. Keep eye contact with the teacher and divert your attention whenever she looks at you to another person. Also, never use your phone when you're not supposed to. She will go out of her way to embarrass you. Don't follow anyone on Instagram. This will make it awkward to walk by them. Am I supposed to greet this person now? I don't want to talk to you. Don't try to make small talk. Then, it is custom to greet people the next day. Just ignore everyone.
Never participate in class discussions.
Start counting your words. You shouldn't be saying more than 50 to 100 words per day. I have gone entire days without speaking before. This should be your goal. When walking into a room, don't make eye contact with anyone. If I need to, just give them a nod and walk the other way. During lunch, I always sit in the library and fast, so that I don't have to go through the shame of eating lunch alone. This will cause social stigma. Don't be this kid. Just go somewhere else. When I get home, I try to go straight to my room without seeing my parents. I always greet my dog though, because I love her. This is the only female I will ever feel a connection to. I care greatly for my dog because she gets so happy when I come home from school. When I go to have my pre-workout meal, I eat it at an obscure time to avoid overlapping dinner with the rest of my family who are always home. At the gym, I always wear a hoodie and sweatpants, dark colors to be unapproachable. This is ideal. Never wear deodorant to the gym. No one asks you to work in, ever, if you smell really bad. Only do this at the gym, not anywhere else because it draws attention. When I get home, I go straight to my room to come on looksmax.org or incels.is for the rest of the night. Sometimes I watch a movie. I recommend you try to go an entire day doing your normal regime without talking. Whenever I talk, I give away my blue pill and reveal my mental issues. I used to have a therapist, but stopped going because of how dreadful it is. They constantly try to blue pill you and warp your sense of reality. On one hand, I think some of this post is exaggerated to get attention from other people on the forum. One user would even reply simply stating, "This is what people on this website do," and then they complain they get no attention from women. At the same time, social anxiety might be something that affects him. In one post, he claims that in real life he's generally perceived as a pretty normal guy. He says he has no problem speaking to girls or giving class presentations. But whenever he posts on the forum, people immediately sense his social awkwardness. It almost seems like he cares more about users on this website liking him than people in his real life. On that same note, one strange pattern I notice with his posts are the complete contradictions. For example, he ends this one post with this sentence: "You guys who bang and jerk off multiple times a week disgust me." Okay, fair enough, I guess. In the same post, he says that he pumps and dumps girls bi-weekly, which I assume means he was having casual hookups with women every other week.
Just to prove that he
But in
could,
another
though.
post just
He
2
doesn't
days
enjoy
after,
it.
he says, "I wind up gooning once every couple of days." Obviously, these posts are in complete conflict with each other. On one hand, he hates people who have sex and goon. On the other, he also does both of these things. Clab was trying his best to make it out of the hood at this point in his life. While he was attending high school and college, his academic pursuits seemed far less interesting to him than what was happening online, which, to be honest, is one thing I definitely relate to him on. He had already started a TikTok account to show his transformations to the world and generate a little bit of conversation online about it. But he was still trying to create some separation between his real life and what was happening online. At one point, he shared his list of things to never talk about with normies. This includes seed oils and food dyes, asking for food to be cooked in grass-fed butter, JFK assassination, tap water filled with estrogen, COVID vaccines, Michelle Obama's gender, Volkswagen Tiguan, Hollywood pedophiles, women's right to vote, how epic 05 Tacomas are, saying the phrase based and red-pilled, Holocaust death count, crime statistics, homosexuals, Kanye West, weightlifting and macros, car modding, the word kek, race relations, and finally, Queen Cleopatra's race. Now, you may have some questions about many of these things, but if you're wondering about the Volkswagen Tiguan specifically, he says, "I took a true Stacy on a date and ranted about how much I hate the Volkswagen Tiguan, which apparently dried her pussy out. Don't recommend talking about that." But as time passed, the line between his online activity and his normal life began to blur. In one post, he talks about how some girl he was talking to looked up his TikTok handle, and from there, found his account on Looksmax, along with the post where he talked about his dick size. On the forum, Clab's struggles with online dating are pretty well documented. He can be seen asking for help on what kind of pictures to put on his profile to get better matches, while also complaining about how incapable he is of holding any kind of conversation with the women he does end up matching with. This would be a persistent issue for him, to the point where he made a YouTube video about it.
My biggest point of contention recently has been online dating. I don't know where I'm going wrong, which is why it's so frustrating. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. And there's just no real way to be logical when you're texting these girls. There's no feedback system. They'll just stop texting you out of nowhere. Like, you'll just be texting a girl, having a normal conversation. Just no reply. Casper the Ghost. At that point, it's not like, okay, well, this is what it's not like a game where you could go and do some like game film after the fact and say, oh shit, I shouldn't have said that. Maybe I pushed it over the line. Just be a perfectly normal conversation. Well, I could be. What did I do? How about that? How about you do me the courtesy of, after all these conversations and text messages that I don't even want to. You think I would have talked about your hobbies? Bitch, I want to get in your pants, goddammit, and I want to convince you that I'm not trying to you, which is why I'm having the conversation.
And to be honest, I think some of this experience is probably relatable to a lot of guys. What hopefully isn't relatable is that in some of his other posts, his conclusion was basically to give up on dating altogether. This really comes to a head with one thread simply titled, "Masturbating Mog Sex with Girls." I'd rather goon 24/7 than have to cope and jester on dating apps or cold approach a dumb girl. Conversing with low IQ primitive women is insanely difficult for me, an autist, and I can't fake the interaction for over 5 minutes. Pussy doesn't feel as good as my
Like, you're starting. It's the
idea of putting a
apathy that he contributes to, the anti-electoral shit, you know, where like he
Yeah,
just
but
he didn't
the-
tell anyone to vote.
My argument would be for those types of people that
Just want to like
your question is like, I was trying to get at that, even if that.
say that the rape robot. Okay, I mean,
Or gay. The sooner
Thanks.
you realize that, the better.
The year is 2018.
Okay. All the robots respawn, right? I can just keep running this for like 10 minutes. Give me one second. I'm going to talk to, I think apparently Kalinda. Hold on, let me pee real fast. His Knowles interview is kind of funny. We might watch that at some point. We'll see. Wow, hi, what's up?
oh shit, hello.
Hello, hello.
Wait. No, I've got fucking audio issues. There we go. That's better. Go
Hello,
on.
hello.
Hello. Before I begin, I have a question for you. Although it's a shame Mr. Mooten's not also here for me to ask my question.
I can answer for him, don't worry.
Excellent. What the fuck are you guys doing to your Logitech mice that they're breaking all the time? Are you like gooning on them and like getting shit like in the scroll wheel? Is that what's happening?
I mean, I haven't had problems with it recently, but I think this was a well-known issue, the scroll wheel glitching. I think it happened with the Death Adders as well, where for some reason, if you were scrolling down, it would just go up like every 10 scrolls for some random fuck reason. But this was a well-documented issue that like affected a lot of people. That and the double click issue was another one where when you would click once every now and then, it would like, I think it would like double click or it would pre-click or something. And it was, yeah, but that was a huge Death Adder issue a long time ago.
I mean, it's Razer, right? I've never heard anything good about Razer. I feel like I just keep hearing that it was just shit. So.
I mean, people say that, but it came down to who had the most accurate, like pixel perfect or whatever sensors. And Razer for a long time had, before I think Logitech got involved, it was like Razer and maybe one other company that had like really good laser sensors or whatever that would work well. Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that. Yeah, I mean, I have a G502 Lightspeed that I've had for probably 3 or 4 years, and it still works even though I've dropped it a couple of times. And I don't know. I guess I just get lucky, and like all of everybody's shit just keeps breaking. But
Well, how much what do you use your mouse for?
Gaming.
Like how much gaming though?
Oh no, I mean I game a lot. No, actually I just use it regularly. It's my main mouse
Okay.
on my computer.
Well, because I was gonna say for like people like me or Moon or whatever, this is also like you're talking 8+ hours a day of like playing League and shit. So you'd go through like wear and tear
Oh.
faster than an ordinary person would as well. Even somebody who plays games. Yeah.
Oh yeah, well especially if you're playing League, that shit's got a lot of clicking.
Yeah. Indeed.
Okay, so I guess I have like a couple of things, but I guess I'll just start with do you think that Nazism and communism are like equally bad?
I don't know. That's a hard one. I mean, like I could say yes or no, but there's like different dimensions of these that I would say are bad, and I don't know. Like, it would be really hard to do a one-to-one. But the fact that I'm like questioning this means that they're not like, in terms of badness, they're not substantively different enough that I'd be like, that one is clearly worse than the other. So, which I'm guessing is not what you want to hear. So, yeah. What's up?
Well, okay. I mean, I was thinking about this a lot because there are a lot of people who kind of like to equate them. And I mean, by the way, like, I completely understand, for example, why Eastern Europeans would equate them, given how much they got fucked by the Soviet Union for such a long time.
Mm-hmm.
More so than, like, by the Nazis. So much so that, like, obviously, for at least for a while, or in some countries, I believe still, that neo-Nazism in Eastern Europe is still, like, kind of an issue. Not as big of an issue as the Russians want you to think it is, because it's an issue in their country, too. But, like, I guess what I would say is if you're looking at the two ideologies, I would say that like, if we were to compare, like, Hitler or Stalin, for example. Wait, am I not loud enough? Chat is whining. Or should I just ignore them?
I can turn you up a little bit. Sorry, hold on. I just got into the most fucking ridiculous robot fucking clusterfuck on my fucking life.
Don't die to the rape robots.
Jesus Christ. I hate my... Just kidding. I love my life. Sorry. Please, thank you.
No.
Okay.
Holy shit. I almost died there. God, yeah, I'm like behind, obviously.
No,
it's
you're
like
good.
watching Loner play Hollow Knight.
Let me turn you up a bit. I had you at 70% for some reason. Okay. Go ahead. You were talking Nazism, communism. Yeah, go for it.
Oh, yeah. So I would say, like, a lot of people like to compare Hitler and Stalin because, I mean, Stalin was probably by far the most brutal of the USSR's leaders. But I would say that I would probably, if I was going to compare the two of them, I would be like, Hitler would be at the top of the step ladder in terms of badness, and then Stalin would be one rung below him. So he's not as bad, but he's still pretty fucking bad, if you know what I mean. Like, I mean, maybe this requires, like, more knowledge of the history or whatever. And
Sure.
maybe that's why I'm thinking about it that way. Although I don't know, I know some stuff, like a bunch of stuff about the USSR, but not as much as I know about the Nazis
Sure.
and what the Nazis planned for Europe if they won the war.
Yeah, I mean,
And the
I
fact
think
that,
it's
like,
pretty easy to say that I think
yeah.
Hitler is probably worse than almost anybody. Probably worse than Stalin. Yeah, I think I would grant that pretty easily. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because and I'll probably take this up with Connor too, because like I don't know that I agree with his Nick Fuentes and Hassan are the same person shit. I feel like that's kind of silly. I don't know, like, do you agree with that? Sometimes you said that you hate Hassan more than Fuentes, or that you think Hassan is worse, but I don't know if that's just because that you hate Hassan, which is fair, and you see more of Hassan.
It
and
really
Hassan
depends on
seems bigger.
the dimensionality that we're speaking. My biggest issue with Hassan that I didn't like, and with Fuentes that I think was really comparable, was they're both kind of like, they see themselves as like enemies of status quo liberalism, and they are willing to do basically whatever it takes to take down status quo liberalism, even if that involves acts that I would say are unethical. So that could be things as small as like just blatantly lying about things, or supporting like huge moral enemies, or it could go all the way to things like, you know, justifying some kind of violent revolution to overcome the liberal overlords or whatever.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think that I will say that I think Fuentes is like worse than Hassan in a bunch of different ways, but that maybe might just be because that it might just be because that like Fuentes advocates for a whole bunch of shit that I find incredibly scary. Like if you were to get elected, the kind of social shit that he would do, you know, like women wouldn't be allowed to vote anymore, and all that kind of, or like I feel like he would manage to break like things with his social conservative shit probably way more than like Hassan would manage to. Like if you had to choose, I think Pisco asked me this question because he really loves to ask this. He was like, who would you vote for, Fuentes or Hassan? assuming like that they are constrained by the American institutional system. Now I'm curious what your answer to that question is.
Did I listen to this, or
Or
was
do you
he
think
talking to
that's- yeah.
somebody else? Because when you say constrained by the American system, do we mean constrained by like the current populist, or I'm sorry, the current popularity of both parties, or do we mean like the current, like just like
The institutions.
Yeah, but because the question, a lot of this is boring, so it depends on what we're asking. Because like if we say like the popular support of the political parties is going to be there in the same way that it is now, then both Hassan and Fuentes would be like ineffective. They can't do anything. Right, because nobody would support their
yeah.
policies, basically. But that, I mean, that's kind of the not interesting question, right? I think what you're trying to get at, or Pisco is trying to get at that question, is like, whose policies would you prefer to be implemented more?
Yeah, like he was asking me basically who is the lesser of two evils. It was in an earlier, much shorter conversation that we had. Like when I went on to talk to him and the part of the convo that you watched, I actually came on to talk to him about left-wing anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
Because I felt like he didn't understand that I think Hassan is anti-Semitic, but left-wing anti-Semitism looks different than Fuentes' anti-Semitism. And so a lot of people don't understand like how anti-Zionism is like anti-Semitism. And funnily enough, that actually was exported by the Soviet Union after 1967. Like all of that rhetoric that you hear nowadays about Israel and anti-Zionism and shit, that all came from the Soviets. I
Sure.
learned that fairly recently.
Related to like
but-
Middle Eastern politics and stuff, right?
Yeah, like, well, after Israel won the 6-Day War, the Soviets were like, "What? There's no way. We gave all this stuff to like all these Arab countries. How did Israel kick their ass so easily?" It couldn't have just been Israel. It must have been the United States. And then they went around and started spreading around all this stuff. And they were also fairly anti-Semitic before that. Like Stalin only recognized Israel because he thought that maybe they were going to be like based communist chads, but then they were like, no, fuck you, we want to be friends with America. And then Stalin was like, oh, okay, well, fuck you then. And yeah, like it didn't really go anywhere after that. And I mean, like Israel or the Soviets have always been kind of like, they didn't particularly like Zionism as well either, because they kind of tend to reject any kind of nationalism that they don't like.
Sure.
And Zionism is Jewish nationalism, right? So, and that went against all their shit about like international crap.
Sure. So okay, so your question is like back to like who would I prefer, like Hassan, like but like a full communist or a full fascist regime in a vacuum, basically? Is that what we're asking, or?
Yes, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, like I feel like it's
Yeah,
a
yeah,
hard
I would-
question because it's hard to know like what are the ideals for both of these people, because I feel like both of them constantly misstate what their ideals are, so it's hard to know. I mean, like I feel like I would lean towards the communist one very slightly, assuming I'm not going to be super selfish and say like I think a Nazi regime would be awesome because I'm like a white, blue-eyed person who maybe would stand to gain from the racial supremacy. Yeah, I would probably.
Well, yeah, until they deport you, like you know, like when they deport all the over 50, or you know, like because you're half Cuban, right? Just
Yeah,
like
sure.
Fuentes in that Rowan video.
But I mean, the government having control over essentially every single business that's ever created and facet of your life to some extent in a communist society, I think would also be pretty spooky. I'd be pretty spooked.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. No, like, I mean, really, realistically speaking, if I was forced to choose between the two of them, I probably just want to, like, you know, Minecraft myself rather than have to live in either one of those societies. But I'd probably rather live in, like, I mean, and hell, if you made it worse and asked where would you rather live, Hitler's Germany or Stalin's Russia, then it becomes, like, even more kind of insane. But, I mean, I think that I got the impression from you a long time ago that you didn't think there was much difference between these two things. I think it was, I remember watching you play
I think it
Elden
was me
Ring,
talking
and I
about how
think-
you should treat both of them the same online, because both of them were basically willing to lie to further an anti-liberal ideology, which is something I still kind of do, I think, believe in. I think that's true.
Oh, well, yeah, that's true. I don't necessarily disagree with that. I mean, I have a different metric. Like my metric for the Soviet, or for the for like the who should the Democrats have in their coalition thing is like, are you willing to like do you support the candidate? Are you going to tell people to vote for the candidate? Are you going to push this a lot and like simp for the candidate basically? Yes. Welcome. No, get the fuck out. Like that's basically like it's not much. Like I think you probably have a higher bar than I do. But I just don't want, you know, like I think that to me that's the most important thing. Like I feel like that's probably one of the worst things that Hassan did is the apathy that he contributes to, the anti-electoral shit, you know, where like he just
but
he didn't tell anyone to vote.
My argument would be for those types of people, that apathy is like, that's by design. That's not incidental. Like that's
Yeah,
kind
I
of
know.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the entire point, because all they want to do is like ContraPoints is correct. They don't want power. They just want to critique power, and
Sure.
like they just want to whine and cry.
And any kind of like upgrades in like a liberal system aren't really upgrades to them if they're not switching to their full on like commie stuff. It's all the same shit to them basically.
If
Yeah.
it's not it's not good enough essentially. But like I think there's something to what Connor said about how he described communism. He described communism as what is it that he said? Are you in favor of the workers owning the means of production and the decommodification of basic human needs? Then I want nothing to do with you. That was his description of communism. But I mean, like, in some ways, maybe that particular society in like a pie in the sky ideal, like that doesn't necessarily sound as bad as, whereas if I were to ask about Nazism, then the question would be, oh shit. Oh
You're
no,
fine, go ahead.
I'm
No,
sorry.
keep going.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
you
all good.
just died. If I were to ask about Nazism, then the question would be, are you in favor of living in a racially pure society with your based white Aryan brothers and your beautiful Aryan wife and your Aryan children, you know, free of all the degeneracy and the
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
like,
But at the end of the
that's-
day, this question is like never on the table, right? Like we're never choosing between communism or fascism. Like both of these in my mind are horrible paths to go down, and I wouldn't make friends with
Oh,
anybody
yeah,
in either coalition.
absolutely.
And I'm never considering like what's better or worse. Like at that point, like everything has been completely fucked anyway. So
No, yeah, no. I agree. I guess I just I don't know. I just don't want people to lose sight of like the fact that like these two things aren't like necessarily exactly the same. Like the thing that makes Nazism bad is the intent behind it, where it literally targets groups of people that it considers inferior, and like their destruction is a logical, or not even a logical, it's like the goal in order to create that great beautiful society. Whereas like communism, a lot of the bad shit that happens is a byproduct of your attempt to create your utopia. Like it's true what they say when commies say communism or socialism has never been tried. They're right, it hasn't been, because it's utopian bullshit, and every attempt to get there has failed and just ended in like the creation of like a society that was not great, and where it was like a shitty place to live and nobody wanted to live there, you know?
sure, but while that might be
So-
true, like on paper, like in practice, like if it ends up being that way, and if I see in practice that it ends up fostering almost all of the same shit, like whether we're talking anti-Semitism or anti-Americanism or anti-white
yeah.
people or whatever the fuck else, like it's like, well, at that point, it doesn't matter to me. Like in a
Oh,
purely
yeah,
academic
it's-
philosophical debate, there might be a big difference, but on the ground, again, like I'm not ever like I just don't think that you should ever draw up, you know, coalitions with people who fundamentally want to see your ideology completely destroyed, and the people who belong to your ideology ultimately imprisoned or killed if they had their, you know, way of shaping society.
Yeah, I think that's fair. If you want to say that, I think there's I guess like I don't know if I would draw it as far as you draw it to like, or like I'm not sure if I would encompass all of those people that you encompass. Like for example, I'm trying to think of like Econo Boy. Like I don't know, he just seems not terrible. I guess like I understand his ideal world, but like actually no, wait, you said you wouldn't lump him in with the rest of them.
I mean, I wouldn't lump him in
Or
terms of what he
would you?
believes in, but he would give enough cover to them that you would have to treat him essentially the same. And like, even if that seems extreme, like all the same language has existed on the progressive side for a long time with regards to other people that gave cover for extremists. So I don't think it's even that necessarily radical
Yeah.
to say. Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of, I don't know, that's the shitty thing, because I feel like years ago, it used to not be as bad as it is now. Like, I think Ukraine really exposed a lot of this shit. Like, just how utterly ridiculously insane so many left-wing people were on Ukraine and not wanting to support Ukraine. And then Israel just really, really pushed it out into the open. The extent to which that, like, people like Mehdi Hassan Mehdi Hassan's not pro Hamas, but he essentially runs cover for everybody else who is, or who he just runs cover for them by refusing, by like, yeah, basically acting like they just don't exist, and thus everything's Israel's fault. So like I mean, on the one hand, yeah, I kind of agree. Although I feel like I maybe might take that somewhat on a case by case basis, because like at the same time, I guess what separates why aren't you worried about like someone like Mamdani or Bernie or I'm not gonna say AOC because I feel like she's, or Rashida Tlaib or Ilhan Omar. Like God, Rashida Tlaib has been like kind of like incredibly cringe on the Israel shit.
I mean,
Like,
when I
she
look
did
at
that straight
Mamdani,
from something,
just the way that he speaks and the way that he talks about like building a coalition of people to work together to like accomplish things politically. Like I see some of his older stuff is kind of cringe, but he's also like pretty young. Is he even 30? Hold on, Mamdani age.
I think he's like 35.
He's 34 right
or
now.
something.
Yeah. So like I feel like I don't know. I just the way that I've seen him speak and the way that he seems to be willing to work with people that I guess like leftists wouldn't traditionally be willing to work with. Like I have, I'll say high hopes, I guess. It might be that he ends up being super cringe and I don't like him, but I mean, AOC ended up being, I think, a pretty good politician, even though she's probably left to me on things. Yeah. But there's like there are so many center left libs, I think, that are finally, it's just starting to happen where like these center left libs are being energized. I think it's kind of sad to ignore all of that potential activist fertile ground and then to kind of eschew that and then to go to this weird, like, how do we appeal to these crazy tankies the best when it's hard to even differentiate? Like, would you support somebody who says that like all liberals should be killed or cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds? Like when that's the go-to rhetoric for all of these people, like why waste? It just seems like, yeah, I don't know. In my mind, it's just a waste of time, like trying to figure out how to appeal to these people.
Oh no, I don't think there's any reason to appeal. Like I thought about how could one perhaps de-radicalize those people, but I feel like Pisco's debate with Prime really just sums it up.
Jesus.
Like these people think that Israel is the same as Nazi Germany, and therefore they would never vote for a candidate. Would you vote for a candidate that supports Nazi Germany? No, probably not. And therefore, like, that's the beginning and the end of it for them. And like, I have no idea how the fuck do you talk somebody out of that insanity? I don't know if there's any way to do that. Like when that's what you think and you feel so strongly about it, despite basically knowing nothing about the I mean, like, by the way, thank you for asking Prime the why didn't Hamas build bomb shelters question after Wick kicked me out of the call on that panel.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is what it is. I don't know. All of the online politics sphere is kind of garbage, but I guess, wait, so it sounded like initially you felt like you had a large disagreement with me, or do you think that I'm too harsh on, I guess, leftists, or?
Oh, no, I don't think you're too harsh on leftists. Fuck those guys. I mean, like, you might cast a wider net than I do, I guess. Like, maybe I would be willing to work with someone who calls themselves, like, a democratic socialist, or, like, I would be okay with them, maybe, like, if they're, because, like, there is a difference, right, between, like, people who are, as long as they're not masking on. Actually, wait, no, hold on. I guess I'll ask, do you think like you would be okay with Vosh being in the coalition? Yeah.
I don't know. He needs to figure out his shit. I don't believe this market socialist shit. I just think that's a goofy thing. So he has to figure out if he's a capitalist or socialist, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, so
isn't he also? If you're talking about brain broke on Israel, isn't Vosh also super brain
Vosh is
broke?
absolutely. Yes, he is so brain. He doesn't know anything about it. He is proudly ignorant. Lonerbox talked to him, and Vosh was like the most, like, he was like the most tepid. Like he barely pushed back at all, and Loner like basically laid out a whole bunch of facts and shit, and then like, you know, not too long later, he was right back to talking about how Israel is a demon Nazi country, and yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is up with that. I think that's probably some sort of weird audience capture, or maybe he just really, maybe he doesn't like Jews. I don't know.
Sure. I think it's like kind of the leftist ideology. You kind of have to be on that side of things for that. It's pretty hard not to be.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but it's but yeah, okay, so that's that's your bar, your purity. I don't know if I want to call it a purity testing bar, but I mean, I suppose it is, or like that's your bar then, is like whether or not someone is or is not a socialist. Is that like you wouldn't democratic socialists aren't even okay?
The problem is that like socialism necessitates like mass violence, and if you like talk to any of these people long enough and follow them down that rabbit hole, eventually they'll get there. So, yeah, it's yeah, like they'll say no
Maybe
initially, but if
again.
you start pushing them, like I feel like they have to eventually say that. Yeah.
Oh, you mean like Econo Boy basically didn't really answer that question? I don't think that he gave a satisfactory answer
Yeah.
about like forcing everybody to give up.
Their
Yeah.
wealth, yeah.
I mean, like that's probably true. I don't know if I because like I feel like I think that it would still be an important thing to there. I feel like there's still maybe some small number of people, especially like younger people, but or maybe or do you just not think that it's even worth it to bother even trying to appeal to like any younger people at all?
I mean, why not just make capitalism look good to them instead of socialism? I don't know, but
Oh, well, no, I mean, I think that that would be a great idea. It would be great to do that, or it'd be great to inform them, hey, you like those Nordic countries? I mean, those countries are capitalist.
Mhm.
Maybe we should just do more of that shit.
Yeah.
Like, I
Yeah.
mean, that's what I want. So,
people need to make more positive
Um,
arguments for their positions rather than trying to like eternally and infinitely hedge around every potential rhetoric attack. I think conservatives are good at doing that. They're like, we're going to support a rapist, or we're going to support whatever crazy shit, and we're just going to do it. And they don't ask necessarily like what's the most rhetorically effective thing. On some issues they do, but like when they figure out what propaganda they want to do, when it comes to supporting at least the people on their side or the ideologies, they'll be like really shameless about it sometimes. Yeah.
oh, yeah, I mean, I don't know that liberals could necessarily get away with that to the same degree though, right? Because like I do think that we are different, or there are things that we can't do the same kinds of shit that Trump that I guess that MAGA does, right?
I mean, I
'Cause
think
I
you,
don't
I
know
think
that it would work for us.
it would. I think they would. It doesn't have to be like as like shamelessly unfactual, but like taking a strong stance on a thing like redistricting or the Electoral College or the Supreme Court or whatever,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
pushing stuff like that. I think you could do it. Yeah. Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah. By the way, I like your idea of every like I'm still probably flagrantly against court packing because I really do think that if they like I don't know, it just seems like a really bad idea that just I mean, I'm surprised the Republicans haven't already proposed doing it.
Yeah.
But I guess they don't need to. But I feel like if the Democrats do it, they'll want to do it. Anyway, yeah, I wanted to ask you about something else, but I don't know if I should keep you for much longer or if you are gonna queue for another game or if you were gonna go to bed or whatever.
I'm probably gonna
or
sleep
if
pretty
you want
soon.
to end stream.
Yeah. You can ask me tomorrow though. Poke me in chat or on Discord. I'll drag you on. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sure thing. Yeah. I mean, yeah, tomorrow I'm going home. I'm only talking so quietly right now
Mhm.
with that vocal fry because that my parents are asleep.
Well, then do it the next day. Okay.
I think they're asleep. Yeah, but I'm going back to my apartment tomorrow. So, anyway, um, chat if you want to. If you want to follow me on YouTube, my username is Kalinda Live. If it's okay with you, Destiny.
Well, you already plugged it.
For me
so-
to plug my
Yeah, you're good. No problem.
yeah. So I should have asked.
No, you're
sorry.
good. Don't worry about it. I'm fine.
Anyway, but thank you. Thanks for having me on and talking about all that shit. Anyway, have a good night.
Yeah. Have a good one. Good night.
Bye.
Okay. I love you guys. Be careful. Stay safe. I would do connections, but I already did the New Year's connection, so get fucked. Reverino, Cappuccino, Poppuccino, Hoppuccino, Moppuccino, Cappuccino, Cappuccino, I will catch you guys tomorrow, Reno.
Use its reputation for. God damn. Big W. His entire team's critical. Make him elite. Oh. Register battlefield of time. What is a registered battlefield of time? Easy.
Mr. Alibro.
Hello, Mr.
Or-
Steven. How
yeah.
are you?
I'm doing great. Okay. Oof. I'm listening to you. I'm watching
Okay.
what you guys. You're massacred, my boy.
Yeah, he didn't bring very good takes, did he?
I don't know if his takes were good or bad, but I know that with 4 or 5 of you guys screaming over him the whole time, it was
Okay. I'm not concerned about his comfort, but what's up? What's on your mind? This is the only topic that I feel like I can do off the cuff with you, so you got me.
All right, we'll do it off the cuff. Do you really believe that it's insane to say that men as an aggregate are stronger than women?
No, there were so many things to deal with. Here's stance on that.
Okay.
Is that there is not even a full standard deviation in the difference between the is it mean or median? I don't. Math isn't my strong suit. But there is a small difference in the center point of the strength and overall physical ability of men and women.
Do you
but
genuinely
it is-
believe that? Do you think that there is a negligible difference between the average aggregate strength of men versus women?
I would say it is quantifiable and statistically.
So we're moving out to the
different,
warehouse?
but, only
Chop
barely
chop, okay?
statistically
Big cash riding on
Why
this.
are women so scared of sexual encounters with men? then? Since on an aggregate, it seems like generally they should be able to defend themselves against men. Like
Because, as brought up in that discussion, most sports are separated on weight classes. Once we account for
Oh no,
weight,
I mean like in real life. I mean like why
Right.
are women in real
Most
life more afraid
women-
of men?
most women are shorter and smaller than most men.
Okay, so shorter and smaller generally implies less strength as well. Yeah.
Yes. If you want to talk about the full total population of them, yes.
So when
we're
I say
talking about
aggregate,
sports,
so I very clearly, I'll say this again. I'm trying to get you.
Sure.
I very clearly said as an aggregate, men are stronger than women. That seems to be pretty non-debatable. If you want, we can dig into powerlifting stats, or we can look at any specific athletic event.
Sure,
say
absolutely.
for some track and field, yeah. So, like for instance, like in a male NBA versus female NBA, it will be a slaughter. In male tennis versus female tennis, it has already been a slaughter. In
Sure.
in almost any So and then in the general population, men as an aggregate tend to be far stronger than women on an aggregate. It's not just like a margin of
extreme. The extremity of difference in both the bottom and end of the curve on male physical and mental ability, I do believe, is I need to fucking mute my alerts. 1 second. Christ, that was loud in my ear. The edges of the bell curves, there's a larger deviation from the mean in the male population than there is in the female population. The curve for females is much tighter than it is for that of men. But their raw physical ability, as I understand.
Do not worry. According to Mr. Morrow's protocol, this is sufficient to accommodate your task.
Mr. Mavrodi discovered this terminal and reprogrammed it for initiative operations support. This terminal is glad it can be useful, even if only in a limited way. The security units from this warehouse were meant to be transferred to the Wandering Pass when some of them developed malfunctions in their behavior. Thus, they were judged unstable and... Oh, this terminal detects faster breathing and elevated perspiration. Operative, did you eliminate those unstable units on your way here? If so, this terminal sincerely apologizes for the trouble.
So now what?
Don't worry, Operative. In anticipation of a possible intrusion, Mr. Mavrodi embedded a behavioral protocol. This terminal must provide this information to anyone attempting to attain access codes. This terminal will provide substitute access codes. They look exactly like the real thing, even in metadata. Your client will never notice the difference. Got you, Operative. Executing. Recording data onto external media. Diskette extracted. Please take... Alert, perimeter breach detected. An armed group is approaching your location, registering elevated risk of termination. Operative, please leave the building immediately.
Great. Oh, shit.
You fucking cocksuckers! was close. We might not survive a second attack. Let's bail before more hired guns roll in.
What the fuck? What is happening? There's no land here. I'm under the ground? No. Ugh. God, I spawned in the fucking ground. Fuck. Now what am I supposed to do? Isn't there a get unstuck? Yes. What's this? Ah. Ugh. All right.
Oh, one more traveler.
Hello, Governor. Move, bitch. Fuck out the way. I ain't got time for your bubble to shoot today.
Not bad. I heard some mercenaries. I see. All right then, you're done here. This gate's closed.
All right. Okay, so we'll run around and try to find these fucking bandit camps.
Yesterday I shot 6, and you how many? Maybe a curve will also be suitable.
God, I hate these fucking things.
Hold on a second. I need help.
Yeah. You motherfuckers constantly need help. Where the hell am I? What do you want?
Ask for your assistance.
Okay.
In that cabin there is a friend of mine.
Shaman.
He is ill. He went to the spirit
realm and his soul is captured. Okay, I'll pretend to make sex. What do you want to do with me?
I can't do anything here myself.
Sorry, but I don't believe in a spirit.
I see a dormant spark in you. You have the power, but no skill. I'll take it.
Okay, I'll try.
Drink the potion. This will take you to the spirit realm.
Let's go to the spirit realm, asshole. They can't see us. We're in the spirit. Oh shit. We're in the spirit realm, asshole. They can't see us. Supposed to punch this motherfucker? Christ. Jesus. Right. Spirit world asshole dead. Let's go, Spirit Man. Pretty simple quest. All right.
You did. You warded off the evil spirit.
Oh shit.
Friend came back. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for the gloves. Aiming speed. I'm gonna go up there. Oh, I go this way. Go around this way. Climb, you fuck. Thought I had some fucking stamina shit. Oh. How the fuck do I gotta take this road shit? I guess I gotta take this road shit around. Or I can jump in one of these bubbles. How to do that shit.
And it is relatively similar, but there is a statistical difference between the two.
Okay, so I mean, so I know this from weightlifting because that's what I know best, but I'm 100% positive that we can go to literally any sport ever, and my arguments will most likely hold true. But I'll use weightlifting because it's what I'm like most familiar with. So, for instance, if I were to take
because of the because of the extremes.
No, hold on.
End up being way better than the best.
That's not what I'm talking about, okay?
Okay.
And this point is very fantastical, okay? It hurts your argument to even pretend because everybody knows that this is not true. So let's look at something like, okay, a bench press, okay? A 148-pound male with, I think, about 1 year of training would be expected to bench press about 230 pounds. A 148-pound male with 1 to 2 years of training should probably be able to bench about 230 pounds. A 148-pound female should be able to bench in the same amount of time about 135 pounds. That is not a slight difference in strength. That is a massive difference in strength. A man who weighs 148 pounds with no training whatsoever can be expected to bench like 160 to 170, like potentially. I don't know if this class 4 maybe isn't completely untrained, but I could look up like untrained numbers, and for a woman at 148 pounds, it's almost half. Like it's significantly, there is significant differences between the power differences in groups of people, even in untrained or slightly trained groups of people.
Sure. But number one, this wasn't my point. I didn't try to make this point in this argument. This was Mike's point. But number two, you would also probably be willing to contend, or concede rather, that lifting, raw muscle building power and ability is probably one of the things that men excel at faster than women across physical prowess altogether, right?
No, this is one aspect of many. So men tend to have larger lungs, men tend to have larger frames, men tend to have greater bone mineral density. I mean, like there are a whole men tend to recover from exercise faster. Testosterone is a big player in your body's ability to recover.
That one.
Sure. So there are a multitude of advantages that men have when it comes to training for athletic events and participating in athletic events over women. It's not just your ability to put on muscle. There are a great number of other physiological advantages as well, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so all of this then, so our original statement, my original statement, that men are stronger than women, not by one standard deviation or whatever that means. They're significantly, on an aggregate and on average, men are quite stronger than women. That's true in an elite performance level or just on an average citizen level as well.
Well, yes, if you are not controlling for their size, I will absolutely 100% give that.
Even if you control for their size, men are going to be stronger. Women have to get, there is no woman that cuts to 6% body fat. They can't do it. Women have to hold more fat in their body than men do. In fact, women's women's menstrual cycles
Shit,
or
made me
periods,
fucking
or,
all the way
one of
around
you guys
here.
jokingly alluded to, like, it was ridiculous that like a woman's ovaries would fall out or whatever if she cut to too low of a body fat. But there are serious hormonal damages that happen to a woman's body if she does cut to too low of a body fat that men don't have to worry about. Now, men can cut to body fats that kill them too. 4-6% is really fucking hard to hold. But like, yeah, even at the same weight, distribution, a man will still pound for pound be stronger than a woman because a man doesn't have to hold as much fat on his body as a woman does. Okay, so on an aggregate, we should be able to agree, and this fits as well with all the SJW narratives or whatever you want to call it as well. Like, women are scared of men for a reason. Okay, sure. Okay, so this is something that is true. So my understanding of it, of what I've seen, and I've done very little research tonight in terms of digging on subjects. Okay, I've just been kind of going through the links you guys have posted and then clicking some things in chat. My understanding of it is that if you allow somebody to train as a man for a significant period of time and then transition into a woman. To transition like via hormone replacement therapy or something later on, that the amount of time spent training as a biological male will confer an advantage to them.
Don't use that phrase.
As a cis male, I don't know what you'd call it. I don't know.
Sure.
I'm uncomfortable saying that a trans male
at birth but it's a trans medicalist term, and that's my major concern with it.
Okay, got you. So somebody that was able to train in a body that was assigned male at birth for a significant portion of their life, that is a trans individual that transitions to being a trans woman that undergoes hormone replacement therapy to do it, that they have enjoyed the benefits of training in a assigned at birth male body for a long period of time, and it seems like that might confer some athletic advantage on them. Now, I'm trying to find if there is data that says that all of these advantages are wiped out in a couple of years. It seems to me that things like your muscular, like your frame, the actual like skeletal frame you have, the size of your lungs, the bone mineral density you have, it seems to me like these are advantages that would carry through. The amount of time spent training with elevated androgen levels and androgen sensitivity levels and elevated bone density, which helps you lift more weights. It seems like these advantages would still come through post-hormone replacement therapy. Now, you kept screaming at Lycan in the conversation, the studies prove you wrong, the studies prove you wrong, the studies prove you wrong. I'd be super curious in seeing some of these, because nothing that was posted in Bad Bunny's chat had anything to do with any of these things.
Okay, I've definitely seen a couple of them. I can dig for a minute. I can't speak to lung capacity. I have no clue about that, but I do know, as far as I understand it and have read, all of the muscle benefits, once you are on a hormone regimen, those completely evaporate within a certain amount of time. The amount of time is debated. So far, we don't know, 6 months, 2 years, or whatever that ends up being. But yeah, let me see what I can find.
Sure, and hopefully your chat has like a bunch of links ready or whatever if you guys have been discussing this a lot or whatever, but this is just something that it's pretty hard for me to find this. The general thing that I hear cited is that usually after 2 years, any advantages that you had in a prior hormone state or whatever you would call it might disappear, but I would be very curious to see that like actually borne out like in some sort of study, because I don't think I've seen that before. Also, I'm much more favorable to the idea that a pre-puberty transition is going to put you on a much more I don't like the term level playing field because I don't even know if that ever exists in any athletic event ever. But I would say like a pre-puberty transition is going to put you on a more quote unquote level playing field than a post-puberty transition, because it seems like post-puberty there's a lot of changes that your body goes through and advantages that you're probably going to get that seem to me to be really hard to get rid of. And this is like obvious. Like you know, people go through surgeries to try to change.
You know better than to say that things like this are obvious.
Sure. So when I say seems obvious, what I mean is that other trans individuals have identified this. So for instance, when we talk about things like bone structure, a lot of trans people, I don't want to say a lot, but there are trans people post-transitioning that are unhappy, even after hormone replacement therapy, with like the structure of their skeleton. They might feel like, I'm experiencing some dysmorphia because my shoulders are too broad, or because the structure of my face.
How does bone density impart physical prowess?
So one of the adaptations, so your body goes through a lot of adaptations when you're lifting weights. Not only do your muscle fibers tear and repair themselves, not only do you have CNS, central nervous system adaptations and recruiting muscle fibers building, you also have your bones will actually thicken as an adaptation as a response to resistance training. So for instance, if you measure the bone mineral density of somebody that squats a lot, their spines will actually be thicker than somebody that doesn't. Your ability for your bones to become more dense as an adaptation and response to weightlifting not only allows you to lift heavier weights, but it protects you from future injury as well.
We emissaries aren't used to
Okay.
such cruelty.
I have no clue how that responds to hormone therapy.
Well, your question was, how does bone mineral density confer an athletic advantage? And the athletic advantage would be resistance to injuries and ability to lift more weights, and conditioning is generally a really important part of any athletic event.
Sure, that might be true. I don't know.
Okay. And I don't either. It is possible that after
on the fly to dig you up links and trying to come at me with more stuff.
Sure. I'm not trying. You asked the question. That's the only reason I responded. But you guys were all 4 or 5 of you were screaming down Lycan today, and I'm just curious if there are actual you guys screamed studies over and over and over again. And I haven't been able to find conclusive stuff because I love to argue trans issues, but I haven't been able to find this silver bullet that's like, oh look, bam, it's totally different. Like trans people, post transition are 100% on the same, if I can say biological playing field or hormone playing field or athletic advantage playing field as cisgender women. And I haven't been able to see that kind of stuff.
Prene in my chat, what is this that you've linked me? This looks like it just talks about female people in general and doesn't cover trans athletes at all.
Or if you want, because obviously I'm putting you on the spot here in terms of the data beam, you can poke me later, like tomorrow or the day after, and you can even grab a couple other trans people and we can go over it. I'm not trying to get you on this right now. I just I just think that sometimes in our efforts to be correct about certain positions, I think that sometimes we say some really ridiculous things. I take a big issue with the idea that men and women on an aggregate are similar in strength, because that runs highly counterintuitive to some of the reasons why women have such a difficult position in society when it comes to things like dating, right? I would never tell a woman, why are you scared of guys on Tinder? On average, you're going to be about as strong as any guy you run into on Tinder, when every woman knows that's not true. These types of relationships can be really scary, meeting strange men, and it's not because they're equal in strength, it's because there's usually a huge power imbalance. That's one of the fears that women have when it comes to dating online. So it's a little strange to hear that, well, on aggregate, everybody's about the same strength.
No, when we're talking about elite sports performance, the best female performers and the best male performers don't end up being radically different in many different fields. But what we're talking about is the loss of performance when somebody transitions to being on female hormones, which every study that I am familiar with shows that all advantage has been eliminated at that point, because trans athletes are not performing at the same level that they were before and end up falling below the curve compared to the same competitors that basically got used to their own bodies. My guess is this is a puberty reaction where they're having to perform in a body they're only familiar with for the last couple of years, as opposed to somebody who's intimately familiar with their own body, what they can do, etc. But the argument that we are usually having, you're talking about averages and on aggregate. But what we're talking about when we talk about sports performance is the absolute elite actors in each of these fields.
So in the elite
And-
actors, you would actually be so many more degrees wrong than in the aggregate, even
Right,
because in the
but
elite actors, there are
we are
no
not
wait. You're just,
trans women
Sure.
outperforming cis women on the field.
Sure, and that might be possible. And that might be that is the contention that we have right now. But the idea that in the elite level, men and women perform on similar
Eternal.
levels is absolutely not true. It's not even remotely true. Like professional female teams will lose to college level athletes. Like it's for male athletes. Like there is a significant difference in the physiology between cis men and cis women. It's just not even remotely close. We don't have mixed martial arts like women and men fighting for a reason, even in the same weight class. Like we don't have a WNBA competing against a normal NBA. We don't do like American football. Like this is just not true. Like everybody knows this, but it's not even remotely true.
How do you turn them?
When we're talking about
Oh.
trans female athletes outperforming cis females, the data does not bear that out in having ever really occurred. There is no trans takeover of sports, and that's what we're talking about.
Yeah,
Their
but what we're
performance
asking
ends up going to where a cis female's performance is.
Sure, but that's what we're kind of asking the question about. But the earlier question, so there's two things here. So the earlier statement that at an elite level, men and women perform similarly is just absolutely not true. Now, whether or not trans women are going to quote unquote take over, female cis female athletic events is something to be determined or something to be looking into. That's the issue that there is contention right now. However, just because trans women haven't done it yet doesn't necessarily mean they're failing to do so due to physiological reasons. There could be other barriers that prevent trans women from succeeding in sports, like the massive amount of discrimination that they face in other parts of their life. It could be that there are trans women that could incredibly outcompete cisgender women in sports, but they're just being discriminated at other levels and preventing them from making it through. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's like a potential hypothesis.
Right.
This is what we
but
would need data to
that
support.
sounds like we're trying to reach for reasons that are otherwise indicated.
Nope, I'm not reaching any harder than you are. And right now, all of the indications indicate that there is a significant advantage to training in a more androgen-sensitive, testosterone-producing body, which tends to be assigned male at birth, versus a body that produces less testosterone and has less androgen sensitivity, which tends to be a female-assigned at birth body, right? So
we make the assumptions that it seems to make sense, but the results have not borne that out.
Wait, which results?
The results of trans athletes are not outperforming their cis counterparts when transitioning to female.
Yeah, but the issue I'm saying here is there might be other barriers to trans.
There might be other issues, but
Trans
we're
rights.
talking about the best performers. We're talking about it happening frequently enough for there to be a population to be able to reasonably say these athletes are not outperforming their cis female counterparts.
No, that's not the question right now. The question isn't, are trans people currently outperforming cisgender people? We can look at the top scores or the top whatever in anything and determine that's probably not true. That doesn't seem to be the case. The question is whether or not a trans woman will have a biological advantage over a cis woman, like a significant majority of the time. That's the question. And we can't determine that by just looking at who are the current top performers, because it's possible that trans women are discouraged from getting there due to other pressures before they even
That might be the question that you are asking in potential good faith, but it is not the question that's being asked. The question that's being asked is, should we be letting men compete in women's sports?
Sure, which I guess is a more transphobic way of getting at the same question that I'm asking, which is, does a trans woman have a significant biological advantage over a cisgender woman? That's the question. Like biologically speaking, is what we're asking, and that seems to be as of yet determined.
What we're asking is, should these people be treated as less than human?
No, that's no.
That's our contention. Yes, they should not be.
Well, so
they should be allowed to compete in whatever category we're forcing them to compete in.
Okay, So that's a different argument, and there are interesting
Right.
arguments to have here. So one problem that trans people expose about how we differentiate athletic divisions is that at the end of the day, we like to believe it's a meritocracy, but it's actually incredibly arbitrary. Even when it comes down to what we call a woman as a woman, on like a very fine biological basis, there are ways that this branch off in ways that most people don't even know, right? We present it in
Right.
a highly simplified way in high school. Or like if we wanted to draw a distinction between men and women, you know, we also draw a distinction. We could draw distinctions between different height classes in the NBA, but we don't do that. Why? Why is that any more or less fair than drawing distinctions between cis men and trans women or whatever? But that's besides the point. That's a totally separate argument on can any athletic event be merit-based at all, right? Or are there some biological advantages that are like so huge that we should take account for them or we shouldn't or whatever? But that's a totally separate thing than just saying we should be able to just ham-fist trans people into their respective cis categories and everything should be okay. I think that question is still unanswered. And right now, if theoretically we removed all the discriminatory barriers against trans people from competing with cis people, if trans people started to dominate every single one of those categories, well, we would have to start to ask questions like, okay, well, fuck, like, did we fuck up here? Is this a mistake? Do we want this? Like, and the alternative doesn't work either, because we don't want to make just trans categories, because then it's like, oh, well, if you're a trans athlete, well, now you are fucked. You never get to compete with, like, the real large professional events that are probably all going to be cisgender. So it's a hard question. I just don't think it's fair to present it as though there's an easy solution.
Right, but that's not what the trans community is trying to argue. They just want to be allowed to compete in sports, and people are telling them that they have to compete here as opposed to somewhere else. There's like, let's go to some stupid example that doesn't prove anything, but it does prove how stupid the systems are arbitrary. There is a trans man who is being forced to compete as his assigned at birth sex, female, in high school competitions in wrestling in Texas recently. And he is completely, absolutely crushing heads across the board. He hates that he is being forced to wrestle women because he has been taking testosterone injections, and it is not fair to those competitors that he is absolutely destroying them at the complete state level. It's this binary fucking obsession that America specifically has, but the world at large also worries about.
Sure.
That we need to get the fuck over and come up with a solution that's fair to allow people to do the things that are important for them to feel like being able to be a human being the way that they want to.
Yeah, and I understand that, but like, if we were to flip the script though, and let's say that you had women that wanted to compete in cisgender sports, but the top end ends up becoming dominated by trans women, I mean, like, those people end up feeling that they're basically being fucked athletically as well, no?
Well, given that they have a huge amount more privilege than trans individuals, and trans individuals have been excluded from these things historically, that is a problem that I say we solve once we find out how it shakes out.
So,
all we want right now is equal treatment.
I feel like in athletic events, I feel like that people aren't generally, like, you're basically making an affirmative action for professional athletics. I don't know if most people would be comfortable with that argument. I mean, that's an argument you could make. It's interesting. The idea would be that if we could even artificially push trans people to certain levels of competitiveness, that it would encourage other trans people to get into it, and then you'd replace affirmative action with organic growth. But this sidesteps the whole issue that there might be a massive biological advantage that's conferred onto a trans woman. And then how would you even start to sort this out later on? Like, I don't think most people would be okay with that. I think that'd be really difficult to deal with. And I don't think, like, yeah, go for it.
Yes. Are you familiar with how sex is categorized? Like,
in what
biologically, as you keep putting it?
Biologically? In what sense? It depends on what you mean.
Right. In what sense? How are we categorizing right now? We're lumping people together into male and female for sports competitions right now. How is that fair to the people who end up having XXY chromosomes and are competing against other men on the field? How is it fair to intersexed individuals at all to be forced to be competing against either of these individuals.
Yeah,
How
I
is
don't
it
disagree with any
fair
of this, but this is
to
a totally
XX
different.
individuals that express with a penis that they have to be able to compete with male individuals? The problem is the arbitrary sexual categorization of individuals based on their genitalia almost exclusively, when it's more about the hormone balance that is undertaken in their bodies, the fact that human bodies themselves are chimeric. Me as a sexed male individual at birth, I have no fucking clue what my chromosomal makeup is. I could be 90% XX and we wouldn't know because we don't do the genetic testing at birth to find that information out. We don't know how fair it is because we just look at somebody and we're like, dick, no dick, and then we decide, lump them into these categories. Those people are
Okay,
already
I don't
not
disagree.
competing in a
Yeah.
fair category.
I don't disagree with any of this. You're
right?
you're talking to somebody that is like a gender abolitionist.
Sure,
Okay, I
I'm
don't
talking
disagree
to
with
your
any of this.
audience more than
My
anything
audience
else.
already knows how I feel about all of this. I talk about this all the time. Okay, if you
Sure,
want to tell me that all
but
gender categories should
How
be
fair is it to the men who have a genetic disadvantage that they have to compete with the men that have the genetic advantage?
Fuck is this place?
probably not that fair, but I don't
Right,
disagree with
so why
you.
don't we
Wait,
get
wait, wait,
rid
wait.
of those?
In this place, at the instigation and expense of the trade union, a post was organized in honor of the heroes in the Mushroom Plain, the warrior of the great house of Maria Prisibet, and your humble servant, for my name, Colonoscopy Bay. This place has become famous for the feat of our heroes. Our hero Presivest for a new message has come down to him from a foreign totem, and the gods said, run after the ball, guided by spirits. For a limited time, the Presivet ran like the wind. Presivet fulfilled the will of the totem, and he was rewarded with a chest. Oh, this is just like, fuck, I already know that shit. Maybe you get something if you do them all or something. The place where Presivet conquered time itself. I wonder if you, I wonder if you get something for doing all the, those timed running quests, jumping quests. Probably, is there a box up here? Some hexes. And I see some glowing shit in here. Military box, pistol ammo. Hexes. All my hexes, Advantex. Sugar buns. Guess I'll go around and get to the thing. So, go in here. Just run around it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Those sorts of arbitrary categorizations and let the excellent people compete with the excellent people and go from there.
Well,
let people
because
be
we
human.
have
Let
to have
people
no. We
do
can't just
the shit that makes
no.
them feel like
we
they're
can't just
alive.
let people do things. We have to have some type of categorization in order to make these athletic events work.
Why?
Because if we don't, then every single athletic contender is going to be male. then females just don't get to compete in sports anymore. Nobody's gonna watch them. Nobody's gonna want to do anything.
I disagree that would be the case.
That's fine that you disagree,
Women
but
are physically better at certain things than
I
men
think
are.
it's possible they might
that
be
the
superior. No,
sports
that's
that
not
we
true.
prefer right now
Wait.
is because we have picked the things that men are best at to compete at physically.
Okay, so I think there might be one form of distance running. I think that women might be superior than men. I think, or maybe gymnastics, like the 2-bar or whatever. There are some things that women might be better, but for the vast majority of sports, men insanely outclass women. And
in the vast majority of sports that we have performed since the beginning of time, only valuing men as athletic performers, they outperform women.
Yeah, but your argument is that there might be
why that would occur.
Yeah, but your argument is that we might be able to invent some new athletic event that women are superior to men in. Like, this whole argument relies on the invention of another sport.
Is that we have an arbitrary value over the sports performance of certain people doing certain like there's so many abstract layers of arbitrary preference in this that why does it matter in the least how fair things are in these sorts of competitions? I'm gonna take the take that you're gonna fucking hate at this point. If we just allowed people to compete for fun and removed the capitalist incentive behind these sorts of competitions, we wouldn't need to have this discussion.
So when the Greeks did like athletics, was that like pre-capitalism, like bubbling up to the surface, or like athletic competition has been like part of like humanity since probably the
Women
dawn
were
of
treated
mankind?
as full fucking humans when the Greeks had the
It's
Olympics.
eating me.
Well, you're ignoring my point. You're trying to say that like athletic drives, the
No,
drive to do
I'm saying
things.
that they were not allowed to compete.
This motherfucker shoot me through the wall?
Men competed
Oh.
Capable of
the
doing
Olympics.
What's this?
Men
Yeah.
competed in the Olympics before
They did.
capitalism. Getting rid of capitalism is going to get rid of athletic competition.
Right. Getting rid of patriarchal arbitrary nonsense saying that only the things that men are good at are the things that we should value and allow to happen is the problem that has occurred. We're talking about an entire human race's existence of preferring what men are capable of doing and finding out what men are best at doing men things.
Sure,
and
I don't necessarily
saying that women have to compete in the same exact things and it's just it's
I don't
mind-numbing.
necessarily disagree that the selection of what we consider to be athletic events is going to be biased towards what men are already good at, because society seems to be ran by male interests, right? If we go into patriarchy theory, which I generally agree with. However, the dismantling of the entire patriarchy, and then we don't even know if there are athletic events that could be invented that women are superior at to men. Like, like this is like such an out there argument that I don't even think it's worth considering when trans people today need to consider like what is, or when we all need to consider what are the places of trans people in sports today. Like, the answer to that question can be, well, once we dismantle patriarchy and capitalism, we'll be able to answer that. Like, we need answers before that.
But you were talking about what about in the future, because right now they're not outperforming their cis female counterparts. You wanted to talk about the future, so I wanted to talk about the future. Right now, trans femme performance in elite sports is not a problem. So are
Okay.
we talking about the future, or are we not?
I'm sorry,
talking
when
about
I was talking about the future, I mean like the next like 5 to 10 years, not 250 years into the future when capitalism and
but you
patriarchy have
also
been
were
abolished.
conjecturing. You were saying maybe we end up seeing them outperforming. We haven't yet. We have no reason to believe that they will.
Well,
so
no, so
if we're going to talk about the future, we may as well talk about the inclusive future that allows them to perform as the people that they are.
So my point is that biomechanically, we have every reason to believe that they would outperform their cis counterparts. Like, that seems to be the case biomechanically. That's to
but
be.
we're really bad at science in general. We don't.
We're
we're
pretty
so
good
bad
at
at understanding how the body does a lot of the shit that it does. We're only barely beginning to understand dietary
This is This is kind of a misunderstanding of how like medicine in general or understanding biological processes work. Just because we don't understand how a process works doesn't mean we can't speak about the effects of a certain process.
Sure.
So like this same argument that you're giving, I could use to say like, well, we shouldn't give SSRIs to people because we don't know fuck all about how the brain works, and we have a very poor understanding of how neurochemical works, about how serotonin or dopamine works. We just know that there are certain drugs. It seems like when you give it to people, it seems like it generally helps their mood. Okay, but just because we don't know how it works doesn't mean we can't make broad statements. Like, it's actually really hard to even describe the process of building muscle. That's a very, very hard. I don't even know if medical scientists can fully understand and describe that process all the way down to like a fundamental like cellular level, like from start to finish. I don't think that's like fully been described yet. But we still know how to build muscle. Right? We still know what muscle does. We still know like there are good ways to build it and bad ways to build it. So we can make the same statements about so we can still make the same statements about trans people. Like, we might not know the underlying like biomechanical explanation or description of every single hormone in the body or whatever, but we can still make some broad statements. People that produce a lot of androgen and have androgen sensitivity are going to be more athletic than people that produce less androgen and have lower androgen sensitivity, right? That's so extreme that, as you correctly mentioned earlier, you can have people with XY chromosomes who are actually presented completely. Most people think they're women, or most people would call them like cis women, even though they have an XY chromosome, because they have no androgen sensitivity at all. So yeah, I mean, like, there are statements that we can make about like how things work, even if we don't understand the underpinnings of how every single part of it works.
Sure. So let's go ahead and take a hard turn over at this point, because I don't think we're getting anywhere here, and you know a lot more about this shit than I do. Let's talk about Caster Semenya for a minute. You're roughly familiar with her?
My understanding of that, and I'm worried that I have read wrong stuff, but my understanding is that she is a cis woman that just produces and has much higher androgen sensitivity than most like cis women, and so people were talking about barring her from competition as a result of that.
Has been barred from competition unless she undergoes hormone therapy to change her body.
Yeah.
Why is she a magical exception all of a sudden? Partially, I'm gonna give you the answer here, is because she's black.
Okay.
I'm just saying, why isn't she allowed to compete? She's a cis woman. Why are we telling her that her body is wrong? Why isn't she allowed to do everything that the side that you're trying to argue right now? Why isn't she allowed to take her human exceptionalism and compete fairly against other women? Until we answer that question.
So the answer to that question is very simple. The answer to the question is that differentiating competitive athletic sports only by a very crude understanding of biological sex is probably not a good way to separate divisions in athletic events. That's the answer, right?
Sure. Okay.
But
so let's stop using that system.
Yeah, but the only thing is that if you're going to say we have to stop using that system, you're going to have to admit that we can't just let everybody do whatever, because then women are going to have cis women or trans women are probably going to have almost no representation in athletic events everywhere. So we need to figure out something, and it's hard. Especially, and it's probably good even that trans people are making us think about these things more, because even if we got rid of all the trans people somehow, if we waved the magic conservative wand, these are still probably good questions to think about, right? Are sports done on a meritocracy basis? You guys correctly identified Michael Phelps, for instance, has a body that physiologically makes him far more adept at swimming than another type of cis male. Do we divide for those types of bodies? Like, these are good questions to ask. I don't disagree. I ask these questions all the time. They're very interesting to think about. But that still means that if you're advocating for trans people in sports, the answer is probably going to be more complicated than just saying trans people should be able to compete in the same categories as cis people, no questions asked. The solution is probably not going to be that simple.
I don't know what to say about that. If we allowed trans people to live the lives that they wanted to in the first place, and allowed them to transition at the ages that they identified themselves, and didn't have society completely judging everything that they did, this would be a non-issue.
Possibly. I mean, like things like puberty blockers and letting you being able to transition before puberty is really good. Sure.
Yeah, the entire issue. I've linked you a couple of videos, by the way. They should be the same video series that is argued by a person that is much more educated on this subject than I am. It's something of thought. I've fucking lost it already. My chat keeps trying to feed me information. I'm only barely able to skim over any of it.
Okay.
But I'm being told that it addresses every single point that you're bringing up. Essence of Thought is the name of the YouTuber.
Gotcha. All right, I'll look into I'll look into these later, just because these are interesting things to me, and I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. I am sorry that I am not as smart as you. But,
No, that's not what this is about. I just wanted to ask some
I know.
questions because you guys massacred my boy, and so I just wanted to come up and.
Why is he your boy? Let's talk about also my contention that enacting transphobia makes you transphobic. Would you agree with that statement?
No, I don't think so. I don't think I would agree with that statement.
Okay. Then we're going to go ahead and part ways here then.
Okay.
Have a good night, Steven.
Have a good one. Okay. All right. Well, we tried. The numbers I was pulling before, fuck, I don't know what chart this was using, or fuck, whatever one, the first one I pulled for like novice lifters, those numbers were way too high, I'm sorry. These are probably closer numbers to novice lifters. There are charts you can pull up online if you want to track like your progress, like, okay, well if I'm a novice lifter and I weigh this much body weight, like how much should I be able to lift to kind of like have an understanding of like, you know, where should my lifts be at, like am I making okay progress? And you can see like the difference in weight lifted at like a given body weight for like a man and a woman is significantly different at every level of training, right? Like, but okay, sorry, that was just a... The study conclusion talks about male versus female tendons. They are very different. Do hormones fix this along with muscle strength? Well, yeah, that's the question. I know that, you know, a lot of you guys are linking me studies that show the difference between cis men and cis women. I know that there are differences in that. The question is whether or not hormone replacement therapy like makes those differences disappear. That's the question, right? Dude, you stop saying that when you talked with your friend before coming on here about talking about this. Why are you so performative? Do you believe in anything? All right, Mr. Alibro.
Hello, Mr. Steven.
What?
All right, and we are back live, well, live this time with Destiny, and it seems like he had a few issues with some of the stuff that I said. I think he had a
He's got way
response
too much shit
video
on
to
me.
the video that
It's
I
gonna
had
take me
on
forever
my
to get up there.
channel. I think it's my channel trailer, and he expressed a bit of
What kind of shit
contention
do I have?
with some of the statistics, some of the graphs, and things like that. So I decided, hey, why not try to have him on again to further discuss? It seems like we might have some unfinished business, if you may. And so, Destiny, thank you for taking the time today.
Hey, thanks for having me, buddy.
So I guess we should go through this bit by bit, chunk by chunk, argument by argument. I want to start out first with the causal link between the Australia gun buyback program and the lower homicide rate. You expressed a bit of contention with my argument on that. Do you care to elaborate?
Well, yeah, so my contention wasn't necessarily with your argument. I just thought that your graph was, like, horrendously doctored.
Okay, well, I did not doctor my graph. I was using the AIC statistics from the Australia
Yeah, but
government
you cut it
websites.
off, like, literally 3 years after the buyback on the highest homicide point, and it was a little suspect, because I'm familiar with those numbers, that in the next few years, the rate dropped by, like, almost 50%. That seemed a little
Right,
disingenuous.
it did drop, but that wasn't my point. My point was you were applying a causal link to the Australian gun buyback program in 1996, and I was just saying that it can't be if the homicide rate in America dropped even more substantially than the homicide rate in Australia from the 90s.
Can you
What I
explain
was,
why?
Well, I don't know why. I'm just.
Well, no. So you
trying
just said
to-
that. So your argument was there's no way that the gun buyback program in Australia could have caused a drop in homicides if the U.S. homicide rate fell as well. Can you explain how those two things are connected at all?
Oh yeah, I mean you're applying a causal link to the Australian gun buyback program that happened in 1996, and I'm saying that if that were true, then number one, it was the largest gun buyback program that they had. They destroyed, tens of thousands of guns. It lasted 6 weeks, and their homicide rate. What I was trying to show was that their homicide rate was 1.6 per
Damn.
100,000, and a full 6-7 years after that, it stayed pretty much the same. While America's homicide rate since the 90s dropped from 7.4 to 5.5, so it dropped even more substantially than the homicide rate did. You can go all the way out to 2006, 2007. That doesn't matter. That wasn't my argument. My argument was debunking the causal link that you argued between the Australia gun buyback program and the drop in
Sure.
homicide rate.
I understand. So I just want to razor focus on this, okay? So one
Okay.
more time, okay? Why is it that just because America's homicide rate dropped in the same time period that Australia's didn't, does that mean that their gun buyback program somehow wasn't successful? I'm asking you, how are these two things possibly linked together? Could we not
I'm not-
conceive that something happened in America that also caused the homicide rate to drop, while simultaneously the gun buyback program might have impacted homicide in Australia as well? Can't these two things be totally disconnected?
They could be, but I'm not the one applying a causal link to strictly the gun buyback program in Australia in 1996 to the drop in
Ornaments.
homicide. I'm saying there could have been
Ornament.
things that happened in America. That's my point exactly. We
Okay.
didn't have
They're
a gun
colorful.
buyback program.
Didn't
and
we
yet
have a
our homicide rate-
1994 assault weapons ban under the Clinton administration? Didn't we also have the 94
Yeah,
Brady
we
Act
did. In
crime bill? Like-
1994 to 2004, we still had 17 mass shootings. And actually, as a matter of
Wait,
fact,
wait, hold on. But without running off, without throwing a ton of numbers, I'm trying to establish that your argument right now is a non sequitur. So you're trying to say that Australia's gun buyback program couldn't have been successful because somewhere else in the world homicide dropped. What I'm trying to illustrate is that these two things are totally non sequitur. They have nothing to do with one another.
They do. You're pivoting. I'm not saying it wasn't successful. I'm saying that the drop in homicide rate in Australia cannot be solely because of the gun buyback program in Australia if our homicide rate also dropped. And also their gun buyback program.
Well, no. I'm
number
asking,
one,
why is it that couldn't have been successful in Australia, but the U.S. homicide rate still dropped more? Well, how does that logically follow?
I'm not saying it may have had some effect. I don't know. All I'm saying is the gun buyback program in Australia was 6 weeks, and for 7 years, the homicide rate was left unchanged. It did drop after that. It did drop in 2003, I think, and I think we're around like 1.1 or 1.2 or something right now. But what I'm saying is we did not have a gun buyback program in America, and our homicide rate dropped substantially more, a lot more, than Australia's did. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that the homicide rate in the 90s in a lot of Western countries was higher than it is today. And so I'm
Okay,
saying
I'm-
you cannot put these two together.
Sure,
These
I'm
do
not
go
trying to
together.
put these two together because it doesn't. America's homicide rate has nothing to do with this argument. It would be like saying I have cars in two different countries.
Your
and in
causal link.
No. Okay, well, hold on. So let's say let's look at cars in country A and cars in country B. Okay, let's say that in both of these countries you don't have to wear seatbelts. Let's say that in one country you mandated seatbelts. Let's say in that country the amount of people that died in car accidents didn't go down as quickly as it did in the other country. That doesn't mean that the seatbelts mandated in the first country didn't do anything. These are totally disconnected. We could sit here and hypothesize a number of reasons why homicides dropped in the United States.
Yeah, but you're saying that it was because of the gun buyback.
Yes, but you're not arguing against the gun buyback. You're not giving me anything.
I am. I'm not. I'm saying
America's decrease in violent crime or homicides has nothing to do with whether or not the Australia gun buyback was successful. They're totally disconnected. They have nothing to do with one another.
You're saying that the homicide rate in Australia dropped solely because of the gun buyback program, and I'm saying, how can that be if 7 years have remained the same afterwards, and also other countries' homicide rate dropped as well. No gun buyback program. That's all I'm saying. You're applying a causation, and I'm just trying to argue against that. And
Sure. So if you wanted to argue against it, we can argue against just that point. But citing America's homicide rate, especially when it's still 3 or 4 times that of Australia, doesn't make your argument. It's just totally non sequitur.
We'll get into that. We'll get into why our homicide rate is a little bit higher. But I want to also mention too, as well, that there are about 400,000 more legally owned guns in Australia than there were before the 1996 gun buyback program. So that's another point into the gun buyback program not causing.
Wait, how do you think
the
that's a
homicide
point into the gun buyback program anything? What is the increase in the percentage number of guns? Are these guns owned by people? Did it expand to the number of households that own guns? Or are there just individual owners that now own more guns? What does that number even mean?
What I'm saying is that, number one, we went off of the homicide rate, left unchanged for 7 years after the gun buyback program.
Wait, hold on real quick.
You're saying it was successful. You're saying it was successful and it caused the decrease in homicide.
Okay.
Okay, that was your causation that you're applying there. We already gotten past that. I'm saying that also, on top of that, there are 400,000 more guns in Australia owned than before the 1996 Port Arthur massacre. So you would think, and the per capita rate has increased just slightly. The per person rate has increased just slightly. You would think that if you were correct, that
Hopefully this
also
is
their
a
homicide
town.
rate would increase because of that, because of increase in guns, because that's what you're implying.
No. Wait, what? Hold on, there's so much that just got said. Firstly, I don't know if increase or decrease in guns necessarily means anything. I think we would look for households that own guns, right? Because, for instance, in the United States, I believe that there have been periods of time where the increase in guns in the United States is a thing, but then the number of households that own guns decrease, right? So less households have firearms, but more households that have firearms are buying an increased number. So this isn't like not connected at all.
That's not true. There's actually more guns in America, gun ownership in America today than there were in the 90s.
Sure, but it doesn't
And
scale
there's more
linearly.
states
But it
that
doesn't
have
scale.
concealed carry.
Sure, but it doesn't scale linearly with like the number of firearms in the United States.
What I'm just saying is you're applying a causal link between the increase in guns and homicide, and you also applied a causal link between
Wait,
the
and actually,
gun
hold on.
buyback.
I think what you just said is not true. I'm sorry, I'm just looking this up. The continuing decline in household gun ownership in the United States. So it looks like right now in 2014 we're at one of the lowest points in history, assuming that this is correct.
With how many percentage? What percent of the population owns guns? Because
30 to
the last-
35%, like 32.5%.
Last I saw, it was somewhere around 40%, just above 40%.
Okay,
Not
I'm
to
saying-
mention, we have more states that have concealed carry laws than in the 1990s.
Which is another non sequitur. That has nothing to do with anything.
It totally it does, because you've also applied a causal link between concealed carry, lax gun ownership, and increase in crime. But
Sure, which is something that I saw borne out in a meta-analysis that we can look over if you don't. But
yeah, no
okay,
worries.
So
I mean,
like,
let's move on from the
we
Australia.
can, but I feel like we haven't even like So, do you understand that like talking about America's homicide rate has nothing to do with whether or not a gun buyback in Australia was successful or not, right? Or do you still
Yes,
not?
it does. If your argument is that Australia's homicide rate decreased since the 90s because of the buyback program, of course it does. Because as I've said before, and I'm going to try to say this again and try to repeat this again, a lot of Western countries, crime was higher in the 90s than it is today. And so what I'm saying is, just because the crime decreased since the 90s in Australia doesn't mean that was because of the gun buyback program. All I'm saying is
Sure.
I'm refuting your causal link.
Well, no. So that could be true.
Right.
But you have to establish that somehow. You can't just give me numbers from another country and say that rebukes that.
But you're not establishing how the gun buyback program decreased the homicide rate in Australia. I don't even think they correlates, let alone having a causal link.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I guess we could dig into whether or not we feel like it does or it doesn't, but just citing like another country's homicide rate has nothing to do with whether or not the Australia gun buyback was successful. That's all I'm saying. Like, we can make the argument that, so if you want to make the argument, for instance, sure, they had a gun buyback program, however, crime would have dropped anyway, then that's fine, then we can...
But that's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay. I mean, we can actually spend a minute like digging into this if you want. Effect of Australia gun buyback on homicides. I got time. We can look. We can look and we can read.
Went to the fucking town.
Okay. Give me a second to absorb some information, all right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't even believe that you can correlate it to mass shootings either, because if we look at the mass shootings prior to the 1996 gun buyback program, there were none. So there were no mass shootings prior to the 1996 gun buyback program. From 1996 to from 1986 to 19. Oh, sorry, there was. So from all the way up until 1986.
We're ignoring the Port Arthur massacre that like instigated the legislation, or?
Yeah, that was 1996.
Yeah.
From 1986 to 1996, there was 4, and then after the 1996 Port Arthur massacre, there was 1 Monash University shooting, 2 killed, 5 wounded. So, you know, prior to it happening.
Wait,
there
what
were
did you just say?
hardly
You said there has been some since then?
Yeah, there's 1, 2 killed. I mean, that's not a mass shooting under our standards, where we have our definition is 3 or more killed, but that's in 2002. What I'm saying is that there were no mass shootings pretty much all the way up till 1986, and then mass murders in Australia as well. If you look at about the same time. So once again, crime was higher in the 90s than it is today in a lot of Western countries, and that's all I'm saying. I'm saying that it was probably going to go down anyway, the homicide rate in Australia, just like ours went down anyway.
Sure. I mean, like,
So that's what I'm arguing.
I can get on board with that because that was kind of my position before, although I've been moved a little bit by arguments that I've seen otherwise. I'll just kind of like read this thing here. So, Tim
Right,
Fisher, what?
But if that was your position before, I mean, in your call, you had a fan call in, and you said that gun buyback programs homicide rate in Australia decreased because of that. That was your quote.
I don't think it's solely because of that, right?
Right.
Gun death is
That's
like a
what-
highly there's a million different things that could potentially cause it. But it did seem like gun deaths and suicides fell post the banning of that. Now, could they have fallen anyway? Maybe. It's really hard to say it. I mean, violence has fallen around the world. That being said, the United States, even though it fell, was still, what, 2-3 times higher than that in Australia? Like, so, I mean, like, it is factual to
But it fell at a larger percentage.
Well, that's because it's already at a higher percentage. I mean, like, if a guy that's 100 pounds, you know, loses 5 pounds, and a guy that's 200 pounds loses, you know, 40 pounds, I mean, like, the larger guy lost more weight, but it might be harder for the smaller guy to do it because he has less weight to lose. I mean, there's a million different examples there, right? Like, to decrease your... Wait, actually, did it even fall at a larger rate? Wait, do I even wait.
It went from 7.4 to 5.5 from the 90s, from 1996.
Oh.
That's America's homicide rate.
So it didn't actually fall at a larger rate. I shouldn't have even let you get away with that one. Fuck.
What do you? Of course it did. It dropped. What I'm saying is from 2000, from 1996 to about 2002 or something like that. The homicide rate in America went from 7.5 to about 5.5. So it fell at a more substantial rate than Australia's did. That was my
So
argument.
in Australia went from what to what?
Australia went from, let me pull it up again. Australia went from, I just had it up. 1.6 to 1.8. And then after 2001, it fell even more to like 1. So
Okay,
we're
wait.
looking
So
at-
it started at 1.6 and then went to 1, right? So
Yeah,
you
but-
recognize that 7 point whatever to 5 point whatever, that's actually a smaller drop than 1.6 to 1, right?
What? So from 7.4 to 5.5. So we're talking 2 points.
Yep.
And then from 1.6 to 1.1.
Yeah, I believe I think the first one is a smaller drop where it's close.
No, of course it's not.
It's close, yeah.
Anyway, but we can move on.
Wait,
to the
wait.
next
Hold
one.
on. You
Go ahead.
recognize that like going from like the percentage change from 10 to 6 is less than the percentage change from 2 to 1, right? From 10 to 6 might be 4 points, and 2 to 1 might be 1 point, but from 10 to 6 is a 40% decrease, but from 2 to 1 is a 50% decrease. So technically, it's not even true that America crime fell more. It only looked like it on your graph because you plotted both numbers together, which you probably shouldn't. But it decreased from 7-something to 5-something is like a 20 or 30% decrease. If Australia's went from 1.6 to 1 or whatever, that's over 50%. Or not, that's not over 50%, but that could be like a 30 to 40% decrease.
No, it's about, yeah. What I'm saying is, you're the one who's saying that homicide rate in Australia decreased because of the gun buyback program. That was your.
I said I
literal
think
quote.
I said it seems to be that was part of it. That's what researchers seem
Okay,
to say. Sure,
part
but it's
of
probably
it,
not the
part-
only reason why. I'm sure there are a ton of reasons why.
I'm sure there probably are a bunch of reasons.
Okay.
So anyway, the next thing.
Oh
that
yeah,
you
wait.
had a
Oh,
little
I
bit
just
of-
wanted to hammer this home because these are true facts. Now, for the reason why, I guess that we can debate, but. Since the Howard government introduced stricter gun laws in 1996, and since 96 and 2003 gun back took place, a reduction in gun deaths in this country occurred, blah, blah. Okay, in the last 2 decades following the reforms, the annual rate of gun deaths fell from 2.9 per 100,000 in 1996 to 0.9 per 100,000 in 2016. So that's like a 66% reduction. That's a huge
That's
deduction.
gun deaths, but
Sure, that's gun deaths. Yeah,
about
so
overall
yeah.
homicides.
Sure,
We're talking about overall homicides.
Sure,
because
so
you said your main driver is to
Yeah.
save lives. It doesn't matter how they're killed. You look at the increase on the same statistics from the AIC. You look at the increase in knife deaths as well.
Do you have the
from that
numbers for the
time.
increase in knife deaths?
I don't have that, but I'm looking at the homicide rate staying the same for 7 years after the 1996.
Can you link
gun
me the
buyback
stats where the,
program.
sure? Can you link me the stats with the homicide rate staying
It's
the
on
same?
that AIC website. You can go there if you want to look at it.
So, okay, when you said that the deaths remained the same, was this the per 100,000 rate, or was this the raw number of homicides?
The homicide rate per 100,000 from 1996 to 2002, it remained exactly the same. That's 7 years, 7 years, and the gun buyback program lasted 6 weeks. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying you can't say that homicide rate in Australia decreased because of the gun buyback program like you did. That's all I'm saying. It's not because of. You can't say that that's the reason.
All right,
You
hold on,
applied
let
a
me just-
causal link, and that's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, I can't like 100% substantiate a 100% causal link. I'm just saying that
it's
it
going
probably
down
had
anyway.
some impact.
So is ours. So is every other Western.
Well, but you can't. But now you can't flip on me and do the same. It's like, oh, well, it was definitely going to go down anyway. You can't know that.
Well, I do. Of course, I don't know that it was going to go down. I mean, I was a kid in 1996, but what I'm saying is, you look at the statistics and you see the homicide rate going down since the 90s. In a lot of Western countries.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the homicide rate. So this is homicide incidents, victims, and offenders. So in 1990, it looked like the rate was 1.8. In
1996.
Sure.
Looking at the gun buyback program, 1996.
Okay, so in 1996, it looked like it was 1.6.
1.6. That's what I have.
And now it's at 1. So it seems like the homicide rate has fallen, like substantially.
It's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is.
Well, you just said that the
it
gun
has-
deaths were replaced with knife deaths, but it doesn't seem like that's the case.
Well, of course, what I'm saying, the gun buyback program lasted 6 weeks. They destroyed tens of thousands of guns,
Okay.
tens of thousands of guns, within a matter of 6 weeks. So what I'm saying is, if you are applying a causal link between the gun buyback program and Australia's homicide rate decreasing, then you would expect to see that within a matter of months or something
That's
like that.
not necessarily true. You could have no. This is why you need more than. This is why I grilled you on drawing your graph and cutting it off at 2001, because you need more than a few years to establish a trend. It's entirely possible. Yeah, not to mention the fact that there was another buyback program in 2003. But I mean, it's possible that for 1 or 2 years the homicide rates were just a bit higher than normal. I mean, if we go through the homicide rates as they are, we saw outlier years prior and outlier years after, from a 1.2 to a 1.4 to a 1.2. Like, this is why we collect multiple years of data in order to establish a trend.
And this is why, I mean, we look at the homicide rate dropping in many Western countries, including America. This is why I'm saying we can't say without a shadow of a doubt that the homicide rate, and I'm not the one applying this causal link. You're the one who said that in that quote. That's all I'm saying.
Well, yeah. So I would never make the argument that there's a 100% chance that the gun buyback program got cut down on the number of homicides. I said that it seems likely that it contributed to it.
No, I have the quote. It's from your your fan that called in. You said homicide rate in Australia decreased because of that, mentioning the gun buyback program.
Okay. If I said decreased because of that, and you thought that I meant was solely the reason for, then I either misspoke or I came across unclear. But clearly there are a number of things that play into where homicides come from, and it seems like in Australia, the gun buyback program seemed to contribute to a decrease in the amount of homicides in that country. That seems to be the case. Now, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it would have fallen anyway. Maybe there are a number of other things that caused it to fall. Those are all potential things. I mean, for that, we can dig into articles specifically relating to that, since apparently the numbers themselves aren't necessarily enough, which I agree with you. We would need to dig in more if you really wanted to.
We would. That'd take a whole video, probably.
Sure, yeah, and that's fine. I mean, we can do that too. I'm sure that would be a fascinating discussion. But the numbers alone don't prove that it did nothing. That would be quite an extraordinary claim to make, I think.
All right, so if we move on to the causal link that you applied between the more lax gun laws and concealed carry and homicides, I want to touch on that because you expressed some contention in your response video on your channel as well with that. What were the points of contention that you had on my argument for that?
So I believe that let me find this here. So from our good NBER, I have the quote that I pulled from this article was, or this study, I guess. The best available evidence using different statistical approaches, panel data regression, and synthetic control with varying strengths and shortcomings, and with different model specifications, all suggest that the net effect of state adoption of RTC laws is a substantial increase in violent crime, 13 to 15% higher. And then I can shoot you this.
Where were the sample sizes from? Can you?
I shot you the study, and then I can read through. I'm sure it's not listed under the methodology or something, but
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you can just read through it. Just
sure. I linked it to you if you want to look as well, but I'll start scrolling through.
I just want to know what sample sizes they took from that. So you're saying that when what is this to do with constitutional carry? When constitutional carry laws were enacted, then crime rate increased. Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
I guess I just need to know where the sample sizes are.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that this is going to be going over like multiple studies, so I don't know what the...
Sure, so that causal link between more lax gun laws and more gun crime or concealed carry, constitutional carry, Vermont carry, whatever you want to call it, and more gun crime or more violent crime or more homicides. I don't think that we can. I don't think that we can apply a causal link to that either, because of the data that I have seen. For instance, if your argument is more lax gun laws equals more gun crime, which, if I'm not mistaken, that's your argument, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I think what this paper seemed to say was that if you increase your adoption of right to carry laws, that what will happen is violent crime will increase.
I mean, like I said, I don't know where that study's from. Is it from Mississippi or is it from, where? I mean, they could have taken bits and pieces or little samples of.
Okay, I mean, this is pretty rich considering you literally talk about Chicago like 90% of the time you talk about gun crime. I mean, like, come on, dude.
No, No, I'm not mentioning Chicago right now. What I'm saying is, if we dig into concealed carry states, and this was one of my arguments that you expressed contention with as well, if we look at the 6 states that have some of the most lax gun laws in the country, they have some of the the lowest homicide rates in the country.
Yeah, but saying that saying that has no bearing on my point. That has nothing to do with what I'm saying, right?
Of course it does. You went through the video where I explained that the homicide rate was left pretty much unchanged since the constitutional carry laws were enacted in a lot of these states.
Well, okay, I would have to see those numbers, I guess, and then compare them.
You did. You went through it.
Well, no. You showed me like states that were really white and said they had low crime.
Wait,
had no.
What does that have to do with anything?
The chart that you showed me was like 6 states and their percentage white, and then their percentage of gun crime.
The reason why I had that percentage there was because I did another video recently where I explained the difference between some states that have concealed carry and other states that have concealed carry, and why you see a homicide rate different in, like, for instance, Mississippi or something like that.
Sure, but what I'm saying is
Idaho.
that increasing your right to carry laws, according to this paper, seems to increase the amount of violent crime. Not that states with certain laws have certain amounts of crime, or states with lots of white people have certain... Like, you can't just say, like, well, these 3 states have high right to carry laws, and their violent crime is lower than another state, because the reality is, or what could happen is those states might have gotten more crime, and the more crime they have is still less than the other states, right? This is a non sequitur. Just pointing to some states with low crime doesn't mean that crime didn't increase once right to carry laws were expanded in those states.
Once again, your argument is a causal link between having constitutional carry or more lax gun laws and more gun crime. And what I'm saying is that's not precisely it, because if we look at some states and some cities that even have higher populations than other cities and more lax gun laws, we're not seeing that. I mean,
yeah, but did those states have more strict gun laws and then they became more lax and then they had more violent crime, but that violent crime is still lower than another state? Because if so,
Vermont
it's still...
has had concealed carry since 1908. I showed you Wyoming. Wyoming went from, in 2011, I think they enacted their concealed carry laws, and they went from 3 point something to 2.6. And this is in your response video. You went over it, and then you just tried to say that, oh, it may have been higher or lower before, and we can't really. But that's not my argument. My argument is you're applying a causal link to more lax gun laws and more gun crime, and I'm saying, well, it can't be. If it can't be just more lax gun laws equals more gun crime, if we're looking at states and cities that have lax gun laws and very low crime, very low homicide rates.
Okay, here, do you have a paint thing or like a number or like a word file, or do you want to put numbers in your head and then I'll talk for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I could have a state and the gun crime there is 2, and then I could have another state and the gun crime there is 10, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, in the state where it's 2, I could increase the right to carry laws, and the gun crime might increase to 3. Now, in the state with 10, they might have no carry laws, so it's none, right? Now, what you're saying is you're going, oh, well, look, this state has 3 and the other state has 10. Therefore, the right to carry laws obviously are good because they've got more expanded right to carry than the 10 and they've got less homicide. But that's not my argument. That is exactly your argument.
No, I did not say the right to carry causes less crime or causes less gun crime. I'll leave that
That's
up
what
to someone
I'm
else
saying,
like
though.
John Lett,
John
Lett.
That's what I'm saying. That's my argument. My argument is that increasing a state's adoption of rights...
You said that I said, you're strawmanning me. You said that I said that concealed carry decreases crime. I'm not saying that. I'll leave that up to John Lott, who wrote the book, what was that book called? More Guns, Less Crime, or something like that. I'll leave that up to him. I'm just trying to argue your point of applying a causal link between more lax gun laws equals more gun crime. I mean, for instance, if we look at Boise, Idaho, it has 100,000 more people than Little Rock, Arkansas does. And they have concealed carry in Boise, Idaho. In Arkansas, they also have concealed carry. And yet, in Boise, Idaho, the homicide rate is 0.9 per 100,000, and in Little Rock, it's 27.7.
I understand, but you're not responding to my point. What I'm not saying that it's higher or lower in some states with more or less gun whatever. What I'm saying is that if you take a state, whatever its crime rate is, if you increase their access to firearms, if you increase the right to carry laws, that the crime in that state will increase. Now, I'm not talking about comparing 2 states. I'm saying if you take one place and you increase right to carry laws, that it will become a more violent place. That's the argument. Talking about local...
I know, but your argument can't be correct. If we look at some of these states, we look at when they enacted the concealed carry laws, and today, and we don't see much of a change in the homicide rate per 100,000. That's what I'm saying.
If you could show me several states where that happened, then
I
yeah.
did.
Then...
You went over it in your video.
Okay,
Wyoming.
wait, I'm sorry. Okay, wait. Okay. Let's go ahead and look them up then. So give me the state, give me the increased right to carry laws when it was enacted, and then we'll look at the violent crime in that state. So you want to use Wyoming?
Wyoming, in 2011, I believe it was. It may have been, 2011, I believe they enacted their concealed carry law. Actually, let me see him. Might be able to bring it up. So Wyoming, 2011, that's when they enacted their concealed carry law. If we look at Wyoming, where is it here? 2015. 2015 is it 2014? Let me see. When did Wyoming enact their concealed carry law? I may have that date wrong. Let me just check. Yeah, you went over this in your video.
Yeah, well, what I was going over was just that your response was not a response to my, to the study that I was citing. Not that, and then I'm kind of curious on violent crime being correlated with gun ownership. This is something that I've seen like graphed out a couple times now to go through it. But I thought that it was like pretty commonly understood that like higher gun ownership usually leads to more gun deaths. That's something that's kind of like borne out in a lot of states.
Are you talking about per capita? I don't know what study you're referring to.
I'm always talking per capita. I would never say anything.
All I'm saying is that if we look at the states with the most lax gun laws, they're pretty safe, and including I mean, perfect example. You're talking about population and population density and things like that. Boise, Idaho versus Jackson, Mississippi. It has almost 100,000 more people than Jackson, Mississippi, and yet we see Boise, Idaho at 0.9 per 100,000 homicide rate versus Jackson, Mississippi, which is 34.5 per 100,000 or something like that. All I'm saying is your causal link, it can't be because of the access to firearms that this is the reason why people are killing each other. That's all I'm saying. You're applying a causal link.
Wait, okay, hold on, okay, because you said like causal link like 7,000 times. What does causal link mean to you?
Okay, this is your exact quote.
Wait, no. Don't worry about. I don't care about exact quotes. What do you think? When I say causal link, what does that mean to you?
You're saying that more more lax gun laws, concealed carry, causes a higher homicide rate in whatever place in America.
Or violent crime in general, yeah.
Right. What I'm saying is, it can't be because of the access to firearms. It's probably more likely because of gang membership and things like that. When
So
we
the
look at
gangs
true
increased
causes-
when right to carry laws were expanded in these states?
Well, I mean, gangs have increased since 2004. We do know that.
Suddenly, okay. I mean, I guess if you want, hold on. I mean, this is a 43-page paper. I mean, we could go over this if you want to dig through like the paragraphs and shit. Did we ever figure out anything about Wyoming?
Oh, I forgot about that. When did Wyoming enact their?
I mean, I can just start.
I don't know. You gave a response to it in your response video. I don't know. Oh, yeah, here it is. It wasn't. I have it highlighted here. It was in 2011 when Wyoming enacted their concealed carry law. So in 2011, Wyoming enacted their concealed carry law. So their homicide rate was 3.2. This is from 3.2 per 100,000. Today it's 2.6 per 100,000.
Okay.
And I'm looking at it right here. 2011, as of July 2011, anyone who meets the same requirements to obtain a Wyoming concealed carry permit can. So they have concealed carry in Wyoming. They enacted it in 2011. I'm looking at it right now on my screen.
Yeah, gotcha. I see it as well. And it looks like their violent crime right now is higher than it has been in the past 20 years.
Once again, you're saying homicides.
No, I'm saying
homicides.
violent
Your
crime right
exact
now.
quote is-
Wyoming violent crime right now seems to be higher than it has been in this chart in the past 20 years, and probably farther than that. This only goes back. I don't know if these stats are 100% correct, but so I'm linking you this right here for cityrating.com, crime statistics, Wyoming. So Wyoming violent crime, it looks like I think that's 2016, looks like it's higher than it has been in the entire listing of this chart.
But again, your main driver is you
Well,
said.
my main driver was saying that. Wait. When did you say the right?
Saving lives.
When did you say the right to carry laws went into effect?
2011.
Okay, so it doesn't look like this helped anybody. If anything, it looks like there was a huge spike in like 2014, 2015.
Let me look at that. What do you have here? Let me look in the.
For some reason, there aren't many rowdy.
Greetings, emissary.
So 2014, 2015, and what is it at now? Is it back down to original levels or something? I can't access.
I see 1,400. This is using absolute figures, but.
Okay, so it's not per capita because the population has changed, obviously. Either way, the homicide rate is lower than when they enacted the concealed carry law in Wyoming. And a few other states as well. And then some states it did go up. But what I'm saying
Well, hold on,
is
that's not true. I don't think so.
Of course
So
it is.
if it went into effect in 2011, this is saying that there were about
July
1,200.
of 2011.
1,200 then, and then in 2016 it went up to 1,400. Did the population of Wyoming grow 15% in 4 years?
I'm not sure, but I'm looking at the homicide rate.
Okay, can you can you shoot me those numbers? What you're looking at? You can link them in the Hangout.
Right. The problem is I got the hangout on the screen here. Let me see here. Okay. There you go. So look at 2011.
Have you
Why,
seen my
why are
brother?
these charts in? Oh, this is per 100,000.
Sure.
Okay, gotcha. Okay,
We
so
are getting
so
ready.
in
I thought to
2011,
myself,
this is
what-
from America's Health Ranking.
Yes.
Here you go. And then I'll click your link and check. 'Cause everybody seems to rate this shit differently. So it looks like, according to this, in 2011 they had 404 per 100,000 incidences of murder, rape, robbery, and aggravated assault in 2011.
404 per 100,000?
This includes murder, rape, robbery, and
Oh,
aggravated
got
assault.
it. So it's all violent crime.
Sure. So this is 404 in 2011, and then in 2018 it's 394.
So
went down by 10.
What? So it went down
What's
a little
up?
bit then, is what you're saying.
It seems to have.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that because the concealed carry laws it decreased violent crime and decreased homicide. I'll leave that up to John Lott, like I said. But I'm just saying that it more easier access to guns or
Wait.
concealed
Oh
carry
shit!
and
Hold
things
on, I
like
might have fucked up really hard. I'm sorry. 1 second.
How's it going?
No, wait. I'm sorry. Actually, that was America as on the whole decreased. Wyoming actually increased quite substantially, actually.
What
So
was
in
it?
2011 it was 196, and in 2018 it was 238. So that's like a 20% increase in the amount of rape,
Let me grab the link
murder,
here.
rape, robbery, and aggravated assault.
What's up? Here to.
Yeah.
Where's the was it the first link that you sent
No,
me?
it's the one that I just sent right now.
Oh, okay. Okay, so this is all violent crime.
To be fair, 2011, because I'll be generous here, I'll say 2011 looks like an outlier year in terms of low crime. But even if I back up to 2010, the year before, that was 228, and in 2018 it was 238.
So it looked like it went from what? It looks like it went from 2011
Ornaments
11
for premium goods.
from
Limited
196
time offer.
to
Don't miss
238.
your
Is this the
chance.
graph that you're talking about?
Yeah, this is what I'm looking for.
And in your ornaments,
I mean, in
receive your
2004 it was at 230. So it's like that. Once again, we're not talking apples to apples here.
Well, so in 2004, before they had concealed carry, it was at 274, and it looks like it fell a ton. But then as soon as they put in the concealed carry, every single year after that had more instances of violence, which seems to support the conclusion that my paper.
1994 was at 320, no concealed carry. 758 for, was it 758 for, what is this? I don't even know.
That's the United States compared to Wyoming.
Oh,
It's
United
US
States.
average.
Okay. 320 in 94. So all I'm saying is, listen, the homicide rate fell from 3.2 to 2.6.
Sure.
Alls I'm
Can you give
saying
me
is
the Can you give me the
your
graph of the
argument-
homicide rate?
I did. I sent it to you.
Okay.
Your
hold on.
argument is more lax gun laws equals more gun crime. And what I'm saying is, if that
Oh no
were
no 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 no!
true-
I don't think it's more lax gun clause is more gun crime. I think it was more lax gun clause leads to an increase in all violent crime.
Okay. So I mean, we can look at many different states and cities here. We can look at, for instance, Boise, Idaho versus.
Well, no. So I
Jackson,
would never
Mississippi,
look at
I
like
said.
an
We can look at Boise, Idaho versus Little Rock, Arkansas. Boise, Idaho versus Lansing, Michigan.
the hitch.
We can look
Our
at Boise,
device can
Idaho versus
easily
San
whip up
Bernardino,
any
California.
so-called
Boise, Idaho
miracle
has
elixir
more
and even
people,
How's it going?
almost 100,000 more people than, for instance, Jackson,
By the way,
Mississippi, and yet.
Yeah, no. So
we
I
have
would
lower
never do a
homicide.
comparison like this. This sounds like a really. I don't know why I would compare cities
How's it
like
going?
this. What I would do is, or what I imagine in this
You do
paper, what they
realize
do
how
is they probably take a broad number of cities, or maybe they take the entire U.S. crime rate, and then they compare it to places, either cities or states, where these gun laws have been made more lax. Not comparing one city to another. There's no reason to do that. That doesn't do anything.
And it also looks like this Wyoming is pretty much following the trend of all of America as well. So,
Well,
you know, you saying that more lax gun laws equals more gun crime, or access to concealed carry equals more gun crime or more violent crime, it just, once again, it's not a good argument.
Well, so in 2011, compared to 2018, the amount of overall crime fell in the U.S. But in Wyoming, where you said that they had increased right to carry laws, it increased, which seems to directly support the argument 100% that I was just making.
But their homicide rate decreased. What
Okay.
I'm saying is there's a lot more involved than just more lax
Sure.
gun laws.
So can you
equals
real
more
quick?
gun
Can
crime.
I you link me this nationality and state thing? Where is the Wyoming homicide rate? Where can I find that in here?
It's all the way at the bottom.
Okay, so Wyoming states marked in yellow. Oh, so nationwide murder rates. Is a U.S. average listed on here or no? And also, when did their gun thing go into effect?
2011.
When in 2011?
July.
Okay, so in 2010 it was 1.4, which was the
Right.
year before, and in the 6 years that follow, it is substantially higher, over twice as much in every single other year. How do you think this supports your argument?
It totally supports my argument because your argument is more lax gun laws equals more gun crime, or concealed carry equals more gun crime, and this is the reason why I bring up many different examples, like Boise, Idaho.
Wait, no. Wait, let's stop. I know that you try to pivot to like the cities that you've like memorized because they have less black people, whatever. I'm only looking at the data that you're giving me. So in this, I'm looking at your deathpenaltyinfo.org. Okay, I'm looking at this thing. I'm not talking about Boise, Idaho, or places with lots of black people. Okay, on this graph right here, on this chart. What?
Why'd you have to go to race, Destiny?
Because that's where you want to take it, right? So
I didn't
we'll
say
get there
anything
later.
about
Well, you don't have to. It's called dog whistling. Don't worry, I'm not an idiot. Okay.
Yeah,
So
there
let's
was
look
a
at
straw man.
2011.
There
I'm not
was a
straw manning. So
straw
let's look
man.
at 2011. So I'm looking at 2011. Okay, in Wyoming, your homicide rate. This is the year that your concealed carry is 3.2.
Mm-hmm.
The next
Right.
year, it's what?
2.4.
2.9, 2.7, 2. This is all higher than the 3 years preceding where you had no concealed carry.
They enacted concealed carry in 2011.
Okay.
Their homicide rate was 3.2. Today it's 2.6.
Okay, that was for 1 year though. You understand why you can't do this? What? No. But your rate was 3.2 for 1 year. Before that, it was 1.4, 2.0,
Yeah, so it's up and down.
1.
It hovers around the same numbers. It goes from 2.4, 2.9, back down to 2.7, 2.7 again, up to 3.4, down to 2.6.
Sure.
Right back where we started. So
sure. So what would be good is would be good is we could graph maybe the United States violent or gun homicide rate, okay, versus Wyoming's, and see how if we feel like we had a bigger effect here. I don't know the answer to that, but what you're showing me right here is very unconvincing. If I told you that the murder rate in the city was 1.9, 2.0, 1.4, then we get concealed carry, and then it goes up to 3.2, and it's up to 2.4, 2.92. It's still all higher than the 3 years preceding where we didn't have concealed carry.
And then there's another one, which is just
no, not another one.
Yeah.
I'm just pointing out that this Wyoming data totally contradicts what you're telling me. It's the exact opposite
July,
story.
In July, they enacted their concealed carry law. In July of 2011.
Okay.
Like I said, they went from 3.2 to 2.4 the
And
next
but
year.
wait, you keep saying they went from 3.2 to
You're the one who's applying a causal link to
why
concealed
do you keep
carry
saying
and
that? No,
increased
wait.
homicide.
Stop
I'm
saying.
not the one who's doing that.
Please stop saying I'm applying a causal link. Okay.
You are. You're saying you said that increased access to firearms, concealed carry, more lax gun laws equals more gun crime. If your argument was correct, then you would see a place like Boise, Idaho.
Stop going back to Boise. Stop saying one city. I don't know why you keep bringing up one city.
The reason why I bring it up is because it's a perfect example.
No, it's perfect because it suits your narrative.
And a lot of cities throughout America that have a much higher homicide rate.
Okay.
If your argument was correct, the states with concealed carry would be some of the most dangerous.
No, that's not
states
true.
in
We've already
America.
established that this is a non sequitur. Okay, I want you to imagine I have a
course
city.
it's not.
Let's say I have a beautiful city. The violent crime is 1.9 that year. Then the next year it's 2.0. And then the next year it's 1.4. And then the year after, I'm like, let's do concealed carry. And we do it. Now it's up to 3.2. Next year it goes down to 2.4, but it's still way higher than it was before. Then it goes up to 2.9. Then it goes down to 2.7, but still way higher than before concealed carry. How is this an argument saying concealed carry didn't increase the violent crime?
There are many states that I've been through.
Wait, why are we saying many
you
states?
Responded to that. What? Sorry?
Wait, why are we saying many states? Let's just focus on the one example given right here. Or if you want to admit that Wyoming is a bad example, we can move to another state maybe.
No, I mean, Wyoming is a perfect example. So is New Hampshire. So is Idaho. So is Vermont. So are all these other states that have cities that are much larger than other states in America, and yet their homicide rate and their crime rate and their violent crime rate is very, very low.
Okay, can somebody help me make a graph? How do I make a graph? There's gotta be an easy way to like Wolfram Alpha this data here into a graph. I'm really curious.
Can you just answer me the question that I asked you earlier?
What was the question?
The question was that if we look at, for instance, give me an answer, straight up answer here, and I want you to be honest. Why is Rockford, Illinois, which has less of a population, more dangerous than Boise, Idaho?
I'm sure there are a multitude of factors. I don't look at single cities like this. It seems like really weird to cherry pick them.
No, it's not. It's not really weird. I'm asking you, why is it?
I don't know. I would have to study what's going on in both of those cities.
Okay, so there's many different examples that I've given you, and I've asked you.
Well,
if your
every
argument
example
is
that you've
correct-
given me so far, when we've actually gone and looked at the data, you failed to substantiate your point. Like, it seems like the data, even in the cherry pick
have-
examples, is not helping you.
You
Like,
have
this Wyoming
failed to
example is just...
substantiate your point on multiple
Well,
occasions.
that's why you keep pivoting
I'm
away. That's why you
arguing
keep...
your point of
No, you're not arguing
more
anything. You keep
lax gun
pivoting
laws
away every time I try to
equals
hold
more
you to
gun
your
crime.
own data. Like, even when I'm pointing at your own numbers don't agree with you, you keep pivoting to Boise, Idaho for some reason. I don't know why.
Okay, so if you're looking at the homicide rate in Wyoming, if we just stick on Wyoming for a minute here, what were those homicides caused with? What were they caused with? Do you have
I
the
don't
data?
No, I'm just looking at what you linked. I don't think you know either. I'm just going by what you linked me.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, shouldn't you if you're making this argument to me using Wyoming as an example?
No, I don't know how people killed each other in Idaho or Wyoming or some of these other states. What I'm saying is, your argument of this is your argument. So let's not move around here like you're trying to do. Your argument is that more lax gun laws equals higher crime rates. What I'm rebutting with is that if that were true, then some of the states with constitutional carry and the most lax gun laws in the country would have higher crime rates and higher homicide rates than some of the states with stricter gun
Okay,
laws.
what you just said is a non sequitur. It means
course
that your
it is.
point does not logically follow. Just because increasing right to carry laws makes it so you have a more violent state doesn't necessarily mean that states with more open carry laws are going to be more violent than states with less right to carry laws. These two things are not congruent with one another. This doesn't logically follow. Your argument is irrational. Even if it's true, even if all your
course it's
premises
not.
were... It's
Of course it's not. How is it irrational when you're saying that, listen, more lax gun laws equals more gun crime, but yet when I point out to you states that have the most lax gun laws in the country, they're not as dangerous as states with stricter gun laws? How is that a non sequitur or whatever you want to keep using?
Because it's that what you just said has nothing to do with what I just said. They're not related at all.
Of course it does. Yes, it does.
No, they're not. Like, okay, so like remember my earlier example when I said if we go from 2 to 3 and then we have a state with 10, that even though the 2 to 3 is still smaller than the 10, the 3 is way bigger than the 2. Do you remember that example? If we have a, if we've got a,
And you said that the homicide rate fell in Australia because of the gun buyback program. I remember that. That was just like 30
well, the
minutes.
homicide rate did fall in Australia.
It did fall, but not because of the gun buyback program.
Well, we don't know that. You can't establish that.
Then why did you say that? That's my-
Well, I said that it's.
This is
I
what I'm
said that
saying. This is what
experts.
this whole
I
thing's
said that.
about.
So I said that experts seem to point to the gun buyback as having a positive impact. It's not the sole reason why violent crime fell, but it seems like a lot of. And there are some on the other side that say it didn't have that large of an impact. But it seems like there are a lot of experts that do a lot of studying that say that it did have an impact. Regardless of Australia, I don't know why I went back there. Okay, I'm trying to make this very simple. Okay.
You did. You started that.
Well, okay.
I've been streaming for like 7 hours now, so I'm gonna jump off here. Be back on tonight. We're stopping by. Shit.